And it is finally time, guys. Welcome along. It is race day here, the 24 hours of Bathurst with SSRI in aid of the Christie charity is finally upon us. I know they're out there for a bit of practice at the minute, but just to kind of go through a few bits here today. The auctions are still live. I had a quick look a few minutes ago there. There is still about 11 hours and 40 minutes or so left. If you want to get onto the auctions, just go on to Simsport International's website. Our Simsport Racing International, is it? I can't remember which one. I just typed it into Google and got it up. But yeah, I knew that. Yeah, it'll appear down the bottom, guys. Jump onto it. Yeah, so there's the signed racing boots from the Porsche driver. There is then the Daytona 24-hour winning gloves signed as well, and there's might be one or two little surprises throughout the stream you might see. Yeah, and then of course there's the driving 2-hour tuition with Michael Thomas. There's the full motion sim rigs. There's 3 or 4 of those up there as well, and a few other bits as well. And if you're not looking to do any bidding today or buying anything, why not give whatever you can donate to the Christie charity? The link is in the Discord. It's in the description of this video, and yeah, just jump on there and give them what you can. Of course, all the money goes to the Christie charity there. And thank you to Stone Rig. They done a nice little thing from through the year. They had a photo shoot done for the Christie charity as well, so thank you so much for them. They're based in Manchester, is it? How I remembered. And it's only, you can rent it out for 45 minutes or so. So if you're only getting into sim race and you live around that area or close enough to it, why not jump out there? It's a 45 minute session. You get a full kind of feel of what sim racing is like, especially on a DD drive wheel. Thanks to SimiCube as well, because they had donated a wheelbase to SSRI also, so that's why they're up there as well. So great to have a few little sponsors in there as well. Everything really helps, so thanks to everybody that's involved. I want to give a big shout out to all the teams racing today, all the drivers. There's some solos, there's some maybe duos, trios, or whatever it may be. Thank you to everyone for signing up and for getting involved in this one and for doing your donations there. I see that there has been a few more donations since yesterday, which is nice to see. So a big shout out to all you, and to anyone who is watching this live, do not forget to share the crap out of this stream. Get more eyes on it, get more people then hopefully donating to the Christie charity as well. And they also get to listen to me waffle on while Chris does amazing camera work, and we watch some epic racing here today around Bathurst as well. And of course, Bathurst itself is a very, very technical track. While it looks like there's a few big straights, which there is, there's also heavy braking zones, but then there's the mountain section, there's skyline. It's absolutely nail-biting stuff. Sorry, Chris? I would love a track guide, Chris. So here we are coming around down to the main straight here, up to turn 1, which is the hell corner. I swear I haven't memorized all this. And this corner here, you really need to get it right, otherwise on the exit you run too wide, it's going to scrub off too much speed, and the whole way down Mountain Straight, you're just going to lose at least up to probably half a second or maybe a bit more. Up then, when you go through the mountain straight under the bridge, you're kind of looking to the left-hand side. My normal telltale is there's a little side road to the left cutting off just up here. I normally brake kind of in between that as we go up then Quarry. Now Quarry is kind of a third gear, maybe fourth gear corner for the more talented. You need to run it as wide as you can as you're there to the wall and exit, carrying as much speed as possible, heading up the straight as we come up then to the cutting. It's flat out around here, but heavy onto the brakes. You really need to kind of get your steering angle right before you get fully on the brakes to set yourself up for this as we're going up down by Griffiths Mountain here now. And it's all about going as close to that yellow wall, cutting across as close as you can, and not hitting the wall is the main question there, and keeping it flat out as we head up now towards Reed Park, follow or Frog Hollow, and then up to Sulman Park there as well. And going around there, you really need to make sure as well, this part here, you need to get it right. You can be sent to Narny if you go too much on the curb as we come into Skyline now, which is probably the most demanding part of the track. You need to be on the ball. There's no room for error whatsoever, and I'm praying to the baby Jesus himself that there's no incidents in turn or in lap 1, because it could absolutely be mayhem. But after we're coming down Skyline here, we're coming down to the dipper here, and you need to get this perfect. It's the same thing as turn 1. You don't get the exit right, you don't carry enough speed, you're going to lose probably up to a second or so on this part of the track, and it's absolutely flat out down Conrad Straight, and I'm sure the Conrads by the end of it would be fairly worn as well as we're heading up then towards the chase. And this is nail-biting stuff if they're side by side and not giving up on it, because there's a tiny little bump if you go too hard on the right hand side there, and then it's hard on the brakes in between the 150 meter and the 100 board. Third gear corner, second gear for some. I even see the Aston drop down into first gear I think yesterday in qualifying here, as then we're coming down to Murray's Corner, which is just after the 100 meter board, hard on the brakes. Normally first or second gear corner depending on the car. You don't want to run overly wide there. You need to just go just enough to the grass where you don't scrub off time, and that is just a quick guide around there. And that was Chris Hill in the helicopter this morning. He got up there bright and early and had a nice little fly around. He was having a bacon sarnie while doing it as well. So he actually had one. Brilliant. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, I think we should do that. Sorry, Christoph. We're going to have a look here at the charity.
Being back here after so many months, it's a long time since we've been together, isn't it?
It is. Hello, my name's Joyce.
I'm Nabila.
I'm missing our coffee mornings. Who would have thought? But you'd miss going out for cancer treatment.
I'm Amy. I was here last year with my daughter Amelie, who was a patient at the Proton Beam Centre.
I'm Eliana.
Why are you at the Christie?
I was diagnosed with a brain tumour.
I come to the Christies because I've had malignant melanoma. Our first major link to the Christie was really when a very good friend, colleague was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Ralph was our company architect for over 40 years. He was also a family friend. Sorry.
I was diagnosed with testicular cancer.
11 years ago I was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I personally was treated here at Christie for bowel cancer. How about you?
I was treated here first for ovarian cancer.
I ended up coming down with COVID. They ran a few blood tests and found out I had acute myeloid leukemia.
Were you surprised that Amelie could carry on with the treatment during COVID?
I was surprised at how normal it felt inside.
Christie's, as far as I'm concerned, definitely didn't
Just
slow down.
Going, no.
Yeah, you still got everything. Yeah, your scans, your treatments, the lot.
I actually had video consultation with my consultant.
There's been meetings that I've been able to attend on Zoom where actually if I'd had to go to a face-to-face meeting, I wouldn't have gone because I didn't really feel 100%.
My surgery was cancelled 3 times at Macclesfield Hospital due to COVID. And Christie very kindly stepped in and said that they would perform the operation.
To me, the feeling, it was like a bubble, you know, and the moment you walked in, totally protected.
Yeah.
There was no difference in, you know, during COVID to what the standard is always here, which is absolutely brilliant.
I was getting really depressed with the treatment and stuff. Then I started the art room and started talking to people because they know what you're going through.
Yeah. The pandemic made us think differently and not do what you'd normally do fundraising, which is groups or the obvious ones, so we did something different.
And then when COVID hit, Pat sorted out Zoom meetings in the art room. It made such a big difference, especially in COVID when we were so isolated.
There's a brilliant option that they offered to me, and that was to have ambulatory care. I was able to go home, you know, I was able to live my life normally as if I would normally live at home. I'm just glad I'm not paying the taxi fare. My God.
Having all this service for people nearby, having that well-being and that support on your doorstep makes a huge difference to these patients, and it's really great to see that that money is making that difference.
By the time you fight your way through the traffic to get to the Christie's, I would go down there, it takes me an hour for 5 minutes because they're always very quick. I'm back in the car in another hour coming home. Whereas it's 5 minutes to get here at Kershaw's, 5 minutes to have your bloods done, and 5 minutes later you're on your way out again.
I don't have to travel all the way from Bolton to Christie's to have my treatment. They come to the house, and I've made loads of friends because it's not always the same one that comes out every month.
This is one of 2 playrooms that they've got. There's another one upstairs which is a bit more grown up.
The great thing they do here is have a chaplain. I was going through a lot of difficult things at that time. It was great to have someone there to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
The art room, because it's like the patients and carers that can go there, makes such a difference because you can talk to them and they understand, because they've gone through that.
It's given me a quality of life that I never thought, you know, I would have again.
When I came out of hospital, the research nurses phoned me up to see how I was. And I thought, you know, they care. I mean, they didn't have to do that.
With Amelie, when it got hard for her to swallow, and by the end of that session, they'd been on the phone. They were going to send me some protein milkshakes for her the next day. So it wasn't that they did what you asked, it was that they almost preempted what you needed.
Yeah.
The consultant I saw, he recommended that I come to the Christie and go on the drug trial, taking an hormone tablet, and I've been taking that now for 11 years. You know, when I was first diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to see these children grow up, and of course now one's nearly 20 and one's 18 next month, and you know, they've given me all this time, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Got offered a clinical trial. You know, I had no hesitation. First, it did involve taking 16 tablets a day.
Yes.
And now I only take 4 tablets a day.
Any side effects from all this, all the tablets?
Fortunately, not.
No.
It's absolutely amazing what they have done for me.
For me, it was a miracle. Without the trial, I wouldn't be here today talking to you, because the trial led me to the transplant, and then the transplant now.
Have you seen the building over there?
Yes, I have. What exactly is that?
That's been built off back of bike rides and stuff like what I've been doing.
All been on charity work, has it?
A lot of it.
How important is the charity to you?
Oh, it's very important because I'm able to go to Bolton Hospice to have my bloods done, which I wouldn't be able to do if the charity wasn't funding them, yeah.
We came up with Around the World for Ralph, where we had to cover 25,000 miles, and that was from obviously people doing exercise, from walking.
We decided that we'd do the Manchester bike ride, but we decided we'd call ourselves Ball Tampering Allowed, which given my sort of history with testicular cancer.
We raised over 13,000 for the Christie charity.
I've raised over £4,500 this year.
With the Christie's help, we're actually setting up our own foundation. So Ball Tampering Allowed is actually becoming a registered charity.
Well, I really like the name.
In 2011, in the October, I was in China, and we raised, as a group, we raised about 100 grand for the Christie, I think, like huge amounts. And then 10 years later, it pops up on my timeline, look what you were doing 10 years ago.
Yes,
and then I'm taking my daughter here, and I just thought, you know, that's got to be a sign that it's going to be okay.
When I first had cancer 23 years ago, and they told me I had to go to Christie's to have an operation, I broke my heart because I thought, well, you don't come out of there. And now, it's the only place I want to go.
There's a compassion here.
Yeah.
Whether it's the person that meets you on reception, the people that do the cleaning, all the way through to the nurses and the oncologists, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There almost seems to be a common DNA.
It's pleasant, it's always you first. So how was your week? Or did you do anything interesting? You know, it's about the person.
They remember me, you know, and they make you welcome.
There's an award called the Healthcare Heroes Awards, Who Cares Wins, and I nominated them as best team. I can't overestimate how amazing they were.
And it's just incredible we've got places like this to come to.
Lovely to see you.
You too. You can wash the pots.
Now guys, there you go, you get to see a bit of what's going on out there with the Christie charity, which is great to see. So yeah, keep the donations coming in there. You see we're over £1,700 at the minute, and I'm sure that could hopefully reach by 5, maybe 6 o'clock to 2,000 mark. I'm gonna be optimistic, but I do hope, if you can afford to do so, even donate £1 if you can, whatever you can afford, and get involved. Now, so shouldn't be too much longer now before we start seeing the cars on the track. We're looking at probably starting in about about 5 minutes really before the race start, I'd say. Brilliant. No, I'm just going to log into the pit wall live properly now as well, because I want to be able to see everybody doing their bits and bobs. But yeah, let me know in the comments as well, guys, who you think is going to win today. Who do you think is going to have the most crashes? Who do you think is going to do the most pit stops? Let me know everything you think. And actually, who do you think is going to do the least amount of pit stops? How many pits do you reckon will make it go all the way to the end? And please don't be afraid to give a thumbs up to this stream as well. The more thumbs up it gets, the more eyes it may get then as well, which is always quite good. But yeah, you're all welcome along to the stream here as we're waiting for pit wall to let me know. So it's only 50 seconds remaining now before we get onto the main race grid. Okay, so yeah, the track isn't too busy at the minute. It is a small practice session there. I was just looking through the teams. We have 43 cars this evening on the grid. So it will be nice and busy. How many teams do you reckon will finish this? So there's 43 starting. Will we see everyone finishing? I truly hope we do. And especially the solo drivers is their next level. How the respect I have for them is unbelievable. As driver 88, I'm voting for 88 most pit stops. Is that just due to your own talent or what? That would be brilliant. 80, can you do 88 pit stops in the time though? That's the thing. Of course, what's it, a 68-minute driver stint timer this evening, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, so it gives a little bit of play, and it kind of stops the Ferrari from being absolutely meta with the fuel tank as well, because the Ferrari fuel tank, of course, is by far superior to most. Twine is going to crash for sure. He's driving 24 hours on his own. Ah, yeah, that's fair. But to be fair about it, though, even if he crashes, we can forgive them. 24 hours to keep that concentration up is the next level. I don't know how they do it, to be honest, but I tip my hat off. Chris, what's the most you've drove for as a stint? But even if there was a crash. Ah, nice. I think the longest I done was me and Oliver actually done a 4-hour solo each in Spa. It was great crack. We were the only two though. We went in really old cars. I picked the M6. He was in the V12 Aston, and we had probably the best laugh ever. Good fun. But yeah, doing 24 hours, that's unbelievable commitment. So again, guys, follow Simsport Racing socials there on the bottom left of the screen. You'll see them popping in and out for all updates there on that one. And make sure, yeah, just to throw as many likes as you can in. And also throughout the times that I'm going to be in commentary, I'm going to make the viewers vote for who we're doing an onboard lap with. Kind of every hour we'll try and do a full onboard lap, but you will have to be voting. So we'll do the first vote at about 45 minutes in. And then by kind of the hour mark, Chris, if that's okay with you, we'll do a full on board with one of the drivers. And then Chris said, now this came from his words because no one can hear him, so I can say what I want, that if whoever can prove they donated £50 will have Chris come live on stream to sing a song. There, that's made up now, but it's going to happen. For £50 for the Christie charity, you have to. And for 100, yeah, we're finally on the grid here now, and so we're set up. So look, we're going to go through an order from last to first. So we've got Verdrigi in the 204 Mercedes and P43, Bahakter, I'm going to ruin that name. Back there, I'm just going to call him, in the 404 Lamborghini. Then is in 43rd, or 42nd, should I say. Then we go on to 41st, which is the Ford. I can't see his name properly here at the minute. Apologies on this one. Trying to open it all out. It's not opening up for me. I'll just go through the numbers and make my life easier, because I'm not going to get half these names as well. Then in P40 is the 889 Mercedes. P39 is the 91 Porsche. Then in P38 is the Ford number 166. P37 is the McLaren number 699. Then in P36 we have the BMW, which is number 68. P35 is another BMW, which is P73, and we have 9 BMWs today. It's the most popular car. In P34 is the number 18 McLaren. P33, I'm pretty sure, is the only Nissan number 990. P32 is another BMW number 127, another BMW in P31 number 118. Then we've got a Ferrari there as well in P30, which is number 8. Then it is a BMW in P29 number 113. Then we have a Ford in P28 number 87. Then we've got Oliver Anderson. I just know by seeing 101, he's in the BMW in P27. In P26 then is one of the first Porsches actually, number 135. Then a Ferrari in P25, number 19. Then in P24 we have the Aston Martin number 5AA. Then in P23 it is Sipos, because I can see his name. Number 23 in P23. That's ironic. P22 is Meza in the McLaren, but it's number 21. Then we have Van Rossen in the number 65 McLaren in P21. Then in P20 we have the BMW, which is Verhelst in the number 95 machine. Then in P19 is another Porsche with Ericsson behind the wheel, number 92. Wargers in the number 11 BMW in P18. Mecking in the number 33 Aston Martin in P17. Sam Spankling in the Lamborghini number 9 in P16. Oliver Anderson is going to try and beat him. We don't know if that's going to work. Then the shock for me personally was seeing Hanke in the P number 15 or 14, sorry, in the number 70 machine. I was really expecting that to be a lot higher. Then we've got Mr. Cooper in the Bentley number 69 in P13. As I say that, he's after dropping down to 14 and someone else after joining the grid. Then we've got Walsh in P13 with the number 99 Ferrari, Van der Linden in P12 in the Aston Martin number 943. Then we've got Whale in another Aston Martin, that's numbered 724, that's in P11. Now we're into the top 10 then. Rod Esser in P10 in the Ferrari in the number 20 machine. Then we've got Van der Vaart in the Lexus, which is absolutely great to see that up there in P9, number 415. Keep an eye out for that one, it's the only Lexus out there this evening. Then we've got Tuja in the McLaren in P8. P7 then is Tumara. Michael Thomas is in P6, and of course you can win a chance to have a 2-hour session with Michael Thomas to improve your driving. Jump on to the Simsport Racing International website and get your bids on. There's about 11 hours and 30 minutes or so left in that one there, so get in for that. Then we've Mayo in P5, then we've Tepper in P4, Street in P3, Ivano in P2, and Bergkamp in P1 in the Honda. And that Honda yesterday was really surprising. A 159.0 was going off memory, which was a phenomenal lap. Nearly so close. I think it was like a 0.02 something. Very close to getting into the 158s there, which is brilliant to see. And doing a bit of weaving. I'm not sure how necessary that is in the GT3s. I'd normally just ride the brake a little bit to build up the temps that way. Everyone has their own way of doing things. But really looking forward to this one. And this is round 3 out of your endurance series as well, isn't it, if I remember correctly? And SSRI have been running this charity race, should I say now, for 4 years. And yeah, it's been super popular, and the main thing is there's a lot of money generated and donated. 100% of the funds go to that. Everybody here today that's running it in the background, or even helping out with comms, broadcasting, or even with doing the stewarding, it's all completely done voluntary. So yeah, you got to give a shout out to poor Chris, I know, who's going to be doing an awful lot of broadcasting today. So yeah, you want to give a little shout out for him, and yeah, give a like for Chris, never mind for anything else. And yeah, that's not a mean feat as well. As Chris informed me, over the 4 years they've raised over €25,000. That's unbelievable stuff. And Oliver Anderson said he'll double that soon once he becomes a big prison guard manager. But yeah, it's going to be a good one today. I just did 50 GB donation during the charity videos. Okay, Chris, you need to sing in a while. Can you send a screenshot and chat that you've done that? And I will make Chris get on and sing Not a Bother. Top liveries on the grid though. Not Berkham starting. Oh, okay, Berkham's not starting, that's fair. Chris, I'm sorry if I have to make you sing, but it's kind of done now. If I see a screenshot come in, you have to just come on. You can sing whatever you want though. That'll be beautiful. I've done this to somebody else before in a different stream, and they actually sang at the end of the stream. Oh, yes. There you go. So Chris will be singing. Chris, when will you sing? We'll give them something to look forward to. I tell you what, at 2 o'clock, just as I'm finishing, because I'd love to listen to that and then just kind of relax with a cup of tea after. Yeah, no, is it? How can I hear you then? So yeah, in around 2 o'clock, he will be singing. So get your earbuds ready and plugs ready. But no, it's going to be good fun, and definitely I want to see some sport in. I need to see at least 100 viewers for that, so get everyone in. Right, we're lining up now. This is it, the moment we've been waiting for. Coming around Murray's Corner now in a second for the start of the 24 hours of the SSRI Charity Endurance Race 2024 in Mount Panorama. That is a beautiful scene. 43 GT3s, all raring to go. Fingers crossed there's no big incidents around the mountain. That's all I'm hoping for. And any time now. And we are away and going, and of course the Honda gets a grand start. It's not going to be too aggressive into the first corner. It's only short run down there to Hell's Corner, and the Honda gets off well, but the Ferrari there of Kurbanoff is right behind it going down the mountain straight. Get a nice toe, possibly dip it on the inside, but maybe the Honda's going to keep that inside line, keep the defensive line up into Quarry. Let's see how he goes. No, he opens up the track again. Okay, nicely done. Beautiful so far. There is one car after dropping behind. It looks like car number 20 has maybe had a moment at turn 1, and there's a few cars in the pits there I see as well. Maybe they missed the start. But away they go up the mountain so far. Beautiful stuff. The cars will be quite heavy as well. Tyres mightn't be fully optimal just yet, but not a bother. They're literally on the limits. And this is the thing for an endurance race like this. Yes, the start you really need to kind of get away and go hell for leather. Then you kind of need to pull back to about 95% because you don't want to be forcing errors by overdriving over such a long period as well. So it'll be interesting to see when these guys kind of start thinking long game. Normally the first half an hour is like a sprint and then it calms. But great stuff there. So Sheck in the Honda, for whatever reason, it's shown Walsh in the lead, but he must have went straight back to the pits. So that's probably why that is the case. But once they cross the line, that will change. Oh, there you go. As they cross sector, that changes there now. And he's after getting himself in around the 0.7 lead. So he's starting to pull away. The Honda absolutely rapid down the straight, possibly using nearly no wing, I'd say. Because he made a big gap, and I'm surprised that Strage's Bentley hasn't got by the Ferrari down Conrad as well, because the Bentleys are absolutely weapons. Chris has to sing Santa Baby. I think that's a good one. I like that. Go, I'll Google it and put it into chat for you. It's worth it. I'll share my screen. So anyway, so we're still on there now with P3 with the Bentley. He's looking for a way by as he comes up to Quarry. Doesn't know where to go. He just needs to be patient, taking a slightly better line, but at the end of the day the Ferrari can position itself perfect, although he's under pressure now behind from Glatter there as well, or Glatter as well, as they're heading up now towards the cutting. And it's, you need to be so careful here getting your brake perfect, because you could end up murdering someone by being slightly too late in the brakes here. In such a early phase of the race, there's so many cars behind it, could have a disastrous effect. But they're all driving well within their limits, and that's exactly the kind of driving I'd expect to see here in SSRI anyway. Plenty of experienced drivers, and even with the inexperience that may be racing here as well, doing a phenomenal job. There's only one spinner I think at turn 1, which was car 20 that I've seen. The rest have been absolutely on it, so fair play. That's a camera view and a half there. It doesn't look at how manic it looks. Slightly different lines on there, and Ferrari gets a beautiful exit there now. Yeah, the Bentley is starting to pull away a little bit there. Then he gets back into the slipstream, getting there. The Bentley is after getting by the other Ferrari. The other Ferrari though Gonna go for a double move, was hoping for it, but has thought better of it there. Oh, that's super close. He's going up the inside now. Oh, the Bentley has left him plenty of room though. Very, very fair driving. And to be fair about Estrage there, done a phenomenal job and very, very smart driving there as well. By, I think it was the car number 10 Glatter behind as well. That was beautiful. And now the McLaren, that looks like going up the inside there. We've kind of lost out on that. There was a small bit of contact behind, but they live to fight another day. Yeah, beautiful driving there. Now the Bentley's kind of built a little bit of a gap. Just enough for a bit of breathing space as he heads up towards Quarry now for, I'm assuming this is lap 3, possibly, that they're started. Going through it all, and then behind you can see then the McLaren far side by side. The McLaren looks like he's after getting by. The camera jumps on slowly. There we go. Oh, McLaren's actually after losing out now to the Aston as well. The McLaren was side by side, so I think he got squeezed and left the door on the inside open then for the Aston, who got through as well. So that was good stuff there from Michael Thomas, getting up the inside. And if you want to learn moves like that, of course, get onto the auction house. There is a 2-hour session with Michael Thomas there, so make sure if you're into it, get in there, get it going now. And actually nice livery from there. See the charity name was on the car somewhere as well, which is nice to see. Thomas can be super fast, but his main thing is consistency as well. He's so consistent, which is what you need to be in these endurances as well. I think the main thing here, around the mountain, drive about even 5-10% slower than what you normally would over a quali lap to preserve yourself, because if you keep doing little knocks each lap, them little knocks then end up building up and you've got 10, maybe 15 seconds worth of damage. And you do that in every single stint, it's going to cost you so much. And look at that, the Aston Martin is flying, and those bumps, he's doing very well to hold there as well, because going up the inside there like that, and it goes around nearly the outside, has to concede that now, and now he's going to feel the McLaren on his tail. Had to come up then to Murray's corner, but Michael had the better line and can dictate how that goes. On the exit, Michael doing a lovely job there. Now the Aston Martin should have a little bit more top end than the Macca, but this corner here, Hell's corner, might impede him a little bit if he's on the lower rev range, but no, he's got through perfectly. There's not a bother there, so he might have the McLaren slightly closer when it comes to getting the slipstream, but I think Michael should be able to control Quarry. Yeah, he's too far back, so that's nicely done. Pick a car, any car, okay. So we're going to go in 204 because I've seen Barcelona go 204. So let's jump off 204. Absolutely no clue where he is. Let's jump on one. There we go, on the Mercedes there. Daniel Vergady in that Mercedes. And it's not even too bad back there, in fairness, in terms of gaps. It's still uber close, really. Marco Esposito has been one of the ones that was ended up in the pits as well, with Walsh, Kohlberg, and I think it was Brodesser had the incident at turn 1, was the only car. Number 16's lost on the mountain though. Seen a yellow flag there, but it seems to have gone. No, just a little bit of yellow going on there. 73 is off. Can you jump on 73 to see what happened? Oh yeah, backwards. Oh, there's cars everywhere. This is not what you need. If we can get a replay of that as soon as we can, that would be absolutely amazing to see what happened there, because that was all the way, it looked like in 2 different sections there. So the first section might have caused then the chain reaction for the second section where they were avoiding. But when I was just looking there, it absolutely looks crazy. But that is unfortunate. Car 73, Van Drail, still sitting there. And it has nowhere to go. So should be able to turn around now unless they're just disconnected. No, they're trying to move. There we go. And they're finally away. So the best thing to do in that situation is to make sure your car is stopped, your brakes are on, and you're as off the racing line as possible, let everybody go by like that. Yes, it's going to hurt you now, but later on, it'll come back to you. So, oh, we got the braking. Oh no, we got his braking wrong. That is massively unfortunate. Wow. That was mental. Oof. I wouldn't have liked to be coming down towards that and having to take the emergency road there, because you could be sent to Narnia as well, but they all got through, and that's the main thing. Eventually. On here now with Michael Jeffrey Kopp in the number 113 DC Sim Racing BMW. Nice dark livery, I like that, it's quite nice. Has a bit of gold touch in it as well. What I always find interesting is when you see two of the same make of cars literally on it. It's literally down to setup and driver making the difference there, because they've got the exact same horsepower, exact same weight, exact same feel, same characteristics. So it really is down to the slight minute setup changes, and then the driver's talent, of course, which makes that. But he's doing a good job. He's sticking there with him. Just reading a few of the comments there. Ben Moonden, hey guys, great charity, hopefully a great race. Daniel Tierney, let's go 113. Netherlands online racing, how he is doing. Tygo and Michael in battle. Oh my god, one of the chicane. Yes, 113. Oh, brilliant. Well, to be honest, I haven't even looked up that far yet, but there's a message there. It's fascinating that you're doing this again. And Edgar Chris charity, much appreciated. From myself and my parents, you guys are awesome. And yeah, of course, if you want to bring up that other scene as well, we might as well give them a little shout as well, of course. There is in a memory of this race as well. We're just going to get that up there as well. And the boys are racing quite hard out there, and ladies, of course. This race is an honour for Gareth Longdon, of course. Chris Longdon is the brother. So our condolences to you and your family for your loss. Absolutely heartfelt. And it's good to see all these sim racers spending their Saturday and Sunday in memory of Gareth and doing something positive with such a tragedy. And that is, of course, raising money then for the Christie charity. So hats off to everybody. And yeah, to you and your family, we all are giving you our love and thoughts. And as we can see, we're up to 1,868. Now, I said by 5 or 6 that I'd like to see that 2,000. I'm going to move that down to about 4 o'clock now. I'm getting optimistic here. €132.16 to go. Or, sorry, pounds. Of course, in Ireland, so it's euro for me, but it's there then, of course, up there. That is brilliant to see. And £50. So, Chris, I see a £70 donation there as well. Does that mean you're going to sing 2 songs? Oh, as we see the young going side by side, and I was saying this yesterday in the quali, you don't want to be going side by side there. It's very easy for cars to bump going around that left, especially with the bump. It sends the car the inside out just slightly. Oh, that is an awful rejoin. I'm sorry, but that is disgraceful. He's back anyway and going. That would have been an absolutely brown pants moment for all those drivers there coming across that. Oh, there we go. So, co-champion. I'm going to do an American joke. It's because he's seeing a right-hand turn. Probably got a bit confused. Joking. But, fair play to Oh, I'd say the tyres are just massively overheated there. And you can just see that he was struggling a little bit there on that one. No, I don't... Oh, wow. So that is... Toyokov, I'm going to ruin names here. Good staying off the track. And that is after turn 1 there, so that's heading down Mountain Straight. He should be able to get clearly out there without impeding anybody, even if there was a few cars coming, because they would see that there and be able to avoid it. But yeah, that's what it's all about. Mad race, and that's what I love about Bathurst as well, because you know you could have every car can make a few hours over 24 hours. It's fine to have a few hours; they're going to happen. It's natural. But it's going to be interesting to see at the top side of, say, the top 10 where they're all going to be. Is Michael Thomas up into P4 under massive pressure, and that is now P5. Oh, look at that! He could see it coming, got the switch back because the Ferrari went in way too hot, and is now after losing on 2 or 3 positions themselves there. That was absolutely brilliant stuff from Michael. Very patient. That's exactly what we come to expect there. We are on now with the Bentley in P3 of Strej, who is after being overtook by Glatter while we were yapping on elsewhere about other incidents and racing and whatnot. And he's now in P3. That Ferrari though was looking very, very racy earlier on. He was right on the back when Strej was actually in P3 overtaking that was Kubernakanov back at the time, but of course he's after dropping down now to P8 after trying that move, so he's actually after losing 3 other positions on top of his P5, so that's quite tough for him. Christie said off to all of you for putting the event on. Hats off to SSRI, to be honest. They do these great events every year, and they're not just a sim racing community, they're a community that wants to give back as well. So if you're looking to get involved in sim racing, get involved with them today. You have the column recommendation there. Good job spelling. It's the column seal of approval. That sounds much more professional, doesn't it? But yeah, that's good to see. Are people looking into incidents and giving penalties? Yes, there is live stewarding, so all incidents will be looked at. The other teams can report them in, make a ticket, and then all tickets are looked at there. I don't know what way you're doing it today. I don't know, Chris, if you can tell me, are they doing it in certain batches? Are they doing it like every 2 hours, or what way are they working it? Yeah. Okay, so close to every hour there'll be stewarding, so you'll see random penalties coming up, but in the Discord you'll see why they're happening, and hopefully beforehand I'll get a little update on them as well, so at least when they're being applied I can call them out to you and give you a bit of context to why people are getting penalties. No stewarding though overnight, obviously. No, absolutely not. Nowadays, cost of electricity and bulbs through the roof. It's cheaper to buy bars of gold than it is to get electricity. Your current position of 99, please. So 99, let me have a look. We don't need to be jumping on with him. I can just look through pit wall for that. He's MP38 at the minute. And doing a decent job there. Looking at the fastest lap time of the race is from P3 at the minute from Strej, and that's a 2 minute 0.932, and that's in race pace. That's a massively fast lap. It's absolutely brilliant. Now the second fastest lap is a 2 minute 1.0, so they're like, it's close to quali pace in race pace. That's crazy, and especially only 18 minutes nearly in, just over 17 minutes in. This is unbelievable as well, so that's great racing there. And it's nice to see a mix of cars and a mix of liveries out there as well. It's very pleasing on the eyes seeing all the different cars, but the liveries I'm absolutely massively impressed with. I think a lot of drivers and teams have gone above and beyond with their paint jobs. And Chris, who do you reckon has the nicest paint job? CBSR. Is that because it's... Oh, we have... I think he unfortunately just got caught with him, yeah. Wow, so that's car 19 at the minute. Having a seat. It's going to be a minute before he's going to be able to get going. He has to... There's going to be a gap after, I think it's number 23. He just needs to be patient. After the next two cars, he will have a gap to go. No, actually, yeah, he does have a gap, but he needs to be fast. Jesus, oh God. He's got there. We're away. Panic averted. But yeah, that was a good few positions lost, but you have to do that. You have to just sit on the brakes. You have to let the cars by. because in that kind of situation, it could end up ruining loads of people's race. So that was brilliant there. And that's one thing I will say about SSRI. You will see some top-class etiquette there as well. I know you don't hear Chris, but I'll relay what he says back to you. I just enjoy annoying him every now and then and ask him questions. He's not shy because he's going to be singing today, so anyone who's only after joining in at about 2 o'clock, Chris is going to be singing a song. So after 2 o'clock, if someone else donates £50, Chris will sing another song again. Anytime I'm on stream, I'll be making him sing. I think it's only fair, Chris. You're doing it for charity, you're doing it for a good cause. And if it's like, if anyone can donate £30, I'll do a custom livery for somebody as well. So do make livery, so the free custom livery. If you can donate £30 to the Christie charity, I'll do that for you. I know I say free, but it's a donation to a charity. But I'll do it for you for no charge to myself, and whatever you want, I'll get it done. All you have to do is show the payment and just PM me through the SSRI Discord. It's Colin Mooney, and you'll be able then to get a custom livery. That would be cool. So, of course, I would rather pay the 50 quid and hear Chris sing, but by all means, if you're looking for a livery, pop it in there. Daniel telling it's like he's talking to an imaginary friend or something called Chris. That's why I asked. Maybe he is imaginary. Maybe this is all just a simulation. Who knows? But on what told you here.
So you bullied me into it, Cole.
I know, but that's what I do. Good man. That's what I like to do. So
good afternoon, everybody. I am behind the cameras, but unfortunately I'm in my 50s. I can't do two things at once. So I need to spend all my concentration on finding really bad pictures to show you.
But you've actually been doing really, really well. And have you warmed up your vocal cords yet now for the song?
I've got a sore throat. It's just I'm really struggling to speak.
You think about the charity there. They're so thankful for all of those donations, and they're going to be helping so much. And all in return is just a simple song.
Simple song. I've got the lyrics up. That's not simple.
Well, you can sing whatever song you want. I think there should be a vote on the song in the chat. Everybody, there's 72 years in there. Put in your votes for whatever song you think Chris should be singing. And it can be anything. I'm thinking a bit of Taylor Swift might suit you. We'll see.
Oh dear. No. I don't want to embarrass the poor girl with my beautiful dulcet tones.
You might take over her career, you never know.
That's right. I'm going quiet again now. See y'all later.
Which BMW are leading the BMW challenge? Let me have a quick nose. I look through the app for that one. So it looks like Schroeder. Or is it? P20, number 11. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it's P22 now. He is Van Drunen. Okay, they've changed. It's showing a different name up here in the other app. So it's Van Drunen, the 101. Okay. Maybe he's wrong. Ah, okay. So Aaron Van Drunen. So this is Chris's number 1 livery, and to be fair, it is a livery I love, so I will give it to CBS. Or they do have the best livery. They also have the best driver in Oliver Anderson, but that's up for debate, I'm sure, with anyone who knows. But yeah, it's a beautiful looking BMW that. They're probably still kind of sober. They might be only on their 5th or 6th bottle by now, but these guys, yeah, as you rightly said, will be absolutely pissed come 6 o'clock, never mind past it, 6 o'clock. Well, that's what it's all about. They come here every year and they have the best fun. I think that's the best way to do it. They celebrate a bit of sim racing, have a session with their lads, do a bit of racing. It's all for good fun and for a great charity as well. So, absolutely very fair. Netherlands Online Racing said Christmas song Red Nose. So Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer they're looking for. I don't know what the other version is. Well, you can do that if you want, but it's your stream. But But yeah, so we're actually, what, 34 minutes, oh sorry, 24 minutes nearly into the race. I can't even read. But yeah, it's still going quite strong. And in fairness, there was like 3 kind of main groups, but then the leader as well is kind of checked out a little bit at the minute. But that's exactly what they need to do. They're about, what, 2 and a bit seconds, nearly 3 seconds ahead. And that's the kind of thing you want to be consistently pulling that gap out. So at least then by an hour in, you're probably 10, 15 seconds ahead. So even if you do have a tiny bit of an error and you have 3 or 4 seconds damage, you can fix that while you're in the pits and still come out without kind of much trouble as well. And it's very interesting that Lexus is a beast, but he's dropped a few positions since the start and is kind of on a work back, but he's doing a great job there, being nice and defensive. And I can see that is the car then behind the number 70 looking to get involved. Hank up into P13. I have high hopes for these. I know Bixby's going back into it and Davy Hill is racing as well, so big hopes for them guys. Let me see, we're taking shots every time we crash. Oliver, you won't make it past 2 o'clock, so. And of course, beers on the side. Well, you have to wash down the shot with beers, Oliver, don't you? But you know what would go lovely with it though? Pizza. If only you ever got that pizza. Oh yeah, yeah. To be fair as well. So that is something Chris has just reminded me in the ear because I completely forgot. So SSRI have offered commentary £15 or €15, I can't remember which one it is, for doing the commentary to get pizza. And I'm pretty sure all of us have said no, just donate to the charity. I'm pretty sure. Would I be correct in saying that? Yeah, that's grand. And it's the same with the stewards as well. So there was a tiny incentive there for them, but everyone said no, throw it to the charity. So that'll be nice as well, getting all of that funds in there. I think it's just a nice gesture from SSRI, because of course it is voluntary and they're being nice by offering a bit of food, but of course I think for the day that's in it, it's just as fair to be giving all the money to the Christie charity. We're up to £1,868.84 at the minute. Is that a picture of you, Chris, is it? That's Garrett. Really? Wow, so he's properly big into Le Mans. Yeah, please, because you know more about Garrett than myself, yeah.
So, guys, I know, Chris, you're watching, and you gave us very kind permission to show this picture. The picture on the side is Gareth. We've set it in such a way so he's looking at the stream. Gareth went to Le Mans every year. As far as I recall, it's for about 20 years he's been going with his dad and a few other friends, and was hoping to be going to Spa to watch the 24-hour there, but unfortunately that was the year that he passed. Yeah, this is the reason why we're doing this for the Christie charity. Gareth was a close friend of mine, a work colleague, and he was heavily into racing, so who better to do it for than the charity that he supported himself. He used to do bike rides. Manchester to Blackpool was raising £5,000 each time he did it. Wow. And has got a medal in the Christie charity, a Hall of Fame. I believe SSRI have one now as well for last year's efforts. As soon as you raise over, I think it's £4,000, you get on their wall of fame. So yeah, it's quite emotional doing this. It's very emotional for the family. We know that, and we're very grateful to Chris, Phil, and Marilyn for letting us do this in Gareth's honour and sharing his picture, his love of motorsport. And I've got another image to show, which was taken at Gareth's funeral. So we're just going to go away from the live action for a short period of time, but it doesn't take long. Oh wow!
course, with you being a close friend of his family watching, I think that's really, really nice. So, very fitting. Very, very fitting. And I'm sure he was probably a big supporter of these races as well when they were going on as well, through the years as well. So that's awesome to see. Yeah. That's awesome. Fair play, I think. Probably that's the biggest lesson you can learn out of life. In tragedy, there's always good that can come out of it. And there's also awareness as well. So I think this is really good, just for myself personally saying that. I think it's very nice that you all do this and that the family have allowed this as well. And I definitely think it's a good way to keep someone's memory quite alive, and especially with a passion that they love. And for a charity, obviously, that he cared very deeply for by doing all the cycles and stuff as well, and raising that kind of money, getting into the Hall of Fame. That's absolutely amazing. So that's absolutely class. Jump back in here. No, not all good. We're right back into it now with Nico Hank here, as he is chasing down P12 at the minute. This is a livery I know extremely well myself. Nice to see the SSRI logos on it there as well, and looks the job. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's interesting seeing the lines through there as well, as it looks like the entry there from a Lambo just kind of got the corner slightly wrong. Getting out of the way there as well. I'm assuming that's a back marker as well. Down a few positions, that's unfortunate for him. Now it looks like the Hank is under pressure now from Jorgen as well. So Hank wasn't able to get by the Lambo and it's kind of been backed up a little bit now. So this is quite spicy here, all the way from about P10 to about P15 at the minute as well. So nice that the groups have kind of gone more out into about 6 or 7 groups of cars now, and this is good for us because it's going to mean there's always going to be racing as well, which is nice. And going up there, look at the mix of cars: Aston, Lexus, Lambo, McLaren. That's unbelievable stuff there. Another Porsche and then a Ferrari as well. Like, that's sick. Seeing that, like, honestly, seeing the Lexus going toe to toe with these guys, I'm super impressed. Oh, I seen it. Yeah, I seen it. I wouldn't mind those kind of deliveries I made. It wasn't me. Oh, slight touch from the Lambo and big damage. Oh no, the Ferrari, it looks like as well, kind of clipped the other wall, thinking the car was going to come back out. Oh God, he needs to turn it. They're waiting. Oh no. Wow. That is annoying. So on now with Sam Spankling in the SSRI team Lamborghini. And he is running P8 at the minute there. Schuller behind, but closer to him ahead is Korbunov. And Sam, quite an experienced driver as well. 170 people watching, only 2 likes. It's a free weight sport. Exactly, I 100% agree with you, Alex. Right, I tell you what, this is what we'll do. Once we get to 10 likes, whoever does the 10th like, messaging straight away for a car you want to do on board with, and we'll get it done. We'll do it every 10 likes. So guys, start smashing the like button out of it. Like, with 75 people in, I'm expecting at least 73. We'll give 2 people a bit of time off if they're away from keyboard. How about that, Chris? Need to get that up there as well. The more support you do for this, the more eyes then that gets on the stream, which is potentially more donations, and even more people that maybe want to get into sim racing. Like, I know it's not a professional sim race in terms of the drivers. It's kind of, I would call some of them semi-pros and some casual, but people watching this that haven't sim raced before, you might encourage them to maybe give it a go. I'll inspire people watching it, especially kids that watch this kind of stuff as well, get massively inspired by the talents of people who may be more experienced as well. So make sure to support the stream, like it, share it, subscribe to the channel, get more eyes on it, and make sure then we push the Christie charity as much as we can and raise as much as possible ideally in 24 hours, it would be phenomenal to hit a 4 or 5k mark. It'd be absolutely next level. Liked it with both accounts. It's on 24 here now. Okay, we're getting the likes up, which is nice to see. That's exactly up to 28. Like, oh, I tell you what, guys, if you want to just tell me the car a bit early, what car would you like to see a full on board lap? But we'll keep our promise and we'll go do a full on board lap. I won't say a thing. Chris won't say a thing. We'll just enjoy the onboard sound of whatever vehicle you'd like. Netherlands. Well, true. Well, sometimes they'll hear you. True. And it's nice from Sim Race Netherlands. I've shared a link on a sim racing page with over 100,000 members. Thank you so much for that. The more support, the better. And of course, it's for a charity as well as the drivers. And Corbin off there under a bit of pressure with Spenkler behind, but of course trying to put the pressure on Tuja ahead as well. So he's kind of in a rock and a hard place. At least he's getting the toe as well to keep Spenkling from really catching up on his tail. So let's see how that goes. Oliver Anderson says the 101 he wants an onboard lap, but we'll see what other votes come in. 28 likes now. Let's get it up to 50, guys. Let's get it up to 50. Surely they can do that. They have to. I'll change my name to Shirley. Hugo Hoffmans or Michael Koch. Want to see? Okay. Do you have any preferences, Chris, as well? We'll get your vote in there. A lap for each. Okay. So let's do a full on board with Tycho Hoffman and then a full on board with Michael Koch. If you want to wait until we can judge when they're crossing the line. It'll probably be the best thing. I'm gonna go from there. Okay. No problem at all. 118. Where's Mr. There's my cock of 20 tours. So we can maybe start with 20 tours because he'd be probably at the line sooner, and then jump on then back to 118. That'll probably be the best thing to do. We'll keep an eye as he's going around the skyline here at the minute. Beautiful stuff out of him. And then the Forest Elbow is going to be very crucial here. Cannot scrub speed down, and beautifully done. A little bit wider maybe than he'd like, but that BMW is actually also super fast in a straight line, and he's sitting nice and handy there in P23, doing a very good job. And the 101 car up into P20 as well, so they've made a few moves as well throughout this race, which is great to see. John Bart, hello from Astra Racing Team number 18 and 118. We're going to be on with 118 now in a few moments time. We're going to do a full lap with Cockforce here in car 113. We'll be doing a full lap then with car 118, so you get to see your team out there as well. So I'm going to shut up now and enjoy the sounds. that is fantastic stuff. And we jump on then to Hoffman now in the 118 car for our next hot lap there. And we're over 2,100 now in this tune. That's bringing Chris Longman, £250. Chris, you absolute legend. Fair play to you. That's absolutely great stuff there. And Ivo Zorik there. Let's go car 55. Tell you. Flashing from Ferrari there, but he's doing a good job. Ferrari's gone, boy. What car are we going to do next, 55, or which one are we doing? 55, here we go. stuff there. And looking there as well, so Netherlands Online Racing was saying, actually, I think it was the car 118 was their youngest driver, Tygo, out there racing. So good to see the young guys getting involved and getting their chance in the teams as well. And yeah, those were some good laps, to be honest with you. I was just sitting there eating an orange, enjoying my life, I'm not going to lie. Very talented drivers there, in fairness to them, and it shows no matter where you are in the grid, the talent is there. On now is Jean-Sebastian Castaneda in that Porsche. Porsche team Shoe Me Skins. Right there, the Porsche is actually quite a good car around this track here, although for me I think the McLaren used to be the best around here. I'm not sure if that's still the case with the bot. I'm sure people in the comments might be able to tell me any different, but the McLaren used to be pretty much OP around here. Porsche ready in the front. Oh, you don't want to be doing that too often. That's exactly what I mean when you're trying to drive at about 95% through there. You don't want to be doing them kind of wall caps like that too often. You're going to build up 3, 6, 9, 12. It just builds and builds and builds. From experience, I'm saying that I've hit the wall several times. And yeah, it can definitely go a race then long term, especially if it's an endurance. You don't want to be continually doing that. The Porsche had a much better line through there and a better exit. Is it going to be enough now to make the move happen? Looking like it's going to be. But once he gets out of the strip stream, will the Ferrari then be able to keep the power ahead? It looks like he is enough beside him to warrant space. Finally touch. Got him through the Ferrari at the inside line. This time though, I think he doesn't outbrake himself like he did about 25 minutes ago, where he went off for Mr. Thomas to get through. Good driving from these. It's nice and clean as well. Obviously, a tiny touch you're going to expect out on the straight. You don't mind a little bit of kissing now and then. Everybody loves a good kiss. But, yeah, once it's not heavy contact, it's fine. Rubbing is racing, isn't that what they say? Oh, that's quite true. It is also a good kiss. That depends on the terminology of where you use it, though. But, that's definitely not a conversation for the stream, though. But yeah, doing good stuff here. Looking through the field, it's still very close with a lot of cars there. Even looking there down the 113, Cock is like half a second off Mogul. There's half seconds there, Hanka and Yogan. We're on the 0.3 gap at the minute. Looks like the leader's down to nearly a second as well. So everywhere you go, it's close racing. BMW versus BMW. I feel this could go on for probably about 10 laps until someone makes a small error. It's the minute differences with them cars or setup maybe that might make it happen. Good to see. We're on 33 likes now. We're nearly getting there, and I think they done that because I'm Irish, because everyone's like just saying 33. Stuff out of everybody. Yeah, the BMWs, it's going to be an error from a driver somewhere. I think that's going to make the difference on a pass here, because they're fairly on pace with each other, even on the lap times, looking at the lap times. And this is kind of the phase of the race where some tyres will feel dead, while tyres might come back to a few people. I always found with this updates, tyres used to die at about kind of 35 minutes in and come back at about like 40 minutes in. There's like a 5-minute window where you're kind of losing a bit of grip, but it does come for a second phase. So it'll be interesting to see. Netherlands Online Racing, Michael Cock, one of our top drivers, always drives the BMW. I don't know, it's a car, I've raced it a few times, it's just a car I'm not enthusiastic about. I just find it very boring. I like a car to try and murder me a little bit. Although my favourite car is the McLaren for racing now, because it's just, I've got good setups now and it's quite stable. But knowing the right hands to the BMW is absolutely epic, and it can chew those curves as well and not really get affected with it. I'll tell you one thing, Cock is using every part of the track. Unfortunately, that's what happens on the exit. But I was saying at the start of the race, you don't want to run too wide because you do lose a bit of time there. And now he's after losing a tenth or two there. And that's going to follow him the whole way down. But you'll see him get on the brakes in around the 50-metre board. Hard onto the brakes. One's a bit, probably a bit wide than he'd like there to get back onto power earlier. But he's done a good enough job. And then I'm expecting the brakes kind of, as he straightens up the wheel, perfectly done. Much better line there, and this is an opportunity, although, yeah, no, you're going to have to back out of that one. I thought he might have carried maybe slightly more speed there, but that's the difference of if you get a corner wrong, you can lose literally up to half a second. Oh really, there might be that in place. Okay, I would have just let them race if it's possible to get through, especially with a forced error like that. Yeah, if there's any steward that is watching, come into us there and tell us your rules on the mountain for overtaking. I'd be interested, sorry, to hear what they say on that one. And Netherlands on the racing, you love the BMW or hate it. I kind of agree with that. Like, it's a good car. When I say it's boring, like, it's a good car, but it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't excite me when I'm driving it. Maybe it's just me personally saying that. I'm sure it might excite others, but it's not an exciting car. The engine noise is very drony. Although I have to say the BMW in iRacing is a lot better of a car to drive, as well as the Ferrari sounds a lot better as well. But then again, the Mercedes I find quite understeery. Some people are absolutely mega in it. I'll tell you one thing there, that Mercedes got swallowed up. I know he's a back marker in this bit of a race, but that would have been absolutely daunting seeing that. And there we go. Cox finally got by, and to be fair about it, he's put that Beamer under who's the pressure there? It looks like, is that Gallus, is it? That's behind, side by side. The BMW should have the legs, so Gallus might just have to bide the time. Here as the BMW gets just enough in head there. Yeah, that's perfectly done. But great drive from Cock. He forced the error, and like, it took a few laps there for that to really push through. I said about 10 minutes. He's done it definitely in less than 10 minutes. But very, very, very good driving there, and very fair driving from everybody. That's what we like to see. I reckon, do we jump on board with the 101 to make Oliver happy for a minute, maybe? Well, he's only happy when he's given out. We're back on now with Aaron Van Drunen and the untalented CBS or racing. I like that they adapted the untalented part into it. Through there. Unfortunately, it's another BMW, guys. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Do you like that engine noise or the engine note of that, Chris? Yeah. Ah, fair. Chris said he loves it. It's the nicest engine sound he's ever heard in his life. No, you can take it or leave it. That was his exact words. Take it or leave it. What's your favourite engine note in this then? Oh yeah, the Maserati sounds awesome. Netherlands BMW rules. I don't know. The V12 Aston though on this sounds absolutely mega. And the Porsche, if you're inside in the Porsche and you hear the gearing as well with a kind of open the high rev range of the 6th gear, it sounds awesome. Bentley does sound great as well. Netherlands racing, you're absolutely right. Because of the livery that's made it fast. Oh, the Judy's line delivery, did you? So I'm doing a great job. That's lovely stuff. He's able to carry 2nd gear through there, that's nice. I tell you, can we jump on board with Carnum 87 and P15? Because the Ford sounds absolutely mega. It sounds like a NASCAR. No problem. Just loving the input there. He's actually very smooth with his inputs through Skyline there, and very direct. There's not much kind of overcorrection happening as well, which is nice. So he's obviously feeling very, very good in the balance. And there's Oliver Anderson on stream, looking as beautiful as ever. The very concentrated face, looking at the beamer going around, thinking, I can do that. Imagine I could be he's probably thinking right now, if only Chris bought me that pizza, I'd be sitting here with pizza now. Loving pizza. Massive drive from Sam, 8 places, restored first, that's amazing. Sam, yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Doing brilliant. Yeah, 8 places is absolutely phenomenal. It's all about, I think that's probably, I'm not a fast sim driver, but that was for me. The race starts, kind of the first phase, I was always able to make the places, then I'd crash. But, yeah, Oliver, give me a big wave there. Give a big wave, double-handed wave for Chris in a girly fashion. That's exactly what we need. But yeah, guys, don't be afraid to support all the SSRI socials in the bottom left there. Join the Discord if you're looking to ever get involved with racing, stewarding, broadcasting, commentary, getting involved with helping the community out. I'm sure Chris and the team will be more than happy to take you in with open arms. Oliver's just ignoring that we want a big double-handed wave. But look, while he's waiting on the pizza, the more he waves, there's more possibility of him getting pizza, I think, at this stage. And do we have many drivers cams today, or is it only Oliver? Nice. Oh, nice, yeah. That'd be awesome. That'd be class. And Jerry the Racer, I need to get back into ACC. It's been a minute. Get into it. The quicker you get into it, the better. And I hear SSRI will welcome you in for doing a bit of racing. I wanted to get on with the number 87 Ford, just to let them hear the noise of the NASCAR engine. There you go. This is so aggressive. And by far the fastest top end. Wait to see the top speed he gets up to on Conrad. He'll be close into like probably touching 290. They're just mega fast. So what other teams do you have the camera on for, or do you know the number of the cars? Okay. Michael Thomas offered his one. Oh, I might just nice. I'm sure we can do it on board with them later on with their camera on as well. It'd be cool. You've done a better job than me. I won't even try to pronounce that one. But yeah. So this is what I'm looking at. Conrad here, 273, 280. Yeah, 290, nearly 291 before going there. Like, that's mega speed. How quick then he catches up to the back of Hunter there is unbelievable. So we're expecting within the next 2 or 3 minutes start seeing cars jumping into the pits. Like now, if you're stuck behind a car like that, it might be worth doing an undercut, because everyone's going to be pitting within the next 8 minutes. So for some of these teams, it might be better to do the undercut before trying to go for the overtake here. I don't think it's going to, well, no, it's going to work, is it? No. I know that Ford though, I think the Ford will get him in terms of straight. No, he's not going for the drag. nice rubber banding going on there as well. Oh, look at the Aston up the inside there, forced the forward wide. That's absolutely beautiful stuff there. Wow. So that's Buzov doing a great job there. Fair play to Niels for Revolution Sim Racing. Very, very good. So we're going to talk about engine sound and talk about the Ford that doesn't sound like the in real life Ford. Ignore the Bentley. To be honest with you, the Ford does sound awesome. I don't care if it sounds like real life or not. It just sounds awesome. The Bentley does have a nice one. We'll jump on board with the Bentley in a few minutes. Also, I think if you throw on one of the V10s as well, there's a good argument for the Lamborghini as well, to be fair about it. Although actually we're missing one car. We don't have any Audis on the grid here this evening. Wow, so we actually are missing one brand. Wow, but you might as well say the Lambo's the Audi anyway, because they sound the same, to be fair. Although I have a case to say for the Jag, but it's only I noticed it when I was driving in Kyalami. You know, when you go onto the main straight and you can stick close to the wall and you can hear the echo of the engine as well, it sounds absolutely next level good. You need to try it. You'll understand what I mean when you hear it, when you have the volume up, because I use surround sound as well, so you hear all the echoes of the engine noise as well. It's awesome. The Jag does have its moment. I've heard the boat on Spa too, but it's not even close to the Ford in real life. Oh! Twan, yeah, is in 36th place there as well at the minute. Right, as Castaneda is in the pits there now, you can see him dropping down. What I'm interested to see is what drivers will double stint the first few hours, or will there be people just swapping straight out to another driver and maybe just doing an hour slots to stay fresh. I'll find that very interesting to see as well. So Castaneda comes out then at about P19th, it looks like. So quite a few positions down now, Spanking up into P7, Thomaston at P4. And the Honda is down in P3 now, so we've missed that. Not sure they pitted, so that would have been an error somewhere, or possibly just tyres, because the Honda does like to cook its tyres. So I'm just going to go through the penalties that are coming your way. You'll see them on screen in a second. So there's going to be a drive-through for car number 69 for causing a collision with car 99 on lap 1. There's going to be a 15-second time penalty for car 73 for causing a collision with car 990 on lap 4. There's going to be a 5-second time penalty for car 10, aggressive driving with car 88 on lap 7. 15-second time penalty for car 69, aggressive driving with 92 on lap 4. I'm assuming there might have been collision with it. This is just the quick notes. 10-second time penalty for car 889, causing a collision with car 204 on lap 6. There's a stop and go 10-second penalty for car 95, aggressive driving with car 8 on lap 6. 15-second time penalty for car 20, causing a collision with car 204 on lap 11. 10-second time penalty for car 78, and that is for causing a collision with car 415 on lap 16. And there's an NFA for both car 415 and 406 for both of their incidents there as well. So car number 69 is after getting, what is it altogether, a drive-through and 15 seconds worth. That's quite tough for them to swallow. They're the only ones that have double penalties in this first phase, as we're on there with Vollenbrett there now in P36. Thank God he's tidied his room beforehand. I would have given out to him to go and tidy his room before playing games. Fair play to Tron there as well, doing a good job there in that BMW. Of course, it seems to be a BMW fest here today with 9 BMWs on the track. and it's great to see that we still have all drivers racing. And yeah, don't forget the Sport Stone rig, and of course Simicube if you're looking for getting a sim racing experience or looking to purchase sim gear, and they have what you need as well. Of course, on the stream as well, if you're not able to find the link for actually doing donations, there is that QR code there. Just scan that up and donate what you can then to the Christie charity. Every single penny will be gone to good use there as well, so definitely worth it. Oh, as I don't know why he took evasive action there. It didn't look like he got it too wrong. Obviously he felt it maybe in the car that it got loose and wanted to prevent that from happening, so fair play to him. Yeah, and to be fair, Chris just reminded me again, he is actually one of the solo drivers. He's going to be doing this for 4 hours straight. I'm waiting to see where's the bucket and the tube. Anyone will understand what I mean by that, but fair play to him. That's going to be unbelievable. I'm hyped for 5 o'clock Dutch time. We'll get in car number 113. Okay, Jerry, we'll keep an eye on that then as we get to that stage. Which is good to see. I'm loving seeing family coming in and supporting their brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, cousins when they're racing, and even friends coming in. I absolutely love that. It's absolutely brilliant. That's exactly what sim racing is all about. While a lot of people that don't understand it, it is actually a sport because people put in hours and hours and hours of training, sweating, and when you're actually in the rig and you're racing and you're in a really hard battle, you come out literally dripping, absolutely dripping in sweat, because it's literally like real life there. So that is brilliant, and I'll be with you for another hour or so as well. There'll probably be an hour of possibly no commentary, and then Patrick will be in to replace me then all the way up till 5:30. Just see is our aware at the minute. So if anyone does want to jump in and test their hands at doing commentary, there is a few slots available there, and even from 6 till about 8 o'clock as well. It might be a gap. I'll be back on at 8 o'clock then for a bit, and Andy King's going to be jumping in after me as well. So definitely, guys, get involved, jump in, say hello, or even try and jump in and do a bit of commentary as well. Or if anyone wants to join us now in commentary and have a chat, let me know and we can get you in. There's an interview waiting room there. Jump into that. We can drag you in and we can have a chat as well. Don't be shy. We encourage anyone getting in, talking about racing, sim racing, and the actual race, of course, that's going on. And I am partial to a Chris sandwich conversation as well, and finding out your favourite Chris sandwiches as well. So, and of course, I'm not going to forget, in 35 minutes, Mr. Chris is going to be getting on the stream and singing a song, because he got a donation of over £50 for him to sing on stream. I haven't forgot, Chris. So yeah, get prepared for that as well. It's going to be beautiful. I heard he's the voice of an angel and probably going to be in the X Factor next year. A Hell's Angel. Brilliant. But yeah, I do encourage people who fancy giving commentary a go to join in, truly, because it's good fun and it's quite easy because Chris is doing all the hard work and looking for the gaps. You can just sit back and chat, so it's great. So I encourage anyone who's looking to dabble their toes into it to come in, and we'd be more than grateful, of course, because the more commentary there is through the stream, the more banter you can have with the amazing viewers there. We have 68 viewers in at the minute. Let me check the likes here. We're up to 37 likes. Get up to 40 likes and we'll do another onboard. So another 3 more likes for the stream, and we'll pick an onboard as well. That's amazing. Ooh, that was a big one. Yeah. Oh, what you can do while you're doing that, because you can do that in the background, if you then, we can go run through some of that video from the Christie charity. Okay. So, can you add the video into this stream and have it down like in a block in one of the corners, and then add, like, pull the audio from the game and put the audio from the video in now? Because you can just normally add them to scene for you to maybe help you. Because I'm not going to tell people what we're talking about yet, because I think that's a really nice little surprise. So I will say this, there's going to be 2 lovely videos coming in, but we haven't had time, because they're even a surprise to Chris. We haven't had time to add it into the stream itself. So it's going to have to be done live on stream, added in. So he's just going to get it done now. So guys, you're going to see a little bit of magic tomfoolery. Yeah, I was saying it in a nicer way than what you were saying. Some magic happening behind the scenes. Look at how you set up a scene, as there is 2 videos which we'd like to share, and as they come in,
hey, I'm Josh
we'll
Rogers,
explain more.
Professional sim racer for Coenda Esports. First of all, I just want to say hello, well done
Right,
to
he's doing it lay down, so this
everyone
is
competing
one of the
in the
videos
Laps
I'm
for
going
Life
to show up if the audio's
race
in.
this evening. Everyone supporting the Christie charity. It's a fantastic cause going towards great things, and you know, with all of your help and your commitment, we can really make a difference in this world. So thank you to everyone supporting it. I myself have donated. Hey, I'm Josh Rogers, professional sim racer for Coenda Esports. First of all, I just want to say hello, well done to everyone competing in the Laps for Life race this evening. Everyone supporting the Christie charity. It's a fantastic cause going towards great things, and you know, with all of your help and your commitment, we can really make a difference in this world. So thank you to everyone supporting it. I myself have donated a pair of my boots, which you can see on the auction website. Yeah, all proceeds go to charity. It's a really cool pair. I signed them myself. They are new, so they're not smelly. But yeah, whether you're donating through yeah, general causes, or through purchasing any of the items that have been offered up for the auction, yeah, it's greatly appreciated, and it's a real privilege to be able to be part of this, and to be able to support where I can. So yeah, enjoy the racing tonight, enjoy the broadcast, and support where you can. I'm tuning in. See you later.
That is brilliant. And that was, of course, Joshua Rogers, who has donated the Puma Speedcat Pros signed by himself. They are currently on the Simsport, or simsport-racing.com, Simsport auctions, and they're actually only at €110 at the minute as well for the bid. That's unbelievable. So that's quite a cheap bit of racing memorabilia. Of course, he is a Porsche Works driver as well. There's 9 hours and 28 minutes left on that auction there. So I definitely would get you to get on there and get a few more bids on that one. And to be fair about it as well, 100% of the funds do go to the Christie charity as well. So at the minute they're at €110, which is very, very cheap. I'm sure the shoes alone will cost probably double that. So let's get a few more bids on them as well. And I know we have another video going to be set up later on. Whenever you feel like doing that, we can do as well. But we'll keep that one a little secret for a bit longer as well.
Hey, I'm Josh
and just to
Rogers,
give you an update, Chris is having a moment. Yeah, just to go through, so the auction's there. So the 45-minute session and full demotion sim box. So the first one, €35 is the top bid, so that's a super cheap amount of money for probably the best experience you get for 45 minutes in Sims. The second version of it, so the second session, should I say, is only at €31 at the minute, and the third session is at 31 also. The session with Michael Thomas for the 2 hours of coaching is at €75 at the minute. which is still quite cheap for what you're getting with that. Trust me, it's going to gain you at least a second or more within that space of time when you learn the braking, the gearing, how much of the track you're using, and so much more. The gloves there as well from the Indy Dacia Daytona 24-hour wind sign gloves is only at €50. That's so cheap. I might fancy a bit of that as well. And there's 9 hours and 26 minutes left on this one as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And Indy Dacia during his latest GTD class victory in the 2024 Daytona 24 hours. And the gloves aren't just a testament to endurance and skill, but also a unique collector's item as well. So basically, anyone who does collect racing memorabilia, this is something you should be all about as well. And especially such an iconic race like the Daytona 24 hours in the GTDs is unbelievable. Okay. So Chris is in my ear. We actually have a video.
Hi endurance fans, good luck with today's Laps for Life 24-hour endurance organized by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your chance to own a unique piece of racing history. Go to the charity auction supporting the Christie charity on Simsport Racing. Hi endurance fans, good luck with today's Laps for Life 24-hour endurance organized by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your chance to own a unique piece of racing history. Go to the charity auction supporting the Christie charity on simsportracing.com and click on the auction button. So good luck guys!
Absolutely brilliant, and genuinely, like, the drivers went above and beyond, giving up some really good memories from them and merch signed by them, and then taking their time as well to send the video across this morning. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's such a nice thing. That's what I love about endurance racing, because they do love the sim racing as well, the endurance drivers, and all racing drivers do love it. Look at Max Verstappen as well, so it's great to see that they're giving that support and giving the love and pushing SSRI for what they're doing, which is fantastic. And of course, it's benefiting the charity. So all you drivers out there, you have the respect of real race winning drivers as well, which is awesome. Donji is a great driver. Our Dutch friend says Netherlands online racing. Rory, do you see what Rory put in? Oliver Anderson's Bathwater is up for auction. But yeah, I'll go back because there actually is one or two more things as well. So there's a simulator controller 6-month subscription. I don't know what that is. What is a simulation controller? So there's two of those there, 2 subscriptions, 6 months each, only at €10 at the minute. I'm going to go in and actually have a look to see what that is, because I've never heard of that before. And it's awesome that it's in there as well. Baz, is it? Baz, Mr. Velman, let's get into this stream now and explain that. So I'm reading it there. So simulator controller is a professional suite of tools for sim race, which provides everything from setup development, strategy simulation, practice management, race planning, up to full control of solo and team races for virtually fully interactive team members will guide you through your races and keep you okay. So it's basically, I would say, something like Track Titan, where it helps you develop as a driver and gives you kind of a few extra aids. Oh, as Van der Linde needing an aid there as he went on the marbles and went into the wall a little bit, but kept it going. What, that Irish voice is straight off the radio. Aces, I have a face for radio, so it's grand. But yeah, it sounds like actually quite an interesting thing as well. Only for 10 quid for 6-month subscription is quite cheap. Guys, there's loads to be voting on, and there's still 9 hours and 22 minutes left on all of these auctions. Let's see loads more bids coming in, because everything is actually way underpriced in my opinion. That's up there at the minute, so bargains to be had. as we're on with Van der Linden there. So we're up to £2,177.16p. I was going to say cent, I'm so used to saying euros. Yeah, that's really good stuff, of course. I'm sure if Garrett was here as well, he would have loved the videos of the race driver as well. Obviously being a big fan, as you were saying, Chris, going to all the Le Mans races and massive motorsport fan. So I absolutely love the fact that everybody's getting involved with that, and Garrett's family in doing a lovely thing. And Mr. Van Mellis, can you explain what exactly Sim Controller is? I assume that's something similar to Track Titan, but you'll explain better.
Will I explain it better? That's a difficult one, Colm, because I haven't worked with it myself, unfortunately, but it's something developed by one of the community members, Oliver Dewey. And he's designed a tool that helps teams also do predictions on races. So you can, when you're in endurance, it can calculate scenarios with AI to advise you when to take a pit stop, and it also has an AI driver coach in there. So it's quite a nifty bit of software that he created there.
Okay, very, very good. I love that AI is part of it as well, because it will keep evolving.
Yeah, it will keep evolving. I believe that he launched his latest update a bit earlier today. So he just keeps on working on it, and that's amazing.
And do you know how much the normal subscription is? Because it seems for me €10 is extremely cheap for a 6-month subscription of a tool like that.
Yeah, I believe it's normally €10 a month, and then from there you can also do a free one, I believe, but the free one doesn't have all the fancy AI stuff. So Oliver's been a wizard on making that piece of software. So it's a nice auction to bid on if you're serious about endurance racing in ACC.
100%. And does it work on any other sims yet, or is it solely like ACC for now?
I believe it's ACC for now. So yeah, that's if that's your main sim, it's definitely worth it. And let's be honest, for a tenner column, what can you buy nowadays? Maybe a menu at McDonald's is more expensive. So it's a cheap buy, and you're supporting an amazing charity.
Oh, 100%. And can I get you involved? So Chris has to sing us a song because we had a donation of 50. If we get another £50 donation, will you sing a song? That's the thing.
Will I sing a song?
On stream.
Colm, you don't want to hear my voice. What I'll do is I'll donate the 50 myself, so I don't have to sing the song. Is that also fine?
That's absolutely perfect. Thank you very much. We'll go with that. I mean, he got away with that one. You can't argue that.
Hey, there you go. That's how you do it, Chris. Well, Colm, it's an interesting one, Colm, obviously, that we're doing this race. It's all started a year ago when unfortunately a colleague of Chris passed away, and his colleague Garrett, he's been raising money for the Christie charity for God knows how long, I believe years before that. And to continue in Garrett legacies, we decided to do the 24-hour in his name, yeah, we've been working up to this. We've been looking for auction items. We've been obviously trying to manage all the teams. We were hoping a full grid today. Looking at the grid, I think we've done quite a decent job. So yeah, we're happy with that turning up, and we're hoping to raise a nice sum of money. You obviously already told about the auctions that we've got going on, I believe.
Yeah.
Myself, I'm putting up some hours in my sim, well, 45-minute sessions, 3 of them. So that's a nice one. Michael Thomas kindly provided the coaching session. Indy Donche, he actually donated a pair of signed gloves that he wore during his latest 24-hour of Daytona win. I've known Indy through selling him a steering wheel for the sim, and yeah, he's been so kind to offer us a pair of gloves to auction off. So I'm hoping that either I win them for 50 quid, because then I've got a smacking deal, or somebody else start bidding on them. Yeah, no, it would be a great deal, that. And obviously not to forget Joshua Rogers, who's put up a pair of brand new signed Puma Pro Cat boots. I believe they retail at €450 or something like that. And these are the same boots as the Formula 1 drivers are using. So Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, all the famous ones that are wearing the Puma boots. I believe in the past Red Bull did as well. Those are the exact same boots as the Formula One drivers wear. I've seen them in the flesh, and they're absolutely cracking. Only downside for me is that I would have to cut off my toes because I'm a size 43. So I'm looking at either cutting them down or maybe just like tying them up for longer periods so I can try and see if I can fit a size 41. But yeah, on that item as well, I'm also the highest bidder, and I hope that I don't win it because then I have to do one of those things. So let's hope that somebody else will also start bidding.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's basically what we're doing, and with the team of admins, we're quite a small group. We've been putting in the hours working towards this, obviously with our ups and downs, because it's a difficult one. And I've also I see the Mode 11 car now on screen. We've also been practicing a lot to get a decent result. We're a bit unlucky at the start of the race with an early pit stop and having a drive-through because of the car not coming down to first, but that's all in the game, and hey, the race is 24 hours, so we can still hopefully battle back a bit.
100%. A 24-hour race, it's not over until the fat lady sings. But speaking of singing, Chris is another 17 minutes away from singing on stream. What song do you reckon should he be singing?
I think he's a big Celine Dion fan, so My Heart Would Go On would be a nice one. Alternatively, at least one with like the Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. I bet all Chris wants for Christmas this year is not having to sing on stream. So we'll hope. I'm hoping for him that the charity amount will not go in that quickly. But I'll put in my word. I'm just accepting the cookies now on the donation site, and I'll put in the €50 bid.
You're an absolute legend. But you got away with singing though.
Yeah, so that's a good one. And I'll mark it for not singing a song.
I think I'll do that with anyone that comes into the stream. So you want to sing?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, really. But I'm afraid that you won't have many people joining the stream, mate. If that's the case.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Let's
we
keep
do
that on
encourage
mind.
it. And come here, because you're one of the head boys there with Chris. So for anyone who's looking to get involved in kind of doing anything involved with the community, like obviously you're more than happy to take them in and you fully train them. Like what kind of like staff would you be looking for? What kind of is the biggest things that you're looking for at the minute to assist with SSRI growing in the future as well?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because being an admin is doing a little bit of everything. So it's a little bit of event organizing, it's a bit of social media, it's making livery packs, it's server control, things like that. And basically those are the things we can learn people. If you don't have any experience with it, let's be honest, when I started out a few years ago, I know how to turn on my computer, and now I can run a server solely. So it's definitely a thing we can train people in. What will you get out of it? You'll obviously get a nice ACC company car. You can choose GT3, GT4. You can even use a Cup if you want. And next to that, obviously, a lot of thankfulness from the community. Not during all times, because people sometimes can be a bit critical. But hey, that's how it is. But yeah, that's basically what we do. And we're quite a small bunch of Titan people who all want to try and do our best. So we're more than happy to welcome people that are motivated. And you can better have a motivated person that knows nothing at all than having a person that's not motivated at all and knows it all. So we're up for the challenge.
Absolutely. And I've one more thing to ask you as well. So there is a perk as well of becoming a staff member in SSRI, of course, to get the membership sorted out. Do you want to explain what how the membership works with SSRI and what it actually goes to?
Yeah, well, we have a premium membership, and it costs normal members €25 a year, if I'm correct. I have to check the site for that really quickly. But that premium memberships gives you the right to use custom liveries on the sims we can control it in. Sorry, it's €20 a year. It's even cheaper. God, we're cheap. So it also gives you access to the private channels that we have on our Discord for members only. It gives you a designated race number, and you'll get early sign up for our events. Next to that, it also gives you a 10% discount on DMA liveries. The DMA liveries you can see within the race. In example, the CBSR one, the Mode 11 one, and I believe quite a few of them are made by DMA. It also says 10% discount on merchandise, but we're still looking for somebody to produce the merchandise, so that's a thing that will be in the future. And you'll obviously also get a bit of live stream focus. Not that will put you over someone else, but it will give you a bit more focus. Obviously to promote the premium membership. And if you have the premium membership and you're in a team, and you have, let's say, 5 or 6 others that are also in your team, because a team is maximum 6 where we were in ACC. Those team members can also run the custom liveries. So basically, it's €20 for one person, and then that person can select 5 people to run the same livery as the team. So he'll be able to do that in the sprint championship as well. Yeah. And to add to that, is that the money that we get is not to pay ourselves or to go on a holiday to the Seychelles, but we use it to do the server control, so the server rental, maintain the website, have an example Discord boosts for a good Discord experience, and things like that. So that's what we use the money for. And if you want to become a premium member, head over to the site and click the premium member button to have a look.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. In fairness, you get an awful lot for that as well, and the fact that it's only €20 a year to help the community run is phenomenal. Because in fairness, I've run my own community for a lot of time, and the cost that goes into it, but it's the manner as well that all you guys are putting into this. And even for this race here, I'm sure there's probably at least 50 hours of background work at the least gone in for making this event possible today. Like, so to be fair about it, I think for 20 quid a year to support such a big community doing such big things like this, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I appreciate the words, Coleman, and I obviously agree with you. That
Well, you know the work that you put in.
Yeah, and on that note, I would also like to thank you being here today, doing these commentaries free of charge, and helping us out together with quite a few others. Chris and Tom obviously doing the live stream 24 hours. Overnight they'll have a sleep. You'll obviously also have a sleep, hopefully. But it's great that you're helping us out and putting out the word.
Not at all. But at the end of the day, it takes nothing to do this. It's actually Tom and Chris, I think, have the harder job of doing the broadcast, and it's easy. Honestly, anyone could do commentary. Get involved, guys, if you want to, because the guys do all the hard work. You get to just sit and talk. It's not hard, but the guys there, in fairness, keeping the action on, keeping the broadcast going, and making sure all the overlays come in correctly and all that. The lads do an awful lot on it, so I'll tip my hat to Tom and Chris, because them boys do it every year, week in, week out. Fair play, lads.
Definitely, and I couldn't agree more with you. It's a lot of work, and obviously with them doing this, they cannot race themselves. I do race a few stints, and obviously Chris's racing is a bit questionable, but
you done that for the drivers that you can't race.
So yeah, no, just kidding, Chris, of course. You guys can't hear Chris at home, but he's in my ear as well, so he was laughing at that remark. But I know when I first started off, I was on Barcelona, I believe, and it was in the follow through to the right after the sketchy, what is it? It's a sort of a chicane. I don't know the corner number, but I think it was my second race in ACC, and I spun the Lexus, and I ruined Chris's race. So that was the beginning of a great relationship there. And he says he never shouted once people at home, but I can confirm that's not the case. He was very mad at me, I believe.
That's why he learned to keep the mic off so they can't hear him.
Yeah, no, that's a smart one, that.
That's fair.
If you guys are okay, I'm gonna sign off for now because I have to do some practice laps as I'm taking over a stint, I believe at a bit past 5-ish. So I'm going to do some laps, and I have to get the donation in, so I have to get the credit card out of the wallet and get that sorted as well.
Absolutely no problem. Well, thank you for doing that as well. That's awesome. I didn't think you were going to do that, but fair
Yeah,
play.
of course, I will, and you'll see it popping up on the stream within the next few minutes.
You're an absolute legend, and thanks very much for giving all the info as well on everything as well regarding the community descriptions and of course the work that went into this and why it's being done. Because you definitely know a lot more about me, so thank you so much. It makes it easier to, at least everyone knows watching exactly what's going on.
No problem at all. I'll probably pop in later in the event, and good luck on commentary. And as you know, the pizza is on us, eh?
Not at all. It's going straight to the Christie charity.
Lovely. Thanks for that.
Thanks so much, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. But yeah, there you go. Baz with all the information, and I think he made it a lot clearer than me trying to muller that up together. And Chris is just a little bit too shy at the minute as he's getting his vocal cords warmed up, because in 8 minutes time he's on stream going to be singing. It sounds like it's going to be a Christmas song anyway, Chris. Rudolph. Would you not go with Santa Baby though? You gotta be like, Santa Baby. Make yourself sound like a 40s woman singing it. Grand. We're going to have Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in 6-7 minutes now, actually. Getting closer. Like, to be honest with you, this could be the start of a music career for you, so you could be thanking us by the end of it, Chris. Yeah. This stream has been monetized. I'm looking forward to it. It's always a bit of crack, and that's what it's all about. It's been able to enjoy the motor racing going on, and I'm sure they're enjoying watching the stream and listening to us just talk randomness. I'm with my imaginary friend Chris here today. And yeah, while it's on screen, donate using that QR code. Make sure to jump in. Donate what you can there. Stephanie Gordon, £50 in there, around £50. Chris Longden, 250. Hansworth, 70. And F Cancer, 25 in at the minute. That's brilliant. Up now to 43.5% of our target 5,000 for the stream, guys. So let's try and fill this by 12 p.m. tomorrow. Even exceed 5,000 would be phenomenal. But if we get close to it, we'd be so grateful. I'm sure the Christie charity would be so grateful, because every single penny counts and will be used for very good things. Sim Singing International, Chris Longden said. I think that could be the new name. Be a bit of crack. That's grand. It's only like 6 minutes to go. I'm not counting down every minute, Chris, to annoy you. Yeah. Oh wow, Baz is after literally just doing a donation there as well. He's after putting the message in, so it's done. That should pop up on the stream in a second. I don't know how often that updates. It could just take a minute to update. That's absolutely brilliant. Baz, thank you so much. There we go. Baz Van Melis, 50, so he doesn't have to sing. What a legend. That is absolutely brilliant. 2,218.78 now. So it's jumping up. Even if it's £1, £2, whatever you can afford, get it in. And looking at this here, so 5 seconds on with Depot at the minute isn't too bad. From, in fairness, 5 seconds could have been a lot worse. I'm looking forward to seeing the next round of penalties, because I see there's quite a discussion going on in the incident discussion channel there as well, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of all of that. And for people watching now, we are on 41 likes, so it is about time we get an onboard lap on before we hear the beautiful sound of Chris's voice after the beautiful sound of the car. So everybody spam it really quick. What car do you want to see? I'll give you exactly a minute, and whoever catches my eye, that's the car we'll go on. Hopefully it's not a BMW. We've done so many BMWs now. There's a few that haven't served their time penalty yet, which is very, very intriguing. In terms of stints, let me have a look there now. So there's a gap of 2.4 seconds between first and second at the minute. So Stray's doing a great job in the Bentley, is under a bit of pressure, but it's 2.4 seconds of pressure. And they're coming up after going by, should I say, the other Bentley that's in the race there. So Stray's doing a great job there. And this is the thing, the leader's going to change every hour. 113 is getting an awful lot of votes. Is it because it's a BMW that you're doing this to me? Is that what's happening? Although I see Liam Walsh 99, 113, 699. But 113's already gotten their goal, so we can't be jumping on the same car. So we can do that again later, I think. Number 99, Liam Walsh, because I know they're kind of further back. Or John Mead 99 now. I think that's the car, Chris. If you don't mind, we'll jump on with 99 for a lap. As they're going up the mountain, we'll jump on. Oh, it's a BMW. Oh no, it's not, it's a Ferrari. Enjoy. That's what we like to see. And I see Patrick Banksy is into the waiting room. I'm going to drag him in now in a second. Chris, thank you so much for your donation there as well. But unfortunately now we've hyped it up too much. You still have to sing. Oh, deadly. Fair play. I was just like, no, you're not getting no. I'll tell you what, I'm going to save you a minute or two. I'm going to bring in Patrick Banksy first, and then we'll get on to that, if that's alright. So let me see, put him in. Hello Patrick, how are you doing?
Hi mates, do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. You're in the Big Brother house. Please no swearing, we're live on TV, yeah?
No, of course not.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
I was just watching from the Netherlands Online Racing. Some guys was driving, so that was fun.
Nice one. And do you reckon you're going to win it? That's the thing, because it's a long race and a lot can happen.
Yeah, I don't know if I can cope it to watch it all to the end.
And yeah, for you, how are the drivers actually finding it out there with the conditions at the minute? It is optimal, and the temps aren't too high. Are they managing everything okay? Is it going to plan so far for you?
Yeah, it's looking good, I think. Michael Koch is one of ours. Twan Fulbrecht is one of ours. So all those guys are driving. So that's why we are watching a little. I'm streaming it on Facebook also. So
brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely good. And what's the crack with you using BMWs?
I don't know why, but Koch is always driving BMWs. So am I myself. But I think they have talked to each other and said, "Come, we're gonna drive all BMWs."
Yeah. There must have been a little word, although there's a few Ferraris there as well. And are you nervous about the night stints? How are the drivers preparing for that? Have they put in much work, or do you have someone in a different time zone racing as well for those stints?
Yeah, they prepare. We drive on the circuit. They had to drive on the 24 hours, so they training with us. And I know that the BMW is always doing fine on this track, so that's why I think they used it now.
Yeah, like it's a very stable car. It's very predictable, so it probably is a safe bet around. Of course, the mountain especially. That's kind of where you really need it to be nice and stable. So I understand why someone will do it. Hopefully they don't fall asleep though. I just hate the noise of it.
No, I will stay watching if I can, but I will drop in later, maybe another time, to talk a little bit about our drivers.
Absolutely. Are you sure you don't want to stay?
Eh?
Do you not want to stay and listen to Chris sing before you go though? Because Chris has to sing live. Right, so I tell you what, Patrick, if you want to stay here, we'll stay silent. Chris, if you want to get your voice into this stream and sing a bit of Rudolph for us, please. Do you want me to introduce you like Top of the Pops? Let me know. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll do it. Is your voice in the chat?
Right, guys and girls. Yes.
Okay, guys. Here we are live on the SSRI 24-hour Mount Panorama charity event, and I don't know how we've pulled it off, but live for everybody to hear, we've got Chris Hill singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Obviously, volume up and let's go. Here we are.
Out of tune as well because there's no music. In
Go
3,
for it.
2, 1. You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They will never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him, as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him, as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history.
Yeah.
I can hear the crowd. I can hear the crowd.
Chris.
Unbelievable.
Encore.
Sorry for being out of tune.
Yeah, well, it's happy you don't have a camera on you. It's more difficult then.
It was so beautiful, it brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah, me too. Unbelievable. I wet my pants a little.
Wow. Touched you that much.
That's not swearing, though.
No,
Okay.
No, it's good. Bravo, beautiful. They're all getting in. Chris, I think this is the start of your music career now.
Yeah, I think it started from now.
So I tell you what, the next donation after £60, Chris will do his encore.
Oh, wow. I take my tape recorder, will record it.
So Chris, if we get a donation of £60 or more, so I'll increase it every time to maybe save you from having to sing. But also it might encourage people to get more donations in.
Yeah, it was good to see also a Dutch guy, Arend. You see 10 euros from of our guys also donated, so it's going good.
Yeah, it's going phenomenally. €2,272 a pound and 94p is brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good cause, so. I told you
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the comments in YouTube. Everybody can still hear me, by the way. That is fantastic.
Don't quit your day job, yeah? Oh, that is brilliant. And Barracuda Game and already submitting Chris's jingle to a record label firm. Wow, there we go.
I'm going on silent. See you guys later.
I love it. Thanks so much for that, Chris. You're a legend.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
So, Patrick, how about if we get 2 donations, £60, you and Chris do a duet? How about that?
Ooh.
You might as well. Yeah.
I have to press them then, because I have euros.
So if someone gets a £60 donation in, we'll have Patrick and Chris do a duo or duet.
Okay. But I don't know that song, so it's terrible.
Well, we choose a different song, so something that you don't know.
I'll find the lyrics, no problem, somewhere on the internet.
I tell you what, there's a song that both of you will know. Dancing Queen by ABBA. You can't say you don't know that.
Oh my God, yeah, I know it, of course I know that.
There you go. So,
but I got someone here in the house who hate that number.
Look, it's for charity. They love it.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
So look, guys, the next £60 plus donation will get a duet with Chris and Patrick. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you, lads.
Yeah, you kill me now.
Well, no,
I think I need now some coffee, though. I take a little break and come back within a few minutes later because I have to do something. But
you're a gentleman.
Stay tuned. I will drop in again.
Well, I'll message you once we get that donation anyway, don't you worry.
Oh my God. I get in my car now and drive a long way from here.
Exactly, that's it, yeah.
Oh yeah, shit. I have the app on my mobile also.
Yeah, there we go. And thank you so much for that, Patrick.
Yeah, no problems. I love what you're doing. So that's because my wife also had 2 times cancer, so I know the problems.
Brilliant. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And she's through it now and she's doing good, yeah?
Yeah, she's okay now. She had 2 surgeries, so she's going good now. She's working again a little, so it's going better.
That's absolutely brilliant. And that's exactly it. Like,
yeah.
It's a very tough thing, but I think it touches everybody nowadays. I don't think there's any person where it doesn't touch at some stage.
No. Yeah, that's true.
So no, well look, give your wife our love in a positive way as well, and thanks for coming in and supporting as well, Patrick. And we'll keep encouraging your teams as well. Don't you worry.
Okay. Yeah, we stay in touch. No problem.
Brilliant. You're an absolute gentleman.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Talk to you. Bye.
Bye.
That was absolutely brilliant having Patrick in here as well. Fair play to him. And yeah, as I said, a £60 or more donation will get a duet with Patrick and with Chris singing Dancing Queen. I'm sorry, Chris. But back to the race. Let's have a quick kind of update there. So Strage in the Bentley 88 is still leading, but the lead's gone up now to 5.5 seconds from Chamberlain in P2 in the Honda. Michael Thomas up to P3 and only 1.4 seconds off him. Then it's essentially 12.5 seconds to Depper, but because he's the 5-second penalty, you could actually put him behind Hackler really, because once that's served. So Hackler at the moment in P5, Aravala in P6 in the McLaren also, Cox is in P7, then we have Korbanov in P8. Can we jump on with P9 number 70? This guy that's in the car now is a close friend of mine, Chico Leanfar. He is an absolute legend. He's only gone back into ACC racing about maybe a month ago because he's been sweating iRacing for close to a year and doing phenomenally. He actually used to race for my esports team when our league was going before I ended it, and I just want to give Chico a massive shout out. He's an absolute gent, an absolute wizard behind the wheel as well, so I'm expecting some solid lap times out of him, and I know he loves this track, so I'm wishing these guys all the best. I'm going to be a bit biased, as I've mentioned even yesterday towards it, but it's because I know a lot of the team of this one. But great to see Chico out there and back into ACC as well, doing his thing. But they're doing a solid job there. Then Williams behind Chico, and then it's only about half a second to Casanera, but of course they have a 10-second penalty as well. So that's going to be quite tough on them. But then again, it is a 24-hour race, so over the grand scheme of things, it's not too bad. Then we have Mecking, Steinhauser, and then Gallas and Moses running out to top 15. So at this stage of the race, this is all about now just being consistent. This is the stage of the race where you're not trying to overly race hard, unless obviously you come very close to get the opportunity. Now it's all about trying to manage tyres, extend the stint, keep an optimum pace for most of the stint for that 68 minutes and not using too much life of the tyres, and then maybe having a big drop off. If you're able to kind of wean it out and be consistent, it's probably the best thing to do here for all of these guys. And of course, the main thing, keep it away from the walls. But yeah, I'm just super excited to see that. Oh, nice, you've got the Dancing Queen lyrics in there. Chris is up for this, I'm telling you that much. He's starting to get into it now. The fame's got to him. Oh, 100%. Well, it's going to be needed, hopefully. Oh, that is brilliant. So Chris now has started to feel the love from everybody and is really excited for the next song. So try and get a £60+ donation in. And even if a few people want to put their fivers or tenors together for the donation, please do that as well. Oh, big impact there for that's Rosalie there. Ouch. And fair play to the cars. It's going to be super busy there. He's just going to have to be patient. Like, he's far enough back. If I was him, I'd reset back to the pits and go back out, because it's not really going to affect him too much in this one. Although we'll throw him a lap behind. Yeah, he won't have much of a gap here. He needs to be super on it, because the cars are still going to be coming down at about 90 kilometers an hour or more. He's not going to have a gap until after car number 113, realistically, to get out safely. So Mead is flying in P15 there, 3 seconds he's after pulling as well in 2 laps. We'll get on with Mead in a minute. Morso's making sure this is his opportunity. Fair play, heavy damage on the front of that Lamborghini. Oh Jesus. He'll have another gap now in a second as well. See, there's probably a bit of steering damage possibly there as well with that one, because you could see he was struggling to get the rotation in it. And he's back going now, so fair play to him. Yeah, it's very tough. No, luckily enough, there's no steering damage, but oh no, there is. Oh, there's huge steering damage, and we've got another car off. Oh wow, that's P2 gone down. Wow. Can we get a replay of what happened to Tepper there? And he's still facing around. He needs to get that turned around quickly. He's doing the right thing now. He has a good gap there. Should be able to get it around. No, he's the way. Even the gap through, and then he's another gap to get going. Oh, that tore him big time. He's right just to use the ball to help the rotation get out of there. Oh, I'm feeling for the Honda. And that's Honda doing Honda things, in my opinion. It's just such a tough car sometimes. When it does go, it goes. You're not catching it. You can sometimes save the likes of the Macca or even the Bentley or the Beamer a little bit, but that's... And there's nothing more hard kind of dropping than having it spin through Skyline, because you're super aware as well. There's going to be very, very little room for cars to get by as well. So it's just one of these terrible spots to go down. But after that, I think it's only P5 he's gone to, so that could have been so much worse for them. So at least they have that. As you see that Lamborghini gone straight in, because that was huge damage they took there. So that's really good. And he's saying P15, damn, let's go, not bad from P42. That's really good for me there, 99, because I do remember earlier on seeing that car pretty much near last at one stage as we're on for the replay. Oh, no, it wasn't that. No, that was never on. They've only themselves to blame for that one. Straight up. They could be even looking at a penalty if they're reported by the other teams because they caused unnecessary damage to 2 cars there. That was just never on. I know it's sometimes stressful if you want to get by a slower car, whatever like that. They could have waited literally 2 more corners and would have been straight by Conrad. So that's something I used to alliterate in my old community to all the drivers, and I alliterate it to everybody here as well. Even if you are the faster driver, it never entitles you to go for moves like that. You just wait for the right time. For you being the blue flagged or slower driver, always give the position in a safe place. So like when you come onto a main straight, you don't have to like brake and let off and do loads of time like some people do through mid corners doing it. You can let off just enough where they get by and then you get back on the throttle and maybe lose half a second tops. So there's a smart way to let cars by and a safe way to do so. And I think it's up to the faster drivers just to respect the drivers that may not be as fast and give it just a few corners as well. I used to use like a 5-second rule for blue flags to get out of the way without blocking and do it in a safe manner, because that's all you'd need is 5 corners max to do that depending on track. So I just alliterate that for all drivers. Patience is a virtue and it's all about letting everyone through safely, because you can't really penalise the slower driver that much by making them stop to get by. That's my rant over on that. Raymond Escape ESC. Looking back though on track, really and truly now, Trade I think is in a really strong position. Thomas of course now in P2 is 7.6 seconds off. Strade seems to be really coming alive in this second stint and has really put the pressure on. Chris, you might have access to pit stop times. Do you have the fastest pit stop time from the first round of pit stops? Oh, okay. Fair. I'll send you a link to a tool that actually pulls all that information up as well, because I use that tool myself just for that kind of information. It's always interesting to see the difference in pit times as well, because sometimes if someone has a 36-second stop, someone has a 32-second stop, that's how they're getting by as well. They save 4 seconds in the pits and stuff. It's always interesting to see that dynamic as well for the drivers. No, but they're app that's very close to my heart. I actually may introduce you to them because they are unbelievable. They were very good sponsors to me in my time with my community for a full time of it. Have you? You shouldn't have done that because I could have got you a copy of it. But that's the thing, I'll introduce you to them after as well, Chris. I know we shouldn't be ranting on about that here, but I'll get him to sponsor one or two of your leagues and give away free copies of it and that as well. I'll get that sorted afterwards. But yeah, back into what we're doing here, guys. Where are we with the likes on this one? Up to 43 likes. Let's see 50 likes for the next onboard. We won't do another onboard until we have 50 likes. So now I think, should we go on to Oliver Anderson, who's in the car? We get the on-screen camera with him as well and make him famous. Brilliant. So in a few minutes time we'll be on with Oliver Anderson. I tell you, while you're setting up, can we jump on then to, let me see, maybe on to car number 135 and P22. There's about a half a second or so gap between him and Forbes ahead. He's a lekker driver, as they say in South Africa. He's lekker. So, I love the South African drivers. They're all legends. They also play some awesome rugby there, but Michael Schultz is a solo driver as well, so fair play to him. We're on P22 at the minute as well. Nice. Yeah, well, if we have Michael Schultz's camera as well, we'll jump on with Michael Schultz and have a look at him as he's going around. As an 88 car driver, this makes me nervous for my stints. Why is that? Never be nervous, be confident. And the thing about it is, you don't mind if you lose the lead kind of early on like this and then gain it back later on, because don't forget, still 22 hours of racing essentially to go. So don't be putting pressure on yourself. Get out there and enjoy it with sim racing. I think that's the biggest thing. Always enjoy what you're doing. 100%. I'm expecting soon enough for the next round of penalties to be posted. I always get very excited for them. There we go. We're on now. I think it's... He is frozen at the minute, Mr. Schultz. His life, yeah, no, I hope he doesn't have any power shedding around. See, actually, he must have a generator, because that's a thing in South Africa. There is a thing called like power shed, where there is certain times of the day where there won't be any power, and then it'll come back. There's all different like levels of it and stuff as well. Like that's from dealing with the L&R guys and racing with them and getting to know them through the while and race face and that. The power shedding is brilliant to see that drivers can get away with that as well, because they have the jennies and stuff like that, and that's why sim racing in South Africa is actually huge. There's some massive communities there. And it's only an hour in the time difference as well. They'd be an hour ahead of us as well. Yep. Yeah, we worked that out as well. Yeah, it's mad. It's only like an hour difference, but that's why probably our leagues are probably sometimes maybe like our weekly leagues are probably too late for them to start with work and stuff like that as well. And then if there's power shedding and stuff like that as well, it just kind of makes it hard. So that's why you mightn't always see South Africans in normal league racing. We were lucky enough to have several of them through the years, and yeah, like that's why I can genuinely say I've not met one driver from South Africa that hasn't been an absolute gent and been up for good fun. So hard. Just cutting the grass there. He's seeing that was getting a bit long, and that would deny you for 22 hours. So he done the right thing. Give it a bit of a chop. No, I don't think at this stage. Although if yeah, could you imagine you wouldn't have sorted that down? Yeah, we need to see this, Mr. Oliver. And while we're doing that, if you want to jump onto actually jump onto Oliver, because he's half a second off 113 Mr. Cock ahead, so the Netherlands team will be very interested in this one as well. Brilliant stuff on board now with Oliver. Fast could be Oliver, you never know. He's a man of many talents. There we go. He's going down the straight there now. Knowing Oliver, he's having a great bit of banter as well, though. Like that's one thing. I've done a few like races with Oliver, and it's you're always laughing when you're driving. It's trying to hold back the tears when you're driving, when you're laughing. But he is concentrating though. He's definitely taking it more serious. Because I know he does take these big races very serious in terms of the SSRI stuff and anything that's like a 24-hour event. He actually does dedicate himself, and anyone who knows Oliver, he is kind of carefree and a jokey guy for most times, but this is when you'll see him come to life as well. So as much as I will slag him, I will say to him, fair play to him, because he does put in the work when it comes to the endurances, and I know for several weeks he's been pushing with Intala to try and get a team going as well. Doing a phenomenal job there. He's gaining time. It looks like Cocteau has a back marker in the way as well. So that's something I should have asked Baz, but I can ask you as well. Okay, game. Raises PSUK flag for 99. Yeah, with this as well, is there any rules on lap cars having to get out of the way, or is it just like British GT rules? The driver too, yeah, it says British GT rules. That's good, I like that, but at the same time, in league racing, I implemented a different strategy in the last few seasons to kind of encourage them to get out of the way and not lose time on their own fights as well. But I do like British GT rules because it's quite tough. But I'm always one of these people that is no point fighting someone that you know is going to be faster and get by eventually. Let them by and just focus on their own race. That's my attitude to racing. Everyone's cheaper than far is in the pits. I wonder will Lead Far stay in, or will they be here or Bixby get in? Or do you even want to get back into that car? Okay, so the camera is actually quite accurate with the game, in fairness, so we're actually seeing all the inputs as Oliver's going into the pits. This pit, you can easily ruin it and get it wrong, but he's done great there. Get that pit limiter on. Now. I'm assuming he's going to change driver. Probably both, knowing him. I'll probably top up a beer and do a shot. Although he said he was only doing shots for crashes, so it might not be the case. Yeah, no, he's taking it serious. I'm respecting him for that, because genuinely, I've had very good conversations with him, and he's always told me these events he takes serious. He puts in a bit of effort because he doesn't want to let the team down, and he doesn't want to let SSRI down as well, obviously being a staff member, which is as well. He wants to make sure that it's done very serious. So in fairness to him for this kind of stuff, while he will have fun and have beers with the lads, he will be very, very serious on the track. Hello, Tadic. How are you doing? So Oliver is out of the car and into the car. I'm not sure who it is yet. Aaron Van Drunen actually is in the car now. And I see Hank is back in car 70 as well. Yeah. On with the shot. Give us a big, big wave, Oliver. Fair play to him, genuinely. That is, unfortunately, he's now in P5, isn't he? The Honda that was close to leading. And it started the race on pole. So lots of changes happening out there, of course. Pits, always a big thing with this one. And so any of the viewers, do you fancy jumping in for doing a bit of commentary? Because there will be a small gap between me and the next comms. I'd love to have someone come in and chat away and get involved with the commentary, as well as just talking to you, the viewers, and maybe convincing Chris to sing a bit more. Actually, Chris, can we get the donation screen up? I haven't seen the updated donations yet to see have we had a £60 one plus in yet for your duet as well with Patrick. Nah, we need to go into it now and have a look, because I need to know whether I need to be getting onto my phone while I'm not in the comms box. So we're 2389.59. Wow, that's a good jump up. So mum and dad, oh, found use our legends. Fair play to you. Croatian team car 55. That is so nice. Fair play. John Papiel 5. That is brilliant. So because Garrett's mum and dad has jumped in and done £100, we are going to hear a duet of Dancing Queen by Chris and Patrick in a bit. I'd say, what about, when am I back? I'm going to check this. I need to be back for this, so let me check the calendar. I'll tell you when this will be happening. And fair play, do you know what, like the family there after putting up quite a chunk of money there for this as well. Are you happy about this? I know, I heard that. Alright, so let me see. I tell you what, Patrick is going to be in around 4:30. So we'd say 5 o'clock. So 2.5 hours time, Patrick and Chris will be singing Dancing Queen ABBA live on stream. Thanks for that donation. And then I'll come up with a different song for the next online song. I'll tell you, I could easily have you a recording career by the end of this. Let me check the bids actually while we're here. I just want to refresh everyone's memory. It's been a while since I spoke about them. So no change, it looks like, on the bids, guys. So there's a few bargains to be had here. And you have the other stream up, don't you, with the videos as well from the drivers. I think it might be good after I do that to let you actually hear from the drivers again. Okay, so I'm going to start then. So the first 45-minute full motion session with Baz van Mellis using his rig, full motion rig. €35 is all it is for a 45-minute session in a full motion rig. That is for nothing. There's a second session that's only €31 at the minute, and the third session is also €31 at the minute. So if you want to grab yourselves a bargain, go in and do a quick bid on that one there on the Simsport Racing website, and go to the auctions part of the big orange button. Just click on auctions and it's there. So all of them are there. The 2-hour coaching session with Michael Thomas Racing is at the minute at €75. I still think that's quite cheap for what you get out of it as a sim racer. So that's definitely a bargain to be had there as well. Now we're going to jump on to the first big bargain, if you don't mind getting up Donch's video. So it's only a €50.
Hi endurance fans, good luck with today's Laps for Life 24-hour endurance organized by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your chance to own a unique piece of racing history. Go to the charity auction supporting the Christie charity on simsportracing.com and click on the auction button. So good luck, guys.
What an absolute legend. So 24-hour winning Daytona signed gloves. Only €50 at the minute. That is just silly. Guys, that is the cheapest motorsport memorabilia, and from such an iconic race as well. That's absolutely unbelievable. Get in there and vote. And I know Mr. Van Mellis won't enjoy me saying that, but definitely get in and get those. That's phenomenal. And now the next one, if you can get the other video ready now in a second, is the Puma Speedcap Pro signed Porsche Works drivers from Joshua Rogers. They're brand spanking new. They're signed by him. The retail on them is actually a good bit more than what the current bid is at. It's only €110. Baz van Mellis being very greedy, getting both of them at the minute. Let's see those bids popping up, because they're definitely worth, and that's another really good key part of memorabilia as well, motorsport memorabilia. And of course, Baz was saying that they're the same boots used by several Formula 1 drivers there. The Lewis Hamilton, just to name one, never mind any more. So definitely be interesting to see that. Then there is 2 simulator controller 6-month subscriptions, normally a tenner a month, so you're saving £50 because at the minute they're only €10 each. And with that, it's a full system where it gives you simulated runs as well as loads of data. It can be AI powered. There is a free subscription, but it doesn't have all of the extra features like the AI and an awful lot of the team and driver controls there. So it's actually something I'm going to personally look at myself just to see what the tool's like. I've done it with several different tools to figure out which ones are actually worthwhile. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. And we'll jump on with the Joshua video here because there's a nice message from him as well.
Hey, I'm Josh Rogers, professional sim racer for Coenda Esports. First of all, I just want to say hello, well done to everyone competing in the Laps for Life race this evening. Everyone supporting the Christie charity. It's a fantastic cause going towards great things, and you know, with all of your help and your commitment, we can really make a difference in this world. So thank you to everyone supporting it. I myself have donated a pair of my boots, which you can see on the auction website. Yeah, all proceeds go to charity. It's a really cool pair. I signed them myself. They are new, so they're not smelly. But yeah, whether you're donating through yeah, general causes or through purchasing any of the items that have been offered up for the auction, yeah, it's greatly appreciated, and it's it's a real privilege to be able to be part of this and to be able to support where I can. So yeah, enjoy the racing tonight, enjoy the broadcast, and support where you can. I'll be tuning in. See you later.
What an absolute legend. I honestly, the respect I have from them for the night and them, and then to send those surprise videos as we come back to Carnage on, wow, that was absolute carnage there on the Forest Elbow. Are we able to go back and get a replay of that one? Merci beaucoup. And while we're looking for that, I'm going to go through the next round of penalties. They're going to be applied about in about 13 minutes or so. You'll start to see them popping up. So 204 is going to be receiving a 10-second time penalty for an incident with 415 on lap 27. Car 724 is going to receive a 15-second time penalty on lap 27 as well, with an incident with number 65. Then there's a drive-through 30-sec time penalty basically for 404 for aggressive driving, and that was on lap 28 versus 21. Then number 406 is getting a 5-second time penalty for aggressive driving, lap 36 against car 91. Then we've got car number 699 is getting a 5-second penalty for aggressive driving on lap 13. Actually, it was brought in, and that is against number 118. Then car number 19 is getting a 10-second penalty also on lap 39 for an incident with car 73. Then I see there's a no further action on the report against car number 204. And then car number 81 is getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision on lap 55 with car number 73. And they will be applied in short notice. You'll see them coming onto the screen soon. Thank you, stewards, for getting them in a fast time. And I think they're the unsung heroes, as well as Chris and Tom are the stewards, giving up their time to do live stewarding. And trust me, stewarding is not an easy thing. It will take you up to 10-15 minutes per incident if you really need to look at every angle and go through everything, if it's not a clear cut and close incident as well. So thank you to everyone. Of course, they had the pizza incentive, but I know a lot of people are giving it to the charity as well, so that's what we love to see. So thank you to everyone there. Now let me have a look in the comments there. So, oh, good stuff. Patrick's found the lyrics, so he's going to be preparing his voice for 5 o'clock, where we'll have Chris and Patrick singing and dancing. So we're looking at this incident that happened on Forest Elbow. Just unfortunate there. Oh, that's Cock that was involved in that. He was one of the Netherlands drivers as well. Wow. See, it is synchronized turn, but I tell you one thing, that would be so scary. Like when you turn around at the dipper there to see that, you're literally gonna be crying. That is a scary place for an incident to happen, because you're kind of coming in blind, you're taking that quick right-hander at the dipper, going into the left-hander then to see the cars right there, and at that you have a tiny bit of a crest where your braking pretty much goes for a second and back on. That's why you'll see some people locking up there. At that stage, they're kind of committed to still taking it at race speed. There's no way of really avoiding it if the car is on the racing line. Wow. Good stuff, but everyone's back and going and doing what they need to do. Oliver Anderson's in the interview waiting room, so I'm going to bring him in. My hero. Oliver, how are you doing, mate? Great stint, by the way.
You think? I guess you didn't pay much attention on what happened in the stint.
Oh, we were doing so much other stuff. No, but we went out with you for a few laps and you were super serious and
yeah,
really good.
No, the stint was a bit awful. I never got into a rhythm in that stint, to be perfectly honest. I had like 3 good laps in the start of the stint, and then there were a lot of yellow flags in the mountain section that brought me out of rhythm. Then I got a few good laps at the end of the stint, but then again a few issues in the mountain section, and yeah, getting lapped by the race leader, of course, which wasn't ideal as it was a lap before our pit stop, and a lot of weird stuff there. So not the best of stints, but we're still in it. In 16th.
Carry much damage going in?
No, I only had a 5.5 seconds, something like that. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
But it still cost me a shot, so.
Yeah, that's fair. But did you hear that Chris singing on our stream, by the way? He sang Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
No, I didn't hear that. I must have missed.
That was at about, what was it, about 10 past 2 you done that?
Maybe he could do that again.
No, I've already done it. So I asked people if we got a £60 plus donation, we do a duet with Patrick from the Netherlands racing team. It's going to be singing ABBA Dancing Queen at 5 o'clock with Chris. So make sure you're not driving for it.
I'll actually be driving, unless if you mean 5 UK, then I'm probably off.
5 UK, so that'll be 6 your time.
Yeah, I'm going in after the stint again. I think we haven't really discussed whether or not that we're doubling at any point yet, but
fair.
We'll take it as it goes. We are 2 in our team, Chris, and the audience didn't hear you ask that question, I assume.
No.
We are just myself and Aaron, and then Anthony, of course, is the beer boy for Aaron.
That's grand.
So yeah, it's all good and fun.
That's
honestly,
exactly
we had a vote in the team chat, which went about how our race would go, with the options of well, the question was, will Aaron and Oliver survive the 24? The first option, yes, of course they will. Second, no, they will crash. Second, no, they'll be blackout drunk before they finish. Fourth, they will have internet problems. Fifth, they will still be on their sim rigs. Surprisingly, no one went for yes, of course they will.
Well, I do hope nobody has internet problems.
No, but 6 votes for no, they'll be blackout drunk before they finish.
That could be quite an honest one, though.
That will be a very good webcam with me sleeping on top of the steering wheel.
Oh, Patrick Prince got a stop-go 30 of those things. That wasn't in the studio.
Probably pit lane stuff. They are quite a bit off sequence, I think. They had that early something that put them a lap down.
Yeah.
Did you see the car that was parked on their side at turn 2 at lap 1?
At turn 2?
Yeah, at turn 2 lap 1 there was the PS UK car was just stood there on its side.
I didn't see that.
No, they had a slight tap from the rear, then they got a little bit airborne, then a Bentley pushed them up while they were airborne, so they were stuck on their side.
They pushed them there just to make sure it didn't cause a multi-car collision. That was kind of nice of them.
Yeah, of course. I don't think they had any choice there, the Bentley, to be honest. It looked funny when they just stood there on their side. It's like when you go heads and tails and you say, no, on the side. That's exactly what happened.
That's grand. And come here, where you reckon is an optimal position for you? Is at the minute you're doing quite decent out there, so where do you reckon you'd be finishing?
I honestly think that we have the pace to be around where we are at the minute, and maybe even progress depending on crashes, you know, but also depending on how many beers we drink and how many shots we have to take, it might get slightly worse, so I would say about 39th.
Yeah, that's I'd say maybe 40th, maybe.
Yeah, that ballpark, you know.
I know, I reckon he'll be top 15.
Yeah, well, you know, last time Aaron did this track, it was just 12 hours. He was so drunk that he spun it on the downhill section, and then he couldn't find his throttle because he was pushing the clutch and the brake instead of the throttle. He forgot he had 3 pedals.
I was going to ask you as well, do you have any words for Dominic Giese for abandoning you?
Not any words I can say on the stream.
Oh, fair.
No, but I hope they're doing well. I think that's the number 7 car he drives with the, Amigo Sky, so I think it will be a great race for him. Of course, but...
Is he in with Chico or is he in with a different team?
No, him, Chico, Hanske, Bixby, Davey Hill, Uvik there, you know, that's a very strong lineup they have, and I would expect them to be well within the top 10 by the end of this race. They are already in there, but I think they'll maintain that easily.
I was surprised that the qualifying that Bixby didn't get them higher, because genuinely I was assuming Bixby would be up at the top.
Yeah, me too, but I was also surprised that I didn't get further up, you know. I think the track, it had a very brief period of being very optimum. I had a lap where I was up by over half a second, and then there was a little bit of traffic by the end of the lap, so...
Yeah.
That went down the drain for me, and I think it would have been the same for them, that by the end of the session where the track was the absolute best, they might have run into troubles, just didn't get the optimum lap put together, so yeah, they're fighting their way through the field at the minute, and that looks pretty good for them. Although the the next car they have to overtake will be that Luke Oil, the Ferrari, and those guys are some tough nuts to crack.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, I already admitted I'll have bias to car 70R race because obviously I know pretty much every driver in that, so I want them to do really well. Of course, I want you to do well. I have a soft spot for the crazy Dutchman.
Aaron? Well, he's not the crazier of the two. Normally, Anthony is crazier than Aaron, but he's
really?
But he's there for emotional support.
Okay. And I'm surprised they're normally in the same room together, aren't they, rig by rig when they're racing?
Yes, it's those two guys.
Yeah. Why isn't he racing them?
He doesn't like the BMW at all, which I understand. Same reason why Dominic is not racing this race with me.
He used to love the BMW.
Yeah, but now he hates it. And I'm actually also only driving it as a meme, so
yeah,
I guess it is what it is.
Like, it's just a boring car. I could give out about that car all day, but I say the same thing on the V12. It's no V12. I was telling Chris earlier on that me and you done the 4-hour solo before, as like that was probably one of my longest things. But you were in the V12 Aston, and it just sounded awesome.
Yeah. And honestly, that's what racing is about, just having fun. And the BMW is just plain boring to drive, to be honest. It's very safe. It's reasonably quick in the right hands, you know, but it's just so boring.
Yeah. It puts me to sleep just hearing that. The noise with just the drone.
Exactly. Exactly. But it's driving, and we had the famous CBSR livery for it, so...
Yeah, it looks absolutely beautiful. And the good thing is as well, if you just, Chris, do you mind showing on the donation screen? We're after getting loads of donations in, and obviously I'm loving that people are donating to keep Chris singing as well. Chris, unfortunately, by me, just got thrown into singing.
As it is.
But he's being very skeptical with his word. Although Baz Vimelis bought his way out of it, though. Baz just donated 50 quid instead of singing. So we're up to nearly 2,400 now. We're just shy, just over £10 off 2,400 pounds, sorry, which is really good. So we're nearly halfway to the ideal target, which is 5,000 for the Christie charity.
Yeah, can I just give a quick recommendation for people out there? I'll be donating in my father and stepmom's name as their Christmas present, so I think that people should be doing that as well. Handing out donations as a present for others, yeah. Exactly. Wow. Mostly because my father gave me a tree in the rainforest last year, so payback time.
Help out a charity, but what a good way to do the payback, though, in fairness.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Jonas Hokola is there, so I'll be leaving you guys too and going back to Aaron.
Nice one. Well, look, thanks for joining in, Oliver, and we'll chat to you, I'm sure, later on.
I'll be back. I will be back.
Yeah. All right, go on, brother. I'll talk to you later. Jonas, how are you doing? How are you getting on? Mr. Hokola? I think he's being
Hello, there we go.
There we are, how are you doing?
Yeah, my input device had changed for whatever reason, but hello.
How are you doing? How are you getting on in the race? How are you feeling? And give us all your feedback.
I'd say we're doing quite well. We managed to avoid quite a bit of trouble during the first 2.5 hours here, so running P4 as it stands right now, and yeah, trying to keep avoiding trouble, I guess.
Well, I think that's the main game. And have you decided that you aren't going to be like going mental for certain phases, that once the kind of the first hour or two is done, do you just settle down in terms of maintaining just a good average pace for the endurance, or what way do you approach the endurance?
Our approach is purely, you know, trying to survive here. I mean, we have experienced many of 12-hour races around Bathurst, and even in those races you can expect lots of accidents to happen, and those over time are just gonna pull you down if it keeps happening. So this being a 24-hour race, it's gonna be even in bigger importance to just try and survive it, try to sustain as little damage as possible, just do your race, do it safe and clean, and the pace will come naturally out of it anyway, when you are confident enough. Ooh, that's
absolutely. Yeah, I just seen that McLaren there, I was like, oh.
Yeah. Jesper had to. That's the second car he's had to dodge roughly in the same area during his stint now for what's he done? 30 minutes.
Yeah, there's been a few major incidents where I've seen severe damage to cars, but yeah, luckily most of the leaders have done well. Unfortunately, the Honda had a really bad time. Is the Honda out of the race now?
I mean, they don't look very good. I think they were like in the P30s-ish. I mean, it is a long race and they can still make quite some gains. I think they're a very fast car. I think they were on pole, no? And
yeah, they were. Yeah, just that incident, I think, ruined them.
Yeah, but yeah, they probably have fixed their car now. Probably 1 or 2 laps behind the lead lap. They still have plenty of time to pull that back, so we're not willing to forget those guys quite yet.
Not at all. You can't knock anyone out because with an endurance, 24 hours, so much can change. One big accident and someone else getting caught up in it, you could even be in the lead of the race. You know, it's very easy in a massive endurance like this for it to change.
Yeah, precisely. And that's the thing with it as well. We base our philosophy on that to rather than trying to push too hard, rather than taking too many risks, especially through Sector 2.
Yeah.
We just try and keep the car alive and try to waste as little time as possible in the pits.
100%. I think that's really all you can do is kind of, like, as I always say, through this section it's a 95%. You don't push it to 100% here like qualifying. You pull it back a little bit. There's those small little bumps against these walls, if you are to rub them, builds up over a few laps, and then you're losing grip, and then you're losing way more time fixing damage. So you're right about just being consistent, maintaining.
Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, that tad little extra security of that. Yeah, I'm gonna make this corner, no problem.
Yeah. Even if you might lose a 10th every lap compared to your average, it's better losing a 10th every lap than losing seconds every lap by hitting walls.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I will say I had this. Well, Sergei started off in the car for us in the first stint, and he did a swell job of it as well. Kept a nice pace up, and I believe his stint ended us with P5 with a healthy gap behind. But yeah, and on my stint we kept it up, and yeah, as we saw there during that stint, the Honda had a terrible accident he was on, so he disappeared from in front of us. So we are currently P4. I am seeing that the SSRI car and the Ferrari of 406 are catching us slowly but surely at the moment, so we'll see how that turns out later. But yeah, it should be good.
Absolutely. And your predictions by the end of the race, can you smell a podium? Are you even thinking that far ahead?
I mean, before the race, our thought process were that if we get a top 5, it's been an excellent race for us. We can be very happy with that. If we get a top 10, it's still been a good race. You know, we did well. We must have, you know, at that point kept it clean enough.
Yeah.
So our minimum target is to stay in the top 10, but anything the further up, the better, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. No, fair play to you, and I'll tip the hat to you. And just so you know, if you've missed it in around 2 hours and 10 minutes into the actual race, if you look, you'll actually hear Chris Hill actually after singing Jingle Bells, but at 5 p.m, so 6 p.m. if you're in Europe, Chris Hill and Patrick from the Netherlands online racing team are doing a duet of ABBA Dancing Queen, because people have donated over £60 there. So can I get you in on this one, Jonas? So if someone donates over £65, would you come on at about 8 o'clock and do a duet with Chris Hill? Or Tom?
I mean, maybe we can get someone from our team, but I think I'll be in the car at that point, unfortunately. If everything goes to schedule, but
okay. I'll come back to you though. I'll get you in at some stage.
You can give me a poke whenever you need some singing, and I'll be around.
Brilliant. Well, look then, Jonas, I'm going to put you up for duet then with Tom. So Tom doesn't even know it yet, but he's going to be put up for duet. It'll be later on in the evening. You won't have to sing until maybe like 10 p.m. or something like that. But we'll figure it out at the time.
I also, get James Mead in there as well. I think he's a fantastic singer and deserves this opportunity.
Okay, well, yeah, you can't get famous from it because Chris is literally after getting a load of fans there already. He's going to be signing autographs later on as well for people. You're a legend. And look, thanks for popping in, Jonas, because I'm nearly about to sign out as well from my stint for a little while. But best of luck to your team, and keep on trucking, and we'll surely see you back, hopefully, in for a bit of singing later on.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck to you as well. I'll see you.
You're a legend. Thank you so much. But now, as we get back into it, guys, just before I go, we'll have a quick run through there. So, not still in the lead, as the Bentley has swapped positions with Michael Thomas there. So Michael Thomas is leading this race now, and of course, what better time to say it again or remind you, go on to the Simsport Racing International website, because at the minute it's only €75 to get a 2-hour session with Michael Thomas. That's a very cheap bid in there, so get a bid in and steal that time with the race leading Michael Thomas at the minute with a very, very stacked field. I think that'll be absolutely awesome there, and let's see that donation number jump up as well. Don't forget, scan that QR code, get as much in as possible, because we're doing this not just for the sim racing for the drivers, but for an amazing charity there in honour of Chris's good friend Gareth P. Longdon, who was a massive motorsports fan, and I'm sure, Michael Thomas getting closed off a little bit by a back marker, but has gotten through. But he supported the Christie charity as well. That's the reason why they're doing it again for the Christie charity, so I'm absolutely loving this. There's a really nice story behind this as well, and our love goes to his family, who has been supporting financially as well as watching the stream as well, with all their donations and support and crack in the chat as well. And it's a close one to Chris's heart as well, guys. So make sure to keep the support coming in, keep liking the stream, share the stream everywhere, get more eyes on it. The more eyes the better. And I'm going to sign out now. I don't know if we're going to be able to get another comms person in. I know there's someone scheduled in. Just looking at the schedule, the next comms will be Patrick, roughly between 4 and half 4. He'll be in the comms box. Then there'll be a little bit of a break of comms unless someone's more than happy to jump in with Tom. And I'll be back on from 8 p.m. myself, possibly up to 10. I might even extend it a little bit with Andy. We'll see how that goes. Andy King is in the comms box then, up till possibly about 12 p.m. So we'll see how that goes. So I want to thank everyone for watching. Keep the support going. Chris, make sure to keep your energy up as well. And don't forget, 5 p.m. Chris is going to be singing with Patrick. I'll be making sure I'm watching the stream at that time to make sure I hear the beautiful voices in tandem. Yeah, so it will be radio silence until Patrick comes in, roughly at about 4 p.m. So guys, it's been a pleasure. You have an hour and a half apiece before you have the next comms in, but enjoy the racing and we'll see you then.
Being back here after so many months, it's a long time since we've been together, isn't it?
It is.
Hello, my name's Joyce.
I'm Nabila.
I'm missing our coffee mornings. Who would have thought that you'd miss going out for cancer treatment?
I'm Amy. I was here last year with my daughter Amelie, who was the patient at the Proton Beam Centre.
I'm Eliana.
Why are you at the Christie?
I was diagnosed with a brain tumour.
I come to the Christies because I've had malignant melanoma.
Our first major link to the Christie was really when a very good friend, colleague was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Ralph was our company architect for over 40 years. He was also a family friend.
I was diagnosed with testicular cancer.
11 years ago I was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I personally was treated here at Christie for bowel cancer. How about you?
I was treated here first for ovarian cancer.
I ended up coming down with COVID. Ran a few blood tests and found out I had acute myeloid leukemia.
Were you surprised that Amelie could carry on with the treatment during COVID?
I was surprised at how normal it felt inside.
Christie's, as far as I'm concerned, definitely didn't
Just
slow
kept
down.
going, no.
Yeah, you still got everything. Yeah, your scans, your treatments, the lot.
I actually had video consultation with my consultant.
There's been meetings that I've been able to attend on Zoom where actually if I'd had to go to a face-to-face meeting, I wouldn't have gone because I didn't really feel 100%.
My surgery was cancelled 3 times at Macclesfield Hospital due to COVID. And Christie very kindly stepped in and said that they would perform the operation.
To me, the feeling, it was like a bubble, you know, and the moment you walked in, totally protected.
Yeah. There was no difference in, you know, during COVID to what the standard is always here, which is absolutely brilliant.
I was getting really depressed with the treatment and stuff. Then I started the art room and started talking to people because they know what you're going through.
Yeah. The pandemic made us think differently and not do what you'd normally do fundraising, which is groups or the obvious ones, so we did something different.
And then when COVID hit, Pat sorted out Zoom meetings in the art room. It made such a big difference, especially in COVID when we were so isolated.
There's a brilliant option that they offered to me, and that was to have ambulatory care. I was able to go home, you know, I was able to live my life normally as if I would normally live at home. I'm just glad I'm not paying the taxi fare. My God.
Having all this service for people nearby, having that well-being and that support on your doorstep makes a huge difference to these patients, and it's really great to see that that money is making that difference.
By the time you fight your way through the traffic to get to the Christies, I would go down there, it takes me an hour for 5 minutes because they're always very quick. I'm back in the car in another hour coming home. Whereas it's 5 minutes to get here at Kershaw's, 5 minutes to have your bloods done, and 5 minutes later you're on your way out again.
I don't have to travel all the way from Bolton to Christie's to have my treatment. They come to the house, and I've made loads of friends because it's not always the same one that comes out every month.
This is one of 2 playrooms that they've got. There's another one upstairs which is a bit more grown up.
The great thing they do here is have a chaplain. I was going through a lot of difficult things at that time. It was great to have someone there to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
The art room, because it's like the patients and carers that can go there, makes such a difference because you can talk to them and they understand, because they've gone through that.
It's given me a quality of life that I never thought, you know, I would have again.
When I came out of hospital, the research nurses phoned me up to see how I was. And I thought, you know, they care. I mean, they didn't have to do that.
With Amelie, when it got hard for her to swallow, by the end of that session, they'd been on the phone. They were going to send me some protein milkshakes for her the next day. So it wasn't that they did what you asked, it was that they almost preempted what you needed.
Yeah.
The consultant I saw, he recommended that I come to the Christie and go on the drug trial, taking an hormone tablet, and I've been taking that now for 11 years. You know, when I was first diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to see these children grow up, and of course now one's nearly 20 and one's 18 next month, and you know, they've given me all this time, and I'll always be grateful for that.
Got offered a clinical trial. You know, I had no hesitation. First, it did involve taking 16 tablets a day.
Yes.
And now I only take 4 tablets a day.
Any side effects from all this, all the tablets?
Fortunately, not. It's absolutely amazing what they have done for me.
For me, it was a miracle. Without the trial, I wouldn't be here today talking to you, because the trial led me to the transplant, and then the transplant now.
Have you seen the building over there?
Yes, I have. What exactly is that?
That's been built off back of bike rides and stuff like what I've been doing.
All been on charity work, has it?
A lot of it.
How important is the charity to you?
Oh, it's very important because I'm able to go to Bolton Hospice to have my bloods done, which I wouldn't be able to do if the charity wasn't funding them, yeah.
We came up with Around the World for Ralph, where we had to cover 25,000 miles, and that was from obviously people doing exercise, from walking.
We decided that we'd do the Manchester bike ride, but we decided we'd call ourselves Ball Tampering Allowed, which given my sort of history with testicular cancer.
We raised over 13,000 for the Christie charity.
I've raised over £4,500 this year.
With the Christie's help, we're actually setting up our own foundation. So Ball Tampering Allowed is actually becoming a registered charity.
Well, I really like the name.
In 2011, in the October, I was in China, and we raised, as a group, we raised about 100 grand for the Christie,
Brilliant.
I think, like huge amounts. And then 10 years later, it pops up on my timeline, look what you were doing 10 years ago.
Yes,
and then I'm taking
yeah.
my daughter here, and I just thought, you know, that's got to be a sign that it's going to be okay.
When I first had cancer 23 years ago, and they told me I had to go to Christie's to have an operation, I broke my heart because I thought, well, you don't come out of there. And now, it's the only place I want to go.
There's a compassion here.
Yeah.
Whether it's the person that meets you on reception, the people that do the cleaning, all the way through to the nurses and the oncologists, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There almost seems to be a common DNA.
It's pleasant, it's always you first. So how was your week? Or did you do anything interesting? You know, it's about the person.
They remember me, you know, and they make you welcome.
There's an award called the Healthcare Heroes Awards, Who Cares Wins, and I nominated them as best team. I can't overestimate how amazing they were.
And it's just incredible we've got places like this to come to.
Lovely to see you.
You too. You can wash the pots.
Afternoon, everybody. Morning, evening, wherever it is that you might be. Come to join you guys in the commentary box for the next hour or so until I might potentially be needed in the car. For those of you that don't know, everyone likes to call me Andy Potter King, but it doesn't matter about what I'm called today. Today is about the Christie charity, and so far we're having an epic race around Bathurst. Lots of drama already. One of which was our car, which happened to be upside down in the first lap. So it's been a spicy start to the race for sure. But yeah, Michael Thomas currently leading the race with just under 21 hours to go. Michael Thomas is intending on solo in this. So big shout out to Michael. He's got Chris for backup just in case. But yeah, great start so far, and lots of on-track battles going on. And you know, remember this is all for charity. There's a massive QR code up on the screen at the minute. We're trying to get those donations in. So if anybody does want to donate, please scan that QR code and support the Christie charity. But yeah, let's get into some of the racing action. So that Mercedes, I don't know if it's just me, but obviously just joined the comms box, but it looks like he's got a bit of front end damage from behind with the front with the bonnet being lifted up. He's flashing the lights though, so I think he might be trying to get past here, but bit of a battle. How is everybody in the stream? Let's see who we've got in the stream. Come and say hi. If I've never seen you before, it'd be nice to see what teams you're supporting. But yeah, this race is all in honour of Gareth Longdon, and yeah, please sign those QR codes. We're nearly up to £2,500 raised, which is under 50% of the target. And you can see across the screen there some of the guys that have guys and girls who have donated to this charity. But yeah, we want to get to that 5k. There's an auction as well. Lots of massive things going off in the auction. If you check out the SSRI socials, you'll see that there is also some videos from some pro drivers and pro esports drivers. So please go and check those out. Massive prizes to give away, including the Simcube SC2 Pro wheelbase. There's some signed racing boots. There's some gloves, etc. So yeah, please do come and get involved. Ah, nice. Kurt Peters in the stream says, "Hi Andy, hope you're doing well." I am doing well, mate. I'm excited to see how this all pans out. Looking forward to seeing if we can get close to that 5k target or above it, hopefully. And I'm happy that I'm a little bit biased here, right? My team's racing, but we were down in 42nd on lap 1, and we're now currently P10. That's not net P10. We do need to pit, but on a bit of a recovery drive. Ben Milden says, "Great event so far. Let's go SBR 588. Where's the 588 car? Can I see them? We're on board with them now. So we're on board right now as they're coming down through the mountain. Really tricky track this, actually, as everybody's probably very aware. And it'll be really interesting to see what happens in the later stages of the evening as people start to get tired. The weather might come in. In the practice sessions that people have been in, it has started to rain at points. It'd be really interesting just to see what happens. There's no doubt going to be plenty more yellow flags, plenty more penalties. Were you in the car that was upside down? Yes, mate, we were in the car that was upside down. We don't talk about that now though, because that gives me PTSD. Michael Jeff says he's supporting the 113 car. It's nice to see so many people in the stream supporting people. I saw that and thought, how did it end up like that? Yeah, misjudgment of braking point into turn 2. And unfortunate bounce off the wall put us upside down. So yeah, here we are. It's good fun though. I've never seen it happen before actually. I assume that we just like roll back onto all 4 wheels and you kind of get loads of damage and you carry on, but it put us back in the pits, which was interesting. But there we go. Oh yeah, so we're on board with Melvin at the moment in the 588 car. He's got lots of supporters in the stream. He's currently in the Aston Martin chasing. I don't know if that's a back mark or whether he's chasing down that Ferrari or not, but. Either way, the Aston Martin's a really nice car around here. Actually, it's super fast in a straight line, relatively planted. And I think actually, if I was in the 588 car right now, I'd be kind of hoping for a bit of rain. The Aston Martin is very good in the wet. Might help bring them back up. Currently sat in P21, 4.8 seconds off the P20 car. So you never know what might happen for these guys. Track temp still relatively high, so 24 ambient, 31 track. Winds relatively stable, so no forecast at the moment for rain, but yeah, you never know. You never know what might happen. I've heard rumours as well, and I've not really been following this broadcast massively, but I heard that we've got something special happening at 5 o'clock today, UK time. So I've heard rumours that there's a bit of a sing-song going on. So I'm also hearing that Chris has apparently already sang Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which I'm really gutted about, and I might have to rewind the stream to go and listen to that. That sounds quite good. Okay. Right, the 18 car currently in the pits, Besselink in the McLaren. I'm guessing that's one of their planned pit stops. That doesn't look particularly early. Stint time around this track is 68 minutes, so most of these teams right now will be wanting to maximise that stint time. A few drivers, a few teams out of sync, just because there's been incidents or they've had a penalty or whatever that might be. Tobin in the 118 BMW also into the pits now, so that's going to put Melvin up into that P20 spot. So the guy in the chat who was supporting the 588 is going to be very happy. So if you're in the stream, whereabouts in the world is everybody from? And what time is it where you are? I'm conscious that this is a 24-hour race, so as we get to the early hours of the afternoon, evening, morning, wherever it might be, it might attract people from different areas of the world. So it's nice to see such a variety. That's a big slide there from Melvin, but that was a great save as he caught the curb, coming up onto the top of the mountain. This bit of the track is flat out, but I will say it is incredibly difficult to sit behind another car through here. But two reasons. Number one, you can't really see where the corners are if you're particularly close, so you kind of have to go off a bit of muscle memory, which proves quite challenging, especially when you start to get a little bit tired. And number two, some cars suffer from aero wash a bit, especially through this corner that you've just seen Melvin go through. So you don't want to be too close, because actually if you touch that outside curb, before you know it, you are suddenly in the wall, which is absolutely not where you want to be. So yeah, nice on board from Melvin here, coming down into the elbow, nice and tight, very tricky corner to get right, but he might get a nice run down the back straight here. I think that might be a blue flag in front of him, so we might see him get past here, but we'll see. Yeah, Ferrari moving over, left indicator on, and through he goes. Nick, I'm assuming that says Nick. I'm so sorry, Nick. Mode 111, mode 11 in the stream. Let's go, Sander, number 11 as well. So I think they're quite high up. Oh no, they're in the BMW behind at the moment. P21. Van der Vale, very nice. As Liam Walsh for PSUK Esports comes into the pits, I'll tell you who he's going to give way to, because that's my team. So he's going to give way to James Mead, who's going to come back out on track. Although Liam was thinking of double stinting, which I think is quite brave around here. It's a very physically demanding track. Although he can't moan too much because Michael Thomas is currently solo in this, as well as a few other drivers. So I've said to Michael Thomas, if he finishes the race within 5 laps of the lead lap solo, I will donate £50. I am probably going to end up doing that because he's currently first. So I mean it's cool though, right? It's cool. It's all for a good cause. So more than happy with that. But yeah, so far I think SSRI are bordering on the £25,000 raised for the Christie charity, which is just incredible. I think the sim racing world at the moment is just getting more and more traction in normal everyday life and normal motorsport, I think, and it's really nice to see the impact that it's starting to have. The community of ACC is just, it's phenomenal. I think my background, I've come from started off as a team in Forza Motorsport, and I can tell you for a fact the community in ACC and iRacing is much nicer place to be, and everyone's really supportive. And we're all competitive, we all like to race, we all like to win. We all like to do well, so you all have your moments, but I think for the most part, especially in events like this, when teams, communities come together to host these big events, it just shows the influence that they can have on people's lives, really, because this money that's going to the Christie charity is going to make a big difference to somebody, maybe even multiple people. So anybody out there who hasn't yet donated, even if it's as little as 50p, it all adds up, it all makes a big difference. And Sander Vale currently on board with here, who's got some support in the stream in the Mode 11 BMW going down towards the Chase. The Chase is I love the corner. It's a real nice little S's section, but when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. You end up like 50 foot into the grass, which is not where you want to be, but it's a nice easy braking point. As you can see here, Sander hard on the brakes, being chased down by the BMW behind him. And it looks like the BMW behind might have a little bit of front end damage, although I'm not sure if that is just cosmetic at this stage. Netherlands, and it's currently 4:40 p.m. Nice, nice. I actually just came back from the Netherlands last week. So yeah, really nice place in the world. It's not quite past the watershed, so I won't tell you where I went, but just read into that as you will, and that'll probably give you the answer. Right, up through turn 1 we go, down. I say down, it's up towards turn 2, and the BMW is absolutely rapid in a straight line, and we're going to follow Sander Vale round for a flying lap here, just to see where he ends up. You see just how close these two cars are together. It is really, really tight. This is a very tricky corner to get right here, and this gives you a nice run onto the straight. We're not allowed to overtake over here. Yeah, there should be. I mean, it's happened here, right? But the driver's briefing was, if you're blue flagged, wait until the sector 3 and then let them go safely. But there we go. That was relatively safe, I think, in the grand scheme of things. Most people have gone through their pit cycle now, and penalties, apart from the 19 car, look like majority have been served. So people are going to be probably quite close to their net position on track. The temperature's starting to get a little bit colder, actually. It's just dropped a couple of degrees on track. And we're going to start to, in the next few hours, it's going to start to get dark. And if you've never watched an ACC endurance race before, it's worth sticking around to see the transition from daytime to nighttime. It really is nice. As we get a nice clip here of Chris Picker in Porsche Team's Schumi Skins, I think that says, a little bit blurry on my screen, in the 92 Porsche, currently in P11. They are P4 in class, although everyone's in the same type of car. They're all in GT3s. If it may have already been explained on stream, but there's two different number boards on show today. You've got the silvery coloured number boards, grey or silver. They are our charity only drivers, and then the white number boards are the endurance championship drivers. So this although is a sort of standalone event, it also counts towards the endurance race championship that's ongoing with SSRI. So this would make this round 3 of their endurance championship. We have just hit the 100 lap mark after 3.5 hours. And if you're in the car now, you're thinking, God, there's still 20 hours to go. So a lot of drivers now will probably have had their first driver out a couple of stints. And it's interesting how their strategy works out, right? So do you just go back to back until the evening? Who does the graveyard shift? Who works through the night and does all the hard stuff? Do you have anybody that double stints? Do you have solo drivers for a period of time? You know, lots of different strategies at play. Some teams have got 2 drivers, some have got 3, some have got 4, 5, 6. You know, so it all comes into part of it. Yeah, makes a big difference. Guys, if you're in the stream, who is your money on? And I know this is really early stages, right? But who is your money on taking the overall victory here? It'll be really interesting to see what happens there. You can also see on the stream right now a few clips of a couple of, I believe they're Aston Martins, and you can see the price, the current amount of money that has been raised to. I don't know, it's coming up on the YouTube. Am I not? Guys, ignore absolutely everything I just said. I looked to my left and looked at the YouTube stream and realised that I had it paused for the last 20 minutes. So I've started it and it's quite far back. So there isn't Aston Martins on stream. If you thought that there was, and you also saw Aston Martins, you probably need to go to Specsavers, because there definitely wasn't, and I think that's where I need to go as well. But yeah, we'll stay on board with Chris Picker now, who goes through turn 1, currently in 10th place in that 92 Porsche. Lovely little QR code on the stream. Please scan that with your mobile phone device, iPad or otherwise, and put a donation in. It all adds up. It all adds up. As Van der Molen comes in. We can show the Aston Martins. Yeah, I think that would be nice to see them, to prove that I wasn't going absolutely insane. And you're... Yeah. There we go. So that's what I was seeing on the YouTube channel, where I had it paused. A couple of Aston Martins and a Macca 720 in front, in some very wet and drizzly, what I assume is British conditions. They're British number plates, so it makes sense. Which was at Gareth Longdon's funeral from when he unfortunately passed away. You'll see him on the screen there on the right at a track day. I'm not sure what track that is off the top of my head. I can't quite make it out, but I'm being told in my ear that that is Le Mans. So massive motorsport fan, and I think it's just yeah, it's incredible that communities, you know, put these events together, but secondly, so many people donate. The fact that we've now hit the 50% mark. We are up to £2,500, which, you know, is just incredible. Really, we're 4 hours, 3.5 hours into this race, and we're already at the halfway mark for this. So if we could smash that 100% mark, that would just be absolutely phenomenal. And I think it all goes to a great cause that is very close to a lot of people in the SSRI community's heart. So yeah, thank you to everyone that's donated. You can see across the bottom there some of the donations. We've got Wargers, we've got donated €20, Ben and Herma €20, JH £20. Boomer for THRC €25. Do we know what the highest donation is so far? I wonder if that pops up on the screen. So I'm being told in my ear that the we had Gareth's brother Chris donate, which was £250. But if you include the price of the SimuCube items as part of the charity auction, they're at £1,200. So yeah, massive. But you can see the recent donations there scrolling across the bottom. If you want to get your name there, head over to the SSRI Just Giving page. It's on all of their social media, and I'm sure somebody could drop it into the YouTube channel. And yeah, you'll get to see your name scroll across the bottom of the screen there. And Chris Pucker has really started to reel in. I'm really interested to know what's happened to the number 10 car. They've got purple lap and they're just plummeting down the order. I'm sure they were like 4th or 5th at one point. They seem to be stuck in the pits. I'm not sure what's happened to the number 10 Ferrari there. It looks like they're having a bit of a nightmare. David Tepper waiting to get into the pits, but currently just sat there. I'm not sure if they've had any issues or a disconnect, or, you know, really unfortunate. I'm just going to check the chat and see if there is anything going on, but can't see a reason at all why the number 10 would be sat in the pits. But we'll go on board with David Higgins in the Nissan GTR, which is very brave, I'll be honest, but fair play. Coming down through the mountain section, really tricky part of the track, very easy to get wrong, especially with this many cars backed up. Into the elbow we go, and yeah, one of those cars makes a mistake there, and you are in a 4 or 5 car pileup, which is very spicy at this time of the day, that's for sure. And Jay Betton looks like he's got a stop and go. I think that says 30. I can't quite make it out on the screen, but it looks like the 95 car's got a stop and go penalty there. I'm not quite sure what that was for, but that is right through the middle. Wow, that was wow, that was very brave there. And I don't think Daniel Higgins was particularly pleased with that, but everybody's through, everybody's alive, and we have got a yellow flag on the mountain. It looks like the number 19 or 18 car there And it is the 19 car into the Ferrari as he comes back onto the track. Bit of contact. Everyone's still relatively alive, but it is getting very, very close out there from that number 19 Ferrari. Is causing a bit of chaos, but into the elbow we go. Looks like he's very slow. Looks like he might have quite a lot of damage. Lets the Aston Martin through, and I'd expect to see Yumas into the pit. You can see the damage on the car there from the outside view. We're going to see him on board. The steering looks relatively straight at the moment, but we'll see if he goes into the pits. The number 10 is still in the pit, so it looks like they've had an absolute mare of a pit stop, or somebody's had a disconnect, and they might be dropping down the order and potentially out of this race. I'm not sure what's happened, but let's see if this number 19 car, sorry, goes into the pits. He does indeed go into the pits to repair that damage from the incident coming down the mountain. And there's going to be plenty more of those through the race, that is for sure. Right, currently on board with the 724 Aston Martin for Left Hard Racing, going through the final corner. And bit of blue flag action going on there. So he yields to the car behind. He's going to slot back in now, I think. Yeah, and then hopefully get himself a nice slipstream. Really clever place to let that happen. As you can see the Mustang there coming out of the pits. That is a great shot, isn't it? Look at that. He's got Mustang, Aston Martin, and a Lexus. Just all in the background there. Some very, very fast cars in a straight line. Yeah, really, it's really, really important to make sure on this track that if you're blue flagged, you let the other car go in the right place. That's safe, especially given the speed differences there can be between, the front runners and some of the cars at the back. But you can use it to your advantage, right? So exactly what happened there in turn 1, let him go, and then he's got himself a nice little slipstream up to turn 2. So whatever he would have lost in turn 1, he's made it back. So yeah, great bit of sort of awareness of what's going on around you, really. 105 laps and 20 hours to go. It's getting very close. There's blue flags on the mountain, but not going to yield there. We'll probably see that happen in sector 3. I love this shot. You can just see how close the cars get to the wall there. It's literally centimeters. It's one of those tracks where you're either safe but quite slow, or you're on the limit and verging on death. And that's a spin for the 189 car in P6 as he looks to rejoin. I'm not sure what happened there. We might be able to potentially get a replay, and he nearly drives into the side of somebody else. Take evasive action coming around the pit lane, and that was a little bit spicy for the Simhaven car there as Nard Cox into P6 now. Yeah, not quite sure what went on there. I'm just getting pinged on Discord. Sorry, folks, bear with me. Okay, we are back. Is anybody in the chat actually racing in this, or are you all there supporting friends, family, team members, or otherwise? What is your plan? Are you in the stints shortly? Are you waiting for the middle of the night? Right, here's Liam Walsh for PHK Esports. So Liam was saying to me in the Discord chat he was because he's one of my drivers. He was saying, Andy, the pace is really good. I know I've got 20 seconds of damage from we had a weird bug happen where he switched to another car coming down this straight, but the pace is really good. I'm into the 201s. I'm thinking of double stinting, and so here we are. So Liam double stinting in the Ferrari. We was down into P42 at the start of the race, and Liam and James so far the two drivers that have been in the car on a recovery drive. Currently in P11, so yeah, going quite well for us at the moment. I've just said that out loud though, and I'm very aware that a commentator's curse is a real thing. So Liam, I'm going to apologise in advance if you stack it coming down the mountain now. TFJ H05 said he's actually racing. Very nice. What time are your stints, my friend? Are you on the graveyard shift? Are you in the car soon? What does that look like for you? Next stint will be at 7 in the 118 car. Jason says go on 118. 118. Bad excuses. Yeah, that was a very UK specific comment there for sure. Here's the 118 car though, coming down the mountain. Actually, not a million miles behind Liam Walsh. slightly different positions, but coming into the elbow now in the Beamer. BMW feels really nice through coming across the mountain, especially as you come down through Skyline, that's for sure. I'll be doing the graveyard stints together with Baz in the Mode 11 car. Very nice. Nice. I'll see you out on track then, potentially. I'm here to support my friend Higgins in car 990. Where is car 990? They are in 28th. Right, Kenneth currently for Astro Racing Team coming past the pit entry. Pit entry is a really weird one here, so if you've not actually watched the car go through the pit entry on stream, it's a relatively straightforward pit entry until you take it 1 mile an hour too fast and you hit the grass, and then you've just missed the pit entry by about 50 foot and you end up back onto the track. It's a really weird one, but yeah, we can see Kenneth here coming up into turn 1, well, through turn 1 and up towards turn 2. I'm going to apologise, I have no idea what most of the corners are called on this track apart from Skyline and the Chase. Otherwise I just know it as the Mountain. So yeah, Jason's giving a lot of support in the stream. Yeah, let's fly. Here to watch my friend Higgins in the 990 absolutely bin it in the most unusual places. I tell you what, if he bins it in a place that's normal, are you going to donate? We've got to try, right? There's a yellow flag, the 127 car. It looks like it's across the top of the mountain. It is. It's the 127 BMW currently sat in the middle of the track. He's going to try and do a 3-point turn here. Very conscious that he's got a bit of clean air now, but there is a car coming. This could be very close. That was a nice decision making there from the other cars. Right, we're going. As he comes back down the hill. Very unfortunate there. I would say he's probably caught the curb coming through the left-hander before you go through Skyline. That's causing him a few issues there. The number 10 car is now back out on track, so not sure what happened to them. They've had they was in the pits for like 2 or 3 laps, so I'm not quite sure what's happened, but they're currently in 33rd. Still remain with purple lap, but yeah, they're down. Drop down the order quite significantly. Right, here's Higgins for you, for those in the stream that were happening to watch him. I'll tell you what, he is, I think, the only person in a Nissan GTR as well, so very brave man. Very brave man. You should be donating just because he's in a GTR, to be honest. The number 11 Mode 11 car currently in the pits. Vale, so Wargers in the stream is going to be hoping that they come out in a bit of clean air. They seem to have been in the pits for a while though, I'm not sure if that's just me. Interesting one, so some of these pit stops that you'll see towards the later end of the race, as we get towards the 11 or 12 hour mark, pit stops will become a bit longer, so drivers will have to do a brake change. Most of these cars will not last for, well, all of these cars won't last for 12 hours, and they will be required to do a brake change. Unfortunately, you can't go the whole 24 hours on one set of pads, so that makes the strategy a little bit interesting. When do you do the brake change? Do you risk another stint? Do you do it a little bit earlier? You know, what does that kind of look like? But here is Daniel Higgins flying through T1 and up in towards the mountain section of the track. Patrick Prince is in the chat. Big up the Godzilla. Do love a Nissan GTR, to be fair. I got offered one, so I'm getting married next year, right? I'm not scared to say that on stream, it's very dangerous, but I've just said it. And I've been offered a GTR as one of my wedding cars. I've been offered 2 GTRs, actually. One is the R35, not a GT3 car, admittedly, but a normal Nissan GTR R33, 35. And then somebody's offered me a 900 horsepower R32 GTR. And he's told me I can drive it to the wedding venue. So, if you never see me again, it's because I've run off with it or I've stacked it and I can't afford to pay for it back. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't made a decision yet. For the interest of anybody who might be a lawyer or involved in insurance, I will be insured on the cars. But yeah, Daniel Higgins currently in P28, coming down through the elbow. The elbow's a tricky corner. You can lock up really easy in the elbow and just all of a sudden you're in the wall. So yeah. Go on 118, heads down and hammer time. What do we all think? So I'm going to get a bit of a chat going on hopefully in the YouTube stream. So what do we all think about Lewis Hamilton? Speaking of hammer time, moving to Ferrari. What's everybody's views? I think it's probably a good move at this point for Hamilton. I think he's always wanted to drive a Ferrari in his career. They've obviously done very well in the Constructors Championship. Whether he'll win an 8th or a 9th, depending on how you see it, will be up for questions for sure. But yeah, we'll see. Traffic is really building up on this first sector of the mountain. You can see there on the little mini map on the right hand side that across the top of that mini map's pretty quiet on the grand scheme of things, but in this first sector, sector 1 and sector 2 is getting pretty busy, and I suspect that it's mainly going to be a mixture of cars that are battling for position and some potential blue flags. Jason says might have lost his spark though. This next season will be big for him. He looked off it this season. Yeah, it was nice to see him. Oh, that looked like a bit scary. It's been nice to see him win at Silverstone though, I will say that. And that's a moment. Is that a moment? We caught the end of that by the looks of it, but that did not look particularly healthy. But we're all going again now in the 25 car. So he did have an off, I'm being told. He's also got a penalty, so he's not having a great time at the moment in that Mustang. Mustang is a bit of a beast, to be fair. One of the fastest cars on ACC at the moment, but very big and bulky. And I suspect as you come down the mountain section, it feels even bigger because the walls appear to be a lot closer than they actually are. We're going to get a nice Onboard at the moment with Kilmander in the 75 Mustang coming in towards the final corner. We'll stay on board with him for a flying lap, and hopefully he's not got too much damage. In towards turn 1 we go, braking just after the 100 metre board. On the brakes, trail brake, first gear in the Mustang, very long gears. And he might get a bit of a slipstream from that BMW in front if he can just about get close enough, which, let's be honest, he's in the Mustang, so he probably will get a bit closer. Braking the little concrete bit just on the left, hard on the brakes, throw her in, and then power nice and early, getting as close to that wall as you can. Be careful of the curb. He's caught him up real quick here. We've got blue flags, but he is not within his rights to yield over the mountain section, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens here. Mustang was planted through this section, to be fair. Flat out through here, avoiding the walls. QR code on the screen, it just popped up. Get your mobile devices out and please scan that. Let's get some more donations in. We're at 2.6k now. When I jumped in the comms booth, we were at 48%. We're now at 52%. Let's keep these coming in, guys. It is much appreciated. It all makes a big difference. Mark Caldwell just dropped £50 in. Lisa and Simon have put £20 in. SRH team put €20 in. Nick from €20 from earlier. Ben and Herma €20 from earlier. Thank you, guys. We are now well over the halfway mark. Right, into the elbow we go. Getting as close to that wall as you can. Very, very easy to get that corner a little bit wrong. I've just noticed the PSUK car's got a 5-second penalty, and I don't know what it's for, and I'm really sad about it. Why did we get a penalty? I don't know. Only 5 seconds, but it's fine. Right, the 118 car from 23 to 20 already. You got this, bro. Okay, interesting. What do we all think in the chat? Some of the giveaways. Then, if you've not seen them, go and have a look on the SSRI socials. But yeah, there's not just big moment there. Let's forget about the giveaways for a second. That looked like a BMW in the wall. It's Baz. It's one of the admin for SSRI Mode 11, and he is not going to be very happy about that. I'm not sure what happened. We caught the end of it, but a nice big 360 there into the wall. Is he coming into the pits? He's not. Right, Baz is going to stay out on a track. Wonder if we can get a replay of that just to have a quick look at what might have happened to Baz there as he got spun around. Did he catch the curb? It's very easy to catch the curb there, in all fairness. You can spin it around and end up in the wall, but not sure. We'll have to have a look. Yeah, what do you all think of the giveaways? If you go onto the SSRI Instagram page, I think it's just Simsport Racing International. Not only the giveaways, but there's a video on there, 2 videos in fact, one of which is from a gentleman called Indy Dante, I think is how his name's pronounced. He's the 24-hour Daytona winner. He's given away some of his gloves from one of the Daytona wins, and there's a video of him talking to the fans and supporters of SSRI. And then there's another one from Josh Rogers, giving away some boots. Right, here's the clip of Baz. So we're coming down in towards the chase. BMW behind. Nice bit of left-hand king. BMW to go for move. No, nice and steady. No contact yet. Oh, and I don't think there was. Yeah, if there was contact, it was super light. But I think yeah, that might have just that little touch there might have unfortunately spun Baz around. But Baz is still out on track. Currently in 24th now. Going to be on a bit of a recovery. But there'll be plenty more action like that for sure. It's frustrating for the drivers and the teams that are out there for sure, but it's good for the viewers, right? We enjoy a bit of action, but yeah, not going to be great for the Mode 11 fans in the chat right now. That's for sure. So we're going to show on stream in a second a clip of Josh Rogers. So Josh Rogers is a pro esports driver, races for Porsche Commander Esports. If you don't know who they are one of the top iRacing esports team. He will race regularly with people like Max Verstappen, for example, and he's donated some signed racing boots. So yeah, check this out.
Hey, I'm Josh Rogers, professional sim racer for Commander Esports. First of all, I just want to say hello, well done to everyone competing in the Laps for Life race this evening. Everyone supporting the Christie charity. It's a fantastic cause going towards great things, and you know, with all of your help and your commitment, we can really make a difference in this world. So thank you to everyone supporting it. I myself have donated a pair of my boots, which you can see on the auction website. Yeah, all proceeds go to charity. It's a really cool pair. I signed them myself. They are new, so they're not smelly. But yeah, whether you're donating through yeah, general causes or through purchasing any of the items that have been offered up for the auction, yeah, it's greatly appreciated, and it's a real privilege to be able to be part of this, and to be able to support where I can. So yeah, enjoy the racing tonight. Enjoy the broadcast, and support where you can. I'm tuning in. See you later.
There we go, guys. Bit of a clip from Josh Rogers, and yeah. So if you want a chance to get your hands or feet on on those prizes, make sure you get involved in the auction. Chris, I wonder if we've got the video for the Daytona gloves. That'd be quite good to show on stream as well. And we can have a look at that. So this is, I'll just introduce it whilst there's some work going on in the background, but this is some gloves that have been donated from one of the Daytona 24-hour winners, with a little message to the SSRI community, which is just fantastic, right? You never think that there's much crossover between the sim world and the real world, but the fact that this guy's done a personalised video towards SSRI, the community, the teams, etc., just shows how close the whole racing community is, whether that's the sim or real world. But yeah, check this out.
Hi endurance fans, good luck with today's Laps for Life 24-hour endurance organised by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your chance to own a unique piece of racing history. Go to the charity auction supporting the Christie charity on simsportracing.com and click on the auction button. So, good luck guys!
Incredible, right? You don't see that very often, do you? So yeah, get your hands on that if you want to be involved, and please come along and donate. We're over 50% of the way towards our donation target at the moment of £5,000, and we've got 20 hours to go, right? Incredible. Oh, right, we're on board with Jasper van der Vaart in the 415 Lexus. Very brave car to drive around here. I think the Lexus. I'm not sure how fast it'll be. Somebody in the stream says, "Where was the auction link again?" And we've got a comment. So it's on the SS. Sorry, bear with me, folks. Just having an issue with my mic. Give me 30 seconds, please. Right, there we go. We're back. Though I've lost the chat now. There we go. Yeah, the auction link is on the Simsport Racing International page. F1, F2 with Rose says, "Morning. Just going to get coffee and a smoke." Very nice. Ollie got a scrap happening. So we got a bit of a fight going on here as well. So on board with Sergey in the 189 RNE car, Simhaven. I'm not sure if that's Team RNE or whether that team is Simhaven. I'm not really sure, but it's Team RNE, I'm being told. Currently in P17 in the 189 Macca. And they're making their way up towards the notorious mountain section of the track. Yeah, we're going into the braking zone, up onto that curb, and then right out towards the wall. Very nice. And this section of the track is particularly important, right? You need to get this corner right here, which gives you the run across the top of the mountain. And the Macca looks absolutely planted through there. And this bit is flat out if you get it right. Very tricky to get it right. You want to, you need to hit the apexes perfect. And if you don't, you clip the wall. And every time you clip the wall, it gives you a bit of damage, which is a bit of extra time in the pit stop. But it looks like Sergey has nailed that going through there. This bit's particularly tricky as well. It's a slight lift, and you don't want to get too high up onto that curb, otherwise that's what happens, as you saw there in the background. It does unsettle the car. Coming down the hill now, and in towards the elbow. 17th and 18th are scrapping on me, told on the stream. Oh, it's already over. Yeah, not quite, nearly. But that's who we're on board with now anyway. As the 415 Lexus comes in for a pit stop. Lots of penalties on the stream at the minute. We've got a 5-second penalty for the 99 car. Liam Walsh. It's definitely not my team. Not saying anything. We've got a 10-second penalty for the 75 Ford. A 20-second penalty for the 113 BMW. A 10-second penalty for the 81 Ford. And we've also got a 15-second penalty for the 889 Mercedes. But we're on board with Michael Schools at the moment for Lone Ranger OGN. Currently in 37th place in the 135 Porker. And the Porsche, I'll tell you what I like about the Porsche, the noise is just incredible. There's probably, I drive the Ferrari mainly, and it is the most dull car to listen to ever. The Porsche though is just incredible. I think ACC Kunos have done an incredible job at making the car sound as close to being realistic as they can, and the Porsche, the noise is just, I mean, 24 hours of that, you can't go wrong, right? I'll just offer to drive for the whole 24 hours. Pascal Wieder into the pits in the 65 McLaren, and Daniel D. Tepper, I think it's Daniel Tepper, still currently with Purple Lap down in 32nd place. They had some sort of technical issue in the pit stops, so they're going to be on a mad recovery drive. They've got 20 hours to do it. Guys, QR code up on the screen. Please scan that. Donate anything. Every little bit helps. And in 45 minutes you get to hear Christie, so that's got to be worth a donation, right? Even if it's, you know, 20p, 30p, 40p, it all makes a big difference, and it gets us that little bit closer to the target of £5,000, which we want to smash, by the way. We don't want to just hit 5k, we want to be like well clear of that 5k mark. We've got 20 hours to do that, so no excuses, folks, no excuses. It's all for the Christie charity, so great charity. SSRI, as I've said previously, have raised close to around the £25,000 mark for that charity. It's still quite packed up this back straight, isn't it? There's over 40 cars in this race, so navigating not only the challenges of the track, you know, getting close to the wall, tight to the apexes, driver stint times, making sure people are tired. You've also got to navigate traffic, and you can control the other things, right? You can control how close you get to the wall because you're in control of the vehicle. You can control driver stint times because you plan them ahead of time. People get tired naturally, but that's part and parcel of it. You can't control where another car is going to go, and that's what makes this particularly difficult. And it's very frustrating for drivers when they get involved in an accident that wasn't their fault, and that's part of racing. But nevertheless, it's still quite frustrating. So it's one of those things on a track like Bathurst where it's really important to be vigilant. And the moment that you stop being vigilant, accidents start to happen, which is great for the viewers. Everyone likes to see a bit of accidents. Well, unless it's your own team. But yeah, the teams have put a lot of time and effort in for this race. You know, some people would have put a couple of weeks worth of practice in, setting up the car, making sure it's right. France, we've now got a clip, but we're back, it's fine. It's a bit like my mic broke earlier, right? Technical issues, it's fine. Chris is just showing off now, he's saying he's got 2 keyboards. I wish I had enough money for 2 keyboards. Right, in towards the chase we go in the Porsche, hard on the brakes, just after, about halfway between the 100 metre and the 150 metre board, and throw it in. Bit of curb there, you could see it unbalanced the car, but he got that nicely under control with very little time lost. As the 166 Ford Polymena comes into the pits, and you'll start to see a lot of drivers boxing now. We're at just under the 20-hour mark, so 4 hours and 3 minutes roughly have been completed. And people will be starting to pit, so it's going to be really interesting to see what happens after the pits. A lot of penalties that need to be served at the moment. Alright guys, if you're in the stream and you want to see your driver, or you want to see a particular team, or you can see a battle happening that maybe we can't, please shout it out. Let's get a bit of an interactive chat going on. Let's see what we've got. It all makes for some good broadcasting. That's what we want to do here, right? We want to entertain the viewers, the fans, raise some money, have a good race. So we're on board with the 889 car, currently in 41st position for Ram Racing. They're currently about 6 or 7 laps down, although I'm not really sure what's going on there. The timing board went a bit weird. It now says 8 laps. However, they're sticking with it, and that's the important thing. You never know what's going to happen, right? So you could make this back. There's going to be a lot of incidents. And the 166 car's just come back into the pit, so I'm not sure what's happened there with that Ford. They've boxed, they've come back out, and they've gone back into the pit. So I'm not sure if they've got an issue. But yeah, we'll see. Tybo coming, that's probably mispronounced, I'm so sorry if it is, but coming down through the mountain section in the lovely bright pink Mercedes. Car 33 is really close to both Lamborghinis, I'm being told in the YouTube stream. Let's have a look for car 33. They are indeed. We're on board with Arnold from QRT Esports in the Aston Martin number 33 car. They are close. It looks like a blue flag is currently out at the minute. It's hard to tell as a commentator which car is blue flag because the timing board only shows me current live positions. But yeah, there is a blue flag. Not sure which car that is for in front, but we're going to go into the elbow and we'll stay on board with Arnold as we go down towards the chase. One car I would say to look out for, and they've had a bit of a bad start, but have certainly got pace for a top 10, maybe higher, with 20 hours to go, is the number 69 Bentley. They're currently in 23rd, Ryan Cooper currently in the car at the minute. They have got some very, very fast drivers in that team. So I'd expect them to start making their way back up the order as the 588 Aston Martin for M Crows comes into the pits. But yeah, Arna doing a great job into turn 1, flat out on the accelerator, used the exit curb Be a little bit bouncy, but it's not too bad, especially in the Aston. It does quite well over the curbs. Then a nice run down towards turn 2. Not quite close enough to get a slipstream. And Michael Thomas, our leader, has got a 10-second penalty. He's not going to be happy about that. Not sure what that's for, but Michael Thomas currently soloing it. So there we go. And leading the race, the 88 car in P2 and Ivanov in P3 in the Ferrari. Into the left-hander we go, nice and tight from Arnold there, a bit of oversteer but catches it nicely and then flat out through the mountain sector. It is starting to get cold out here at Bathurst. We've dropped 2 degrees in the last 20 minutes. So Michael Thomas's penalty was for causing a collision on lap 78. So there we go. That's why Michael Thomas has got a 10-second penalty. But I think he's probably got a big enough gap to P2 at this minute to negate that penalty. But nevertheless, nice and clean coming down the hill there from Arnold into the elbow, hard on the anchors, as tight to this inside curb as you can, or wall, and then flat out down the back straight. We're too wide ahead. Is that somebody letting somebody go, or are they racing? Not quite sure. We're on board with Nard Cox now, going into the chase. You see just how tight it's getting up here, and that looks like a bit deep from the Lambo behind it. It's a bit deep, and the NSX goes through. And this is what I was saying earlier about you make a mistake in the chase and you catch. And Frank Bergkamp there, he's going to be really frustrated. You make one mistake, you go a couple of centimetre deep, and you clip the grass, and before you know it, you've gone 50 foot into the grass. Right, Ryan Cooper this is the car I was saying to look out for, the 69 car. They started quite high up. Ryan Cooper currently in the car, chasing down the 2 cars in front. Very, very fast team here. Going to be putting a lot of pressure on these guys at the minute. They have got, for those of you that might know, they've got Tommy Lydon in the car, who is pretty quick. I'm pretty sure Tommy Lydon raced at SRO level at one point. We've got a yellow flag as well for the 415 car, so we're going to see yellow flags quite frequently. It looks like he's getting going again. We're side by side here. Is the Beamer going to fight him? I think the Beamer is going to fight him. They're going to go too wide into the chase, but no, Ryan Cooper has made the move stick, and BMW has yielded. Up to P19 he goes. Great driving there from Ryan. It's not very often you see Bentleys in these races. It's quite a rare car to be driven, but it seems to be getting a bit more popular as time sort of goes on. And yeah, it's very fast in a straight line, that's for sure. Paul Ricard is a good example of a track where it just disappears into the distance. But yeah, Ryan Cooper in the Bentley makes his way up to P19. Kilmander in the 75 Ford Mustang comes into the pits. They're going to be serving their penalty and potentially swapping drivers. And Ryan's on the charge now to try and get himself into P18, although he might have P18 anyway because of the penalty that Van der Molen has currently got, and that is a very slow moving blue flag there that Ryan has caught up very quickly there. So this is where it gets tricky, right? Ryan has got to, he doesn't have to yield over the mountain as per the driver's briefing, and Ryan's got to follow him and try not to dive. So you don't want to really follow him too closely because you know he's going to yield, but you also don't want to lose too much time. Right, over Skyline we go. Look at the dip, into the dip, and yeah, this is getting backed up quite heavy now. So nobody's done anything silly. Nobody's tried to make a move. Yeah, towards the elbow we go, and I think we're going to see Ryan Cooper make the move happen down towards the chase. Ferrari's going to yield the position to all 4 cars here, I think. If I was at the back though in that McLaren, I'd be worried that I'm not quite going to get past in time. And he's not actually yielded, so is this for position? Surely not. No, I was going to say, there we go, blue flag's still out. Alright, into the chase we go. Ryan's through. Nicely done, nice and safe. The 92 car into the pits, and that's going to get a bit spicy behind. Everybody's still quite safe. Ferrari is he's in an awkward position there as a blue flag, in all fairness, because he's got about 4 cars he needs to let past. And is he going to do it into the final corner? 1 car's passed, 2 cars passed. Looks like they're through. Right, into turn 1 we go with Mr. Cooper. As the 92 Porsche, currently in P11, comes into the pits. Jason says 118 to P17, let's go. Yeah, good drive so far, good drive. Still a long way to go as well, so you never know how far up the order they're going to get. The wind is starting to pick up and the track temp's coming down, which says to me there might be rain on the way in the next few hours. Oh, we'll stay on board with Ryan just for a moment. We're going to go on board with Sam Smeets for the IRL Endurance Racing Team, currently in P21 in the 943 car, coming across the mountain section. Love a good Aston Martin, to be fair. Top 10 for the 118 at least. Possible, yeah, no reason why not. There's a lot of action that's going to happen for sure, and yeah, I can't see why not. They're making good progress at the moment, and you know, 20 hours to go. You might be the fastest man on track, right? But if you stack it into the wall and give yourself 2 minutes of damage, and you have to do a really long pit stop, it doesn't really matter how fast you've been. It's more about consistency, especially with the amount of laps that are going to take place today. It might be, you know, close on 800 laps of Bathurst, which is a phenomenal amount. So consistency across the team is key, and you'll see those teams that are consistent that'll do well. And I think the other thing that's really important here is to stay out of trouble and just try and get out of the way of any incidents. QR code on the screen, please give that a scan if you don't mind. It's all for the Christie charity in memory of Gareth Longdon, who sadly passed away and lost his life. He was a big member of the SSRI community, and that's what this race is all about. So yeah, if you haven't donated, please do so. It all goes to a worthy cause, and you also get your name on the screen, which is always a win, right? So Jason says no problem, raises a beast behind the wheel. Very nice. Here's the donation. So latest donations was from Mark Caldwell of a lovely £50 one. We're up to 2.6k at the moment, donations plus all the stuff for the auction. 52% of the way there. So if you want your name on the screen, get yourself over to the Just Giving page and get yourself up there. It's all for a good cause. It all makes a huge difference. So please do so. You can see there a photo of Gareth at Le Mans, and then bottom left is the QR code. Right, down the mountain we go for Sem Smeets, hard on the anchors, being followed very closely there by the Macca and a Bentley by the looks of that. Is that a Bentley behind? Or am I going insane? Yes, I think it is a Bentley. Yeah, it is a Bentley, yeah. Weirdly, going past a Bentley sign that happens to be on the elbow as well, so that was quite good timing. Right, down towards the chase we go. It is a Bentley. It's the 88 car for Bernhard Bendy. They were currently leading the race earlier on. Lasse Strege did a phenomenal job in the first couple of stints. Michael Thomas has since took the lead, but Michael's got a 10-second penalty, and the RSSE car is flying. We raced these guys really closely in the previous endurance league that we did. Great group of guys. I'm sure if they're in the stream, if Alex is watching the stream, I hope you crash, mate. I'm joking. Am I? But no, joking aside, great bunch of guys, and doing a phenomenal job in that Bentley for sure. As he goes through turn 1, we're at 123 laps into the 24 hours of Bathurst, and we're only 4 hours in. Blue flags being shown. He's going to yield there just before you get onto the mountain. Relatively safe pass, to be fair, no dramas. Then this corner, super important to get that one right across the top. Chris, you've got half an hour until you have to start singing. How do you feel? Not that the viewers can hear you, but I'll pass the message on. Oh, Chris is excited to sing a song for you all. I'm gutted I missed Jingle Bells earlier. But I'm not Jingle Bells. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I've been corrected, but that's because I missed it. I didn't know what it was, right? So excited to hear that, guys. Stick around for that. It's going to be really interesting. It's all for charity. It's all a bit of a laugh. Patrick Prince is coming to join as well, who's also in the YouTube chat. So. Are you guys doing it as like a full-blown duet, or are you like doing a verse each? Like how is it going to work, or are you just gonna wing it and see what happens? So it's a full-blown duet of yeah, that'll be interesting. Looking forward to it. This is quite a close little battle here going on, in all fairness. Like, it's a blue flag behind though, if I'm not mistaken. So, and he's getting closer and closer. I wonder if Bernard is just going to think, this isn't really my fight. Maybe I just let him through. Is that a McLaren behind or a Ferrari? I can't tell from this angle. It's a McLaren, isn't it? Yeah. So I wonder if Bernard thinks, this isn't my fight. I'm in second place. We'll let him through. There's no point, you know, battling at this point. But to be fair, down the back straight, he has pulled a bit of a gap. We've got a yellow flag across the top of the mountain. Not quite moving at the moment. The number 36 car, I think that says, or 38. And yeah, not sure what's happened. I think they've just they're still going, but it's a slow-moving car now. It is Daniel Ispara in the number 20 Ferrari. Does a nice little 180 there to get it facing the right direction. But yeah, it looks like he's had a bit of a moment.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. How are we?
We're doing all right. Doing all right. My stints today didn't quite go as planned, but oh, and with that, Andy's gone. He's had enough.
I accidentally left the commentary booth, which is not very helpful, is it, when you're trying to do a broadcast?
Did I say something?
Yeah, sorry. Well, my last name's King and yours is Prince, right? So I get rank in the hierarchy, yeah?
I've just killed the king.
But what was you saying about your stint? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, I was meant to take the opening two. Unfortunately, we got caught in some troubles on lap 4, which included a severe rear ending going down to the dipper. Due to some incidences in front, the guys behind didn't react in time, and yeah, unfortunately I was the victim. Got back going, we were a lap down to half the pack, and then one of the guys on the leading lap spun again into the dipper and completely blocked it, and I had nowhere to go, so hit the side of them. I cleared the track up for everyone else, thankfully, so you know, I hope everyone appreciates that.
That's helpful and everything.
But thankfully the damage was only 13 seconds with that, so I trundled on with that first stint, jumped out the car, jumped back in, and then in classic Princey fashion, I got us a pit stop issue. And again, I found it doing something that always happens. For those of you that don't know, I mean, I haven't been around in a while. I have a terrible habit of, no matter what race I'm doing, having a hiccup in the pits and getting some sort of penalty. And it's always a new way of doing it every time I get something else wrong.
How many ways of getting a pit stop wrong is there? Because like, surely you get a drive-through for speeding too fast. You get a
no, but it's basically finding new ways of the game bugging. This time round, so I have a keyboard, a wireless keyboard that I use. And I simply had it on my legs in order to flick through the camera to get the rear view mirror back. And just as I left, I flicked through the cameras, got it sorted, picked up the keyboard, accidentally hit a key with my thumb that shifted up a gear into second, which obviously then takes off the pit limiter, and I sped.
At what point do your teammates go, he's just making excuses at this point?
Oh, to be fair, so one of them was like that, the others were like, oh, it's an expectation with you. As soon as we take you onto the team, we know that there's going to be some sort of issue. So, yeah, we're currently doing all right, to be fair. We're up in 28th. We started in 33rd.
Probably could have started higher up. Yeah, so after all those issues, and I think unfortunately Dan got caught with an incident as well, and had to pit for damage as well early on in his stint. So we're still moving. We've just got another position on the 81, but to be honest, that's only going to be temporary. They're a speedy car, those guys.
Yeah, and I think
they're right at the pointy end. They qualified on pole, so at some point I'm sure we'll be conceding that position back to them.
Yeah, although they have just jumped into the pit, so I wonder if they've just come out of the pit, so you can see them there on stream. But yeah, I think that there's still nearly 20 hours to go, isn't there? So it's going to be lots more incidents. We had a similar start to the race, so the PSUK esports team started in 42nd. Well, we started in 13th. Incident in turn 2 put us on our roof. It then put us back into the pits. So we started in 42nd. Fortunately, we were still on the lead lap. Not sure where we are now. I think we're like 10th or something. So we've had it. To be fair to James and Liam, who have took the first few stints, they've done a phenomenal job at getting us back into contention for a decent finish at the moment. But yeah, there's still 19 hours to go. So I've got to get in the car yet. So anything could happen.
What time are you getting in? What's your plan?
Well, I was meant to be in the car an hour ago, but we're up to 8th now with a 5-second penalty. Wow, okay. But yeah, Liam's decided he wanted to do a double stint, and that makes sense because his pace is a bit stronger than mine. So yeah, this is Liam at the moment going into the final corner.
Cool. Are you doing a late night stint then? Are you running?
I will be, yeah. So I'll be through the night. To be honest, I'm just going to stay awake for the whole 24. Help out with broadcast where I can, do a bit of racing, do a bit of strategy, proper mix it up a bit. But yeah, the only thing I want to see is us be consistent. I think pace doesn't make a huge difference as long as you don't stack it. I don't really think. Yeah, that Liam's flying at the moment, to be fair to him. And I've told Michael Thomas that if he stays within 5 laps of the lead, I'll put £50 in the donations box. But he's currently leading, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose that bet.
Wow, is it a loss or is it a win for charity?
Well, yeah, that's true. It's a win for the charity and a loss for my bank account, but for a good cause.
Indeed.
A few comments in the YouTube. So Sergeant saying P18, let's go. You got this, bro. Top 10 at least. Netherlands Online Racing have come to say hi. Yeah, I still think that 69 car is one to watch out for sure. They're building themselves back up through the pack. They've had a pretty rough start, but yeah, here's Liam at the minute going in towards the elbow. I don't think that is P7 in front. I have a feeling that is a back marker. I'm not sure where P7 is in comparison.
No, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Well, there we are. Lovely little scrap happening, and I think there's going to be a move made on the final corner. Not quite. The Lasses. Oh, Nunez, sorry. Elects to get back in behind. Oh, it's going to be Nunez for sure. He's Portuguese. I'll bring out the lingo.
Guys, QR code just appeared on the stream in the top right. Please scan that with your mobile device, app, phone, tablet, whatever else you can use to scan it with, and drop a donation. You get your name up on stream. Mark Caldwell was the last person to put something in. An amazing £50. We're well over the halfway mark now. Be good to see that start to continue to go up just before I need to jump out the comms with. This battle's getting feisty here, isn't it? That's not a move on there, surely?
No, but I've seen a few moves so far where they just fully send it to the apex. They're covered nicely. They had to lift, and the longer these two scrap, the Lasses just creeping behind there. He's keeping tabs on this. He's 4.5 tenths back. And right now it's the following game. Very close to the wall there for the Lamborghini, but I think it looks like the Lamborghini's got the pace on the fellow Lamborghini ahead. I can't describe that. The 9 car of Nard Cox looking a little bit worse for wear right now. It's hard to judge exactly where their pit stints are because Pitbull Line is not my friend, so I can't use that to my advantage. But at the minute, Nard's looking like the blockage.
Yeah, and I think this might be a move on here with the slipstream as we go down towards the chase. Lambo versus Lambo. Nard isn't going to give this up easily, though. That's for sure. Although maybe I don't know. Maybe he will. It is a long race. We're going to go side by side.
He's giving it the inside, so he wants to defend after the kink.
Yeah.
They're going side by side into the kink. Who's going to break later? Who's going to give a bit? Side by side through. No a little bit of door tap and a little bit of aggression shown. And Nard unfortunately loses places. The Aston Martin behind gets way too eager and bounces over the grass.
It's pretty bonkers, isn't it? How bouncy the curbs are. You don't realise it until you start doing practice sessions and you touch a curb and all of a sudden you're 3 foot in the air and you're like, wow, okay, don't hit that in the race because that gets a bit spicy. Yeah, that was a nice little battle there going into the little S's section, and yeah, I think Nunez. Nunez?
It'll be Nunez or
Nunez. Okay.
Yeah. So the Portuguese or Spanish.
But this battle is probably going to continue over the top of the hill, I think, here, as Nard Cox is going to want to be back on the rear bumper of him, that's for sure. And it's really
a pressure that Delassus provides though on the back of Nard, because as soon as Delassus looks for a little opportunity, I think Nunez runs off. So Rui'd be gone, and by the looks of the lines from Nard, he's not quite on it. So I wonder if he's maybe nearing the end of his stint and the tyres just aren't quite right.
Yeah, we was on board with Delassus earlier, and he was flying really consistent lap times, just banging the laps in, and yeah, he's put himself in a good spot at the minute. And I think big twitch there though, coming over the curb just before Skyline, but manages to hold on, and looks like no real time loss. But yeah, you're probably right. Nard Cox is in a very awkward position at the minute, where he's got to almost think about defending and attacking at the same time, and he's going to want to be in the slipstream of Nunez, I think. So we've just been told that Nard's been in the car for 1 hour, so he's got about 8 minutes left on his stint timer. So in the next 5 minutes or so, you're probably going to see him come into the pits. And I wonder if he'll be double stinting, or whether he'll be thinking about, right, do we try and put somebody else in the car that can maybe generate a bit more of a gap?
So yeah, he'll have maximum 2 more laps then at this point. Which, to be fair, if that's how the stints have played out, he's doing well. It's obviously going to move back and forth. This gap will go, and to be honest, that back marker right behind is looking pretty pacey. He seems to have pace on all of them at the minute. He's giving Delassus a bit to worry about. I'm not sure who that is, but look at him go.
Yeah,
right on the tail, getting pulled along nicely.
It's an awkward spot to be in as a back marker, isn't it? Especially if you're faster, because you think, well, I don't really want to overtake. He is going past him, yeah, he is.
And he is entitled to. They are entitled to give themselves the opportunity to get ahead. But the problem here he's got 2 guys with a lot of pace up ahead.
It's Michael Thomas.
Never mind, it's the leader. It's Michael Thomas.
That explains why he was so fast then.
Yeah. The single man, as we have a yellow flag on the final corner.
The 73 car. Yeah, the wrong way round on the final corner. I guess that was too much exit curb if I was to be a betting man, and I thought he was going to drive straight into that wall then, I'll be honest. But nice little 3-point turn just as somebody else comes around the final corner. But yeah, nice bit of clear track.
See an Andy King in 40th, or are my eyes deceiving me? That was confusing. That was very odd. Oh, there's your namesake, right? You have a brother.
Interesting. I didn't know that. And clearly,
apologies,
Andy is gobsmacked.
Sorry, my fiance walked into the room, and she's got a work party this afternoon, this evening, so she's currently getting ready to go out. What am I gobsmacked about?
Schulz is rolling precariously. To be fair, this is fine. He's out the way, but those brakes look like they failed because... Okay, he's finally stopped. He moved himself out the way. I don't think that's terribly done, to be honest. I think that's very nicely played. If he'd stopped earlier, he would have been in the way, so just rolling back as he did was smart.
Yeah, it was. I think...
The car doesn't seem too damaged either, which is good.
Yeah, the damage, interestingly, around here doesn't seem to make a massive difference.
The front's looking a bit worse for wear.
We had a weird incident earlier where Liam jumped in the car and he was driving down towards turn 2, and it suddenly switched him to another car, weirdly. So he hit the wall, gave us 20 seconds of damage, but it didn't make much difference to the pace. Obviously, it makes a difference to your overall race distance because you've got to repair the damage, but Yeah, I think you can probably crack on if you've got a little bit of damage, and I think most teams across a stint will get maybe a couple of seconds worth of damage just from like little gentle wall taps, just pushing a bit hard through the mountain section. But he is coming into the pits though. He is going to box. Now I wonder if that's
The
just a
car's
normal pit
looking
stop.
like it is a little wonky, I have to say. When it was picking up some speed, it didn't look very stable. So I think unfortunately that is a forced pit for Schulz. As we get on board with my team, Dan, he's got Mogul right on his tail. I don't know if the moves just happened or not, but
I think that's my team in front of him, to be honest, mate.
So we're following you around with someone on our backside.
No pressure.
Getting all tense. Dan's probably our fastest driver, to be honest. He's been flying. It's his first stint in the car though, and he's taking the graveyard stints as Mogul gets it all wrong, going down the dipper and elects just to take the runoff. Smart decision if you're not feeling like the car's under you. I've had a few snaps there which were very close to the wall. I did not enjoy them, but the important thing was I kept it out the wall, I guess. So
yeah, it's a scary sector, isn't it? And I think as we get into the graveyard stints, we'll start to see a lot more yellow flags coming down there as drivers start to get tired. I think it's really helpful if you've got a driver that's a different part of the world to you. So if he's Australian or American and you're a UK team, it makes sense to put him in for the graveyard stints because that's just his normal sleeping pattern. Whereas when I jump in the car at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm probably going to be quite tired, and that's how mistakes happen, and you end up in the wall and all sorts of stuff. So yeah. It's really important that it's weird, isn't it? People go, "Oh, it's just a game, it's all this," but you do need a level of fitness, I think, to be able to do an endurance race. As Liam Walsh comes into the pits.
Well, it's also if you can balance it well, because I'm due to wake up for a 10 to 5 start in the car or sometime around then. So I'm hoping that I can get to bed fairly early tonight and not have too much trouble with that, so I can still get about 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, I am being silly and not doing that.
Oh.
Although sometimes I find that I do find sometimes that when I sleep I feel worse.
It's situational, isn't it?
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Dan here, he's taking the day off work on Monday to allow him to have the graveyard stint. He did happily put himself down for that. He also stayed in bed till about 10:30, 11 today, so I think he's in a good mood. He's got his caffeine, he's got his energy drinks and the rest ready.
Yeah.
So he's good for it. And then our teammate who's joining him for those, as he gives the wall just a little kiss. Shouldn't be too bad, but he's clearly pushing that thing along. And I mean, to be fair, we're in 26th all of a sudden now, so we are flying. After he had an enforced pit too, from the 29th when I handed the car over, so yeah, we're doing quite well. I mean, fortunately, I'm not going to say it because I know what happens when I say it. Okay, we're moving on next.
You were about to do something that I did earlier, and I think it's.
I'm not doing it. I know what happens here. I'm not doing it. We're moving
There's
on.
a lot of people in the YouTube chat that have just posted saying, "I'm just waiting for the song." I'm excited.
Oh, I heard something about that just before joining. What is this about? A song? And I'm not singing along, by the way, so you can forget.
Well, you've been volunteered apparently.
Have I?
Chris has got more information than me on it. I wasn't watching the broadcast at the time, but rumour has it that you're the lead singer, mate.
Oh no.
It was a bit dramatic, yeah.
Is it? Oh, I don't know. Ooh. Very nice.
We've got somebody in the waiting room that's looking for an interview. Should we drag them in and have a chat? It's Lloyd Rowe.
I think Lloyd will be commentating. Oh, we've got a little bit of. Oh no!
Oh dear,
That's
that
a
is not
rejoin.
well.
That looked questionable. There's a lot happening here. What is going on? What is going on? That was Schulz was the one who ended up hitting the Aston. I don't know who that Aston is, but it's all got a bit messy all of a sudden at the cutting.
Yeah, Chris is going to do a bit of work, see if we can get a replay for that. For those that are watching, we caught that at a bit of an awkward moment. Question in the chat: what position is Ricardo Mecking currently in? Also, interestingly, why does it say I'm in the 889 car?
Yeah, that's okay. That's where you disappeared off, and that's why I said you were gobsmacked. You have a brother, Austin.
Is his name Austin? Oh, really? That is, mate, that is just really trippy.
Because I saw that and I was like, why are you driving when you're sat in here talking to us?
Can we see my brother that is from another mother? That is really trippy. I thought, oh my god, we've got a driver list entry issue or something there, but
we're currently looking for that incident that just happened.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat says
we'll give Austin a bit of time.
What position is Ricardo meching in? Do you know what number meching is? Is he currently in the car? Here's the replay.
So we've got scrap going on ahead. Is the Aston going to look for a move up the inside? Oh no, he's just lost it on the rears, taps the wall. That's just a little bit of a misfortune, and then the Aston decides to set off for whatever reason while sat in the middle of the road.
I will say that was really good reaction time from the car that was following.
Really well done from the from this car we're on board with, the 415, and also from the Ferrari as well, just to scoot round. But unfortunately, the Aston just had to show a little bit more patience there, and it all would have gone fine. But
Zach McMahon currently going down the mountain. Looks like he's just had a bit of a moment for Astro Racing Team. Guys, I'm only going to be in this chat for about the next 5 or 10 minutes, then I need to jump off, but I will be handing you over. Patrick, are you staying in the stream, or is it going to be Lloyd?
Yeah, I've got a couple hours, and it looks like I've just been joined by Lloyd. So
very nice. I'll love you and leave you guys, but yeah, thank you very much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast commentary. Just before I leave, the QR code's popped up on the stream, and you know what I'm going to say. Make sure you're scanning that with any of your devices that you've got and donating. Right, thank you guys. I'll leave you to it and catch you all later.
Thanks, Anthony.
Oh well, we've suddenly got a new commentating crew going on. How you doing,
right?
Lloyd?
Yeah, hold it. I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, doing great. Just really happy to be part of the 24 hours of Bathurst. You know, doing all this work for charity. Got to do some work for charity. But yeah, so yeah, just sort of with where I am in the world, it kind of helps with the commentary booth because I'm miles away in California. So when it's late afternoon for me, it's night time for you. So I thought I'd help try and with the evening comms, late night with Lloyd, and just going over.
That sounds like a jazz set.
It does like an old radio from the 90s.
Late night with Lloyd. Where he's going to take you through the smooth sound of Bathurst.
Where it's all dark. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll be having some lovely lights and action when the night comes. And I mean, to be honest, it looks like that could also be when the rain comes, because we've had a very clear sunny day. A little bit of cloud scattering, but nothing much going on in terms of the forecast. It's all been pretty similar, pretty standard.
Yeah, it's also been very nice so far, apart from a few incidents in the Etties area that I've been hearing about over the last half an hour or so. But there are one thing I was actually thinking about that I'm not sure if everybody else thinks about was fuel. The fuel load. Will we get any of the cars on track today who run out of fuel because they forgot to do it in a pit stop or something like that, or they might have to repit, which could also have a huge effect on what's going on within the race order as well. Like if you make an error like that, it could set you back quite a few places to go back in and refuel because you forgot to do it on the tell them how much you need or whatever like that. So it's always a playing game. It's always a waiting game. Like what's going to happen next. And even with some of the penalties too, they can start coming in even this early in the race. I know we've got 19 hours, 20 minutes left, but anything can happen. So that's kind of the exciting part for me. So it's going to be good. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the fueling, I don't expect many people to be struggling with that because, I mean, same with my team. Our stints time is underneath the maximum fuel load, and even our base fuel that we've set of 121 out of the 130 that we can have in the Nissan, it's more than enough to get us through the 68 minutes because we've got a little bit of a leeway here or there. So I assume with those 68-minute stint timers, no one's going to have a big problem. That kind of thing might happen when we do get a little bit of rain suddenly on the radar. You've got 30 minutes, you're forced to pit. How much fuel do you put in? How long do you try to run in the rain? How risky do you take it when the rain comes? Do you keep trying to push out or not? It's a lot of strategy once something like that hits. But for now, I mean, everyone seems to be in the groove of things.
Yeah,
it's all similar in terms of the.
And there's been quite a lot of side-by-side action too. Like even from watching the last half an hour, like up in this more complex. It's a very strict racetrack in some areas, like because of the walls. Where in other places, it's not. So when I did a small little test drive yesterday around tracking a Ford Mustang GT3, and what I found is some of the exits of the corners or obviously those walls come up to you really quickly, and you've got to get all the way over to them to sort of maximise your lap time. And what I found, it's very easy to hit those walls and into damage.
It is, and we just seem to be joined by a fellow Patrick. So I think, does that mean, Chris, it is time?
I don't know who that guy is. No. Oh, I'm a little bit...
The artists are here, but they're too shy to speak.
I've... Okay.
There we go, people can hear me now. So, yeah.
The man behind the machine.
We have kept up to our promise, and we are. Now it is 5 o'clock UK time, and 6 o'clock Dutch time.
Yep.
Have you got your lyrics up and ready?
Oh, wait, yeah.
This is where we stay quiet, Lloyd. We let them do their thing.
Me too. Let them have a sing-song.
Yeah, and Patrick, if you can count us in from 3, 2, 1, something like that.
Oh my God.
Will do. 3. Oh, well, are you ready? Are you boys ready?
Yeah. Come on.
Come on, let's do it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the sweet sounds of Chris and Patrick in 3, 2, 1.
You can dance. You can
jive.
Having the time
of your life.
See that girl. Watch that scene.
Digging
dancing queen. Friday night.
And the lights are low. Looking out for the place to go. Where they play
right music. Getting in the swing.
You come into for a king. He's just left. Anybody could be that guy.
Night is young
and the music's
high.
With a bit of rock music. Everything
is fine. You're in the mood for a dance.
And when you get
the
chance,
dance.
You are the dancing
queen. Young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen. Feel the beat from the tambourine.
You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. See that girl,
watch that scene,
digging the dancing queen. You're a teaser, you can turn them on.
Leave them burning,
and then
you're gone.
Looking out for another. Anyone
will do.
You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, dig in the dancing queen. You are... Oh, yeah. That was it.
Oh, that was it?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I was a little bit emotional about it.
I like the echo that Patrick, you had going on there. It added a little bit of ambience as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it hides some things.
There was nothing to hide. There was nothing to hide. It was all on show.
Yeah, it was fun. It's all for the good cause.
Definitely fun. And thanks for your donation there.
Yeah, no problem. We arranged something and it's happened. So
I think that could be a number one. Right
Yeah,
there.
for ABBA, not for us.
I think they, yeah. Once in my lifetime, never again. Only for this charity then.
Yeah,
Only
me
for
too.
charity. That's good.
Right, we're going to go quiet now and leave it back up to the professionals.
Yeah, we do it better. Hey guys, thanks and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Patrick.
No problem.
All right.
He's off
So,
now, like he's had his sing-song.
after our lovely little interval,
I'm out of here.
time to remind everyone that this is actually a race and not a musical that we are doing a
Not
24 hours
karaoke
on.
session, yeah.
What
SSRI
has
karaoke.
What has happened during that sing-song? Not much, to be honest. It looks like everyone's just had their groove. We've had a few cars pit. There's been no yellow flags. Little bit of action going on around Matt, it seems, but that's just a few back markers here, there, and everywhere that he's trying to get through. Although, saying that, Chris's namesake is not too far behind, just 6 seconds, and being chased along by Castanera as well. So there could be a scrap soon forming for that top three, but it does look like the pits cycles will be coming soon, as I believe Castanera was down in 15th about 20 minutes ago. So unless he's had a stormer through the field, the cycling should start and resume as and when.
And this looks like a good battle on the screen here. 4 cars back down the first straight. Are these guys all battling for position here? I don't think that car in front there is. I think it's a back marker, isn't it? That Porsche. Is that a Porsche? Is it? No, it's the BMW. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we've got. I think we got the Ford up ahead, and then we got the Bentley in the middle, Ferrari behind, and followed by another Ferrari. So, yeah, everyone's very jumbled up. I think the start of this race was far more hectic than everyone had planned. So there are many cars scattered all over the place and all out in every other position. It's a hard one to follow now when you don't really have the time. So anyone who does have Pit Wall Live, I do suggest you make good use of it, because there are a lot of brilliant features on there.
Pit Wall Live.
It is a little bit hidden behind a paywall, but for the base part you can get to see just who's going, how the teams are on. You can follow your teams more closely. Maybe we should drop that actually in the.
T-Pain has got a 5-second penalty there too. Number 33 Aston Martin's got a 5-second time penalty there, and also the number 15 of A. Van der Reen in the 101 BMW. He's got a 15-second time penalty. Just for a bit of an update there on penalties.
Oh, the 101, Aaron Van Drunen. Him and is he in the car with Ollie? I believe he is. They've been having a mixed race so far. They're doing very well in terms of position, but I think they've had a few sketchy moments, hence why a 15-second penalty has been given their way. They've got a little bit. I think they may lose one position as it stands if their pits were to be perfect, but I mean overall it seems pretty good.
It also looks like Thomas, our leader, has done his penalty as well. Was he that far ahead after 4 hours? He doesn't look like he's got his penalty anymore, so he must have come in and served that penalty.
He is just a different beast when it comes to sim racing. So he
must have done that really quick. Yeah, he's flying. I think the last race I commentated on was he was up at the front as well. Yeah. So and that was a great day out to commentate, and we all had a lot of fun. So, but this particular event, I actually was talking to I call her my race engineer. She's actually my girlfriend who gives me coffee and stuff like that, but she wants to be a doctor, so we'll call her Dr. Cole. just as an affection thing. So she comes in and brings me coffee and stuff like that. So I think I was doing commentating on another one where he was leading and going through the pack like there was nobody there kind of thing, because of his just sheer raw pace. But it was always a lot of fun being in the commentary booth and just seeing what's going on track. Because normally, for me, if you don't know anything about me, like I'm the sort of person who'll sit there and watch the whole 24 hours of Monza in one sitting. I prefer it that way. That's just me, right? Yeah. So it's just, but I always like to see what they're commentating about, so and use some of that stuff for you guys as well. So that's why I sort of put up sort of track limits and fuel and stuff like that, because it's still very apparent in sim racing as well as what it is in real racing. I don't really see much distinction between the two, apart from obviously one's real and one's in the simulator, of course. But the level of dedication and knowledge that you have to have and also focus, for me, definitely, like you have to really focus on being able to get around the track cleanly and not pushing it too hard unless you're trying to catch the car in front, which is the exciting part for me. But one of the harder parts on this track was the S's at the top, the 11 through 17 chicane, almost going down the hill, off camber, keeping the pace up, keeping some good carry speed through the corners, and obviously coming back down this back straight. It's almost like a little break for them, so they can make small changes. Like some drivers will make brake bias changes halfway, like along the straightaways, or some of them even in the middle of the corners, just to give them that bit of an edge. And I've seen it in the past. So, but what a great event!
Indeed, it's probably one of the toughest tracks around. Is the mountain, is Bathurst, and the section you're on about over Skyline and into the Dipper. It's very easy to get it wrong. If you don't get your line quite right, you are more than likely going into the wall. Now, I do just want to spot something in chat as gear up. I hope your question's been answered, as we're currently on stream with that pink Mercedes. I believe that's the one you're after. If not, please let us know, and we'll try find another one. Now, Ollie, you might have murdered the Nissan. Do you mean my Nissan? The only Nissan in the race? That's...
Oh, dear.
Oh boy! Taking out my car, man. What's wrong with you? I think you need to donate for that. We can. Donate.
Oh, that's the pink Mercedes. That might be the pink Mercedes that we're talking about there.
Yeah, no, the Nissan's in 26. So that must have been when I was just jumped out of the car, gave it over to Dan, who's now driving it. He's doing well with it at least. So yeah, I haven't seen the incident, so I'll wait to say as we have a bit of a switch going on here. Looked like Wilmot was after the overtake on Payne, but goes too deep, has a switch back on it, and now maybe getting a little bit of strife from a back marker, just closing in a little. Of course, I don't believe that is true. Oh no, we've got P2 has binned it. Forrest Elbow.
P2 has binned it.
Oh, he's stuck in an awkward spot, and he's got to move quick because a car's coming. A car's coming. Oh, he's got out of the way. I think that was close. It was maybe a little bit too close for comfort, but
and that is
good from the car coming down as well. I think they took it a little bit easier than not.
Up the hill. That's one of those, and this is exactly what I was talking about right now. Like the track is so tight in some areas. One error, and one misplaced wheel, you clip a wall. Somebody else gets into you from behind because you're carrying all that speed through that section, and it can really put you behind on the races. And it takes a bit of skill too, a lot of skill actually, to be able to turn that car around and not hit anybody else. So he's done fantastic there to get that. And he's looking up there, he's actually got back on his way.
Yeah, I think overall it was well done. Unfortunate for them, obviously. It doesn't seem to cost them any places, but it does bridge that gap a little more to Thomas. The solo entry currently leading the way. Now,
Thomas is doing his solo.
He is.
I was going to ask you who the solo drivers are. Doing an update on the solos.
I'm actually not too sure myself. I know two of them. I know It's Thomas and who's the one in there? Is it Schultz? Yeah, that's it. In the,
Was there 4 drivers who's doing it solo 24 hours? 3.
Sorry, yeah. We've got the scrap going back on. We're side by side at the minute. Oh, getting pushed wide. Not being allowed any space on exit. And now the Aston Martin, once again, really wanting to get involved here. I don't know if it's hard to judge if the pace is there or not to let him overtake and get away, but with such a fierce battle going on, 2 attempts now made
into the chase. Ooh, there's a lot of respect there. They've left each other's room. Yes. Yes. Oh, I am. Okay. Well, let's do what? Let's do that then.
Reminder everyone at the minute, please donate if you can. Lloyd, just click to watch the stream in Discord. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
If you would like to donate at the minute, please make sure you scan the QR code seen on your screen at the moment. We seem to get we're getting some fierce racing going on at the minute between Wilmot and Payne. So, you know, why don't we give a bit of money, see what happens? It's all for the help of the charity. The racing is intense at the minute, which is always what you want. This is 4th and 8th place. 5 seconds to Payne, so in a sense, the overtake isn't mandatory as it will happen in the pits, but I mean, it never stops you. When you feel like you're being held up, you want to make a move as quickly as possible. It looks like the Team RNE car, the Ferrari, getting close in behind. Is it Ferrari or is it? No, they're in a McLaren this time around, aren't they? Moved back to McLaren. So they're closing in. I don't know where they are on the. Are they number 70? Are they 4th? Oh, the 189. Oh wow. Okay, so they've had a little bit of a moment because last I was aware they were up in around these guys' positions. So they're out of place. It looks like the Aston Martin behind these two is out of place because he is sticking on their tail. So there is a lot happening. And whether or not this Aston Martin and the
oh, he's having a look down the inside there. A little bit of showing the nose there into the last corner.
Ferrari
and
definitely has
a good
the
run.
overspeed.
He's definitely got a good run there.
The Ferrari's definitely the fastest car at the moment on track. He does need to try and make a move though, because at the minute it does seem like he's being held up quite massively.
What a great shot here. Powering down that first straight away after turn 1. Look at that slipstream he's getting there too. You can see him actually tightening up a little bit. There we go. There's the move on the outside up to turn 2.
Oh, he's going to let it happen. I'm a little shocked, but at the same time, we do have 19 hours left. It is a marathon, as they say, not a sprint. So the Aston Martin, T-Payne, wisely elects to just give that one up and continue on their way. Doesn't want to risk getting shunted by being overly aggressive. Held his own for a couple laps, but following on from there is now elected to give the place and just try and continue as I'm sure these two behind are probably going to look to unlap themselves at some point soon. They really do seem to be faster than twice.
Well, from reading what it says on the screen, 21st position Jay Barr, the 118 car, was 3 laps behind. So there's already a lot of lapping going on already. So that's actually a huge amount to try and get back on such a short track too. There must have to be some sort of incident for them to sort of start gaining places again. But you've also got to realise it's going to take you 6 minutes. If it's a 2 minute 10 lap, it's going to take you 6.5 minutes worth of something going wrong for somebody else, unfortunately, to be able to get those 3 laps back. But that's a big deficit there after only 5 hours. So we'll see what happens along the road.
I believe here, based on what Ben's just said, and just sniping the number on the screen of the Aston, I'm pretty sure that is number P16 M Crows in the 588. So they look like they lost a minute in the pits after a crash. So 16th looking to unlap themselves from 9th, and then you've got behind there you have who we were just on board with, the 189 McLaren of Lundholm, also looking to unlap. And then we've got Dan in front in our Nissan, who's smartly just getting out the way of the 3.
Yeah, what a great
Nicely done.
move there. Nicely done.
Wants the clean air, doesn't want to get involved in anything that shouldn't. I mean, the blue flag rule, it's strict, but I think it's needed for a track like this. Like, normally in GT cars, it's simply you need to force a move and the blue flagged car can't defend. But I think on a circuit where you physically are more or less unable to get round another car for half the track, it is important to have stricter blue flag rules. And it's good to see the cars, for the most part, adhering to it. I don't think... I didn't really have any issues. It does get a little bit harder to judge when cars are unlapping themselves, so you really do need to make sure you've got that overspeed to get away as soon as you do.
It looks like he's got a run here. No, I thought he was going to have a go there into the last turn. That's another great overtaking place there. Was the last corner, and that big run up onto turn 2. Those are very good overtaking positions there. If you can get a good run, like here, for example, turn 1. If you can get a really good exit to turn 1, it'll catapult you straight down into turn 2 and give you a good run. You can get the slipstream behind the car front. And then after that, it's almost more of a rhythm section. Like, you have to maintain a good rhythm through that top. I always call it the top section of the track, through the S's and all those this twisty, tight Monaco style part of the racetrack where it's very tight. So you have to get right up against the wall. And if you can get a good run down here, then you're going to tighten up into that S's area there, which is the part of the racetrack where it's just terrible to try and even do an overtaking manoeuvre. Look how much speed they're carrying through that section there. There's no fear there at all.
Bathurst is the one place, especially over that mountain section, where if you have fear, the track will eat you alive. You need to be confident in your car, you need to be confident in your driving. If not, if you're scared around any corner and you lift your foot a little, or especially with the kind of setups that these guys run, any sort of overlift or over braking can upset the balance of the car. I mean, I've found it, especially with the Nissan. If you lift off too much, you're getting lift off oversteer, the rear's stepping out, and unless you're lucky or you're skilled enough to be able to catch that and go on your way, you will have brown pants. You will have a lot of time lost, and you will also have some pretty cooked tyres. If you've got anyone behind you, you may have someone in your boot by the time you've finished catching it as well, because it's very hard to avoid incidences when you've got cars in such close proximity. When you make a mistake, the other car behind being able to adjust themselves, and not only that, to then still be under control of their car because of how singular the line is through that mountain section, and how precise your inputs need to be. If you're if someone in front is throwing it off and then you're having to apply brake when normally you'll be half throttle or vice versa and you've got some steering input in, it's so hard to keep control of that car.
Right, yeah. And you've only have one small, because what I also realised in my small little test session that I did yesterday, just to give this for reference, is that there's a lot of undulation in the track and unexpected little bumps, so to speak. So, for example, this section here that we're watching, there's some small little bumps that'll set your steering wheel off and just alter your sort of steering angle into some of the corners. And so these guys must have it so dialed in that they don't experience some of those. And that's just that nonchalance to go into that next level.
That one there, that's the bump that gets me.
The blind right-hander. Yeah.
So going over the crest and going down into the dipper, there's a little bump somewhere in the middle that I can't take the ideal line, as unfortunately when I do, the Nissan's rear goes very light and it steps out, and then you're either going to the right into the wall or to the left into the wall. There is also something up with the curb when you then run the curb that if you run a decent amount of curb, the car will swing left. The front tire will grip up massively and send you spiraling off into the left wall as well. So you either have to barely touch the curb or absolutely munch the thing. As we're getting some good old battles going on here. Yeah, this is a
battle for 6
5 and
here,
6. Fredrickson going, yeah. Fredrickson's after Royal, but the 81, the pole sitting Honda is which is way out of position, is currently trying to make its way back through the field. That in between the two of these. Currently 26th, I believe.
Looks really
it's funny, the BMW is actually trying to get out the way. He's signalled over, which is very kind of them. They're not wanting to have a problem with a faster car going behind, but it's
always off track there too.
It's one of those things when you've got safety cars. Oh, we've got a double yellow flag, I think, in the chase. Oh no!
Somebody's had a
We've
big
got
one.
Lundholm, the 189. Ben McDonald's, RNE Teal, going for a little run through the fields. Not sure what sparked that. I think there might have been 2 cars involved, but hard to judge for sure. As now the scrap between the Bentley, the big boy, and the pointy one. I don't know why I said that, but they are very, very different cars. They're going head to head over the mountain.
The
Lamborghini
profile is strange, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. It's a big boat and a pointy car. If you want to be really basic on the description terms, that Lamborghini is all over the back of the Bentley. I think it's just a matter of getting around here, and they should be flying through. But
last corner before the sort of back straight away, he might be in through.
The Bentley, though, it's got that straight line grunt. The 3 cars that do, the Nissan, the Ford, and the Bentley, they're so hard to get past in a straight line. I mean, I'm in the Nissan, and I struggle to get past the Ford. As soon as, the toe would be huge, and I'd get right up to the back of the Ford. As soon as you break that toe, we're then equal on speed. It makes it so difficult to overtake. And as you can see here, even with full toe being like a 10th behind it, the Lamborghini of Fredrickson is unable to make a move, so he's going to have to go for something a bit more inventive, maybe dive down the inside of turn 1, but it just doesn't have the grunt coming out the corners that's needed. So is there anywhere on the mountain they can get past? Maybe the cutting. I've seen a couple moves where you just dive up the inside into the cutting. It's very risky though, and it involves working together almost. If the car ahead goes wide enough that you can shove your nose at the inside, fine. The Bentley is entitled to this, but he's gone wide, and that's it. I think it's scared itself off. Although, saying that, they're still overlapping. The Bentley's got the inside. This is a scary section to go side by side. Oh, there's a bit of contact. There's more contact from behind.
Contact there.
Oh, everyone's made it through. I don't think everyone's got clean pants anymore, but the cars are moving in the right direction.
Holy moly.
That was a moment.
That was a really big. That was a big moment right there. Yeah, holy moly! And it's good to see those things live too, like because you sort of waited with bated breath. Oh, when is he going to do it? Where is he going to do it? You know, so that's almost like some really exciting. Holy, but he has gapped him a little bit there now too because of that moment. And now the Bentleys have a pressure from behind too, from that white Porsche back there.
Well, the Bentley at the minute, I think he might be struggling with some damage because he clipped the back left corner of the Lamborghini, which is what started this whole thing, and then the Mustang came in and gave it a little love tap behind. So a little bit of pain maybe for Matt, but seemingly okay now. Maybe it just offset him all the way over the mountain and he was still a bit shocked. But I believe that Ford is the 75 of Myhina down in 23rd.
Yeah, because
there is a big positional gap between them. As we go back to the battle for third, Castanera still unable to make the move to get himself onto the podium spots as it stands. And you know what's crazy? This car started right at the back of the field. I don't know what happened in qualifying. I don't think they turned up, but they were behind us. So our car started in 33rd. They were right at the back, and within on lap 3 they were already past us. And then lap 4, obviously, we got shunted in the rear and had to pit for damage. But
oh wow.
yeah, they've
Well, that's
absolutely
just-
stormed it through the field, and now find themselves on the
And
edge
that's what
of the
that's
podium
what I was
position.
talking about earlier on, was the raw pace of some drivers. And even if you've qualified at the back, you've still got a good chance to get into the top 10 after 24 hours. I mean, something must have to go. I mean, something always goes wrong. I mean, just as we've witnessed here, like those moves into turn 2 and that later section where you turn left. I can't remember what the name of the corners are, but you guys know where we just saw. You're going to see moves there. You're going to see people try to carry that speed into that corner, and those moments are going to happen all the time. So you never know what's going to happen within the whole 24 hours, and there's still so much race left to go yet. I've got to turn my voice down a little bit. My girlfriend's using a hairdryer. My race engineer there in the background. She's putting the air coolers in my vent right now. Is what she's actually doing.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Andy's
That's another
namesake
off at the
Austin
chase.
having a little bit of an issue at the chase. This car is sadly not having a good spell of the race at the minute. They find themselves 13, well, I don't know, I keep saying changing, and now 12 laps down. I think he might be looking to try get into the pits. I don't know how much damage that car has, or if they're just staying out the way, going for a safe
he's on
rejoin. Very smart. He's found a little gap to continue on his way for now, but unfortunately, well, now it's 10 laps down, 9 laps down. This times sheet is all over the place, but they're not having a good time. Is the
Yeah, they're having a real.
Although maybe they expected that because their qualifying was about 7 seconds back. So you know, in a charity event, first you need a finish, and everything after that is what it is. So the championing them obviously for continuing, and that's what we want. We want to keep the cars on the grid. We want to have the drivers enjoying themselves no matter how it's going. Even if you have moments where it's not quite going your way, you push through, you keep trying, and you improve. And it's good to see Austin continuing on his way.
Yeah, that's great. And just piggybacking off what you were saying, if you want to finish first, at first you've got to finish. You know, so you got to get through the whole 24 hours to put yourself into contention. You know, got some lovely battles on this straightaway right here.
Oh, we've got yeah, it's our debutant in the car. Any Rocket League players may know this man. He actually has a move named after him. He is quite he was semi-professional at the time. He's now joined us in the sim racing. Owen, aka Psycho. He's our newest addition. He initially, he was very hesitant to get involved because he keeps complaining he's not good enough to race. But he's a very quick learner and he's super speedy already. So I'm sure we'll see great amounts of him. This is his first stint. He'll be doing the night shifts with Dan, who he's just taken over from. And
I think you all left there on that bumper that you were talking about.
He's following far ahead, but he's getting blue flags behind, unfortunately. So we'll see how he moves out the way as he gets a little bit close, lynching slightly there, but we're all okay. And yeah, I think he's got the two. I think he's got Kieran and yeah, he's got a few guys in the Discord with him. So I'm sure he'll be coached and taught along the ways of best practices here. As he's being hunted down by a Mustang, actually. So all right, so Chris has just given us a wonderful reminder that in 30 minutes, actually, once we hit 6 o'clock, he will be taking leave and enjoying the rest of his evening after his fine work for the first, I guess, 5 hours and 45 minutes it would be by that point. Due to our slightly delayed start, but we will be having a change, and Bass is going to be taking over the comms, so the stream will be going down on this. Tom, sorry. Yeah, Tom, sorry.
Yeah. There's confusion in the booth already.
I'm forgetting names and throwing new ones in, so Tom will be taking over with the streaming, so we will have YouTube down momentarily as we switch over. But it doesn't mean the race is over. It just means you'll have to go and find part 2 and continue on. As you can only stream for so long on YouTube, I believe, as well. But it'll all be fine. It should smooth itself through as we see a yellow flag just after the cutting. I think.
Yes,
Oh no!
car the other way.
It's the 20 car, and he's elected to just jump to the pits.
Go straight back to pits by the looks of things. You don't know what's happening.
Maybe a
there.
little bit of damage there. It's hard to judge. A few cars have been doing that. Others have been trying to move their way out of awkward positions. The thing is, it's a hard one to sort of figure out what the best plan of action is, because we went past the pink Mercedes at one point that was, I think it was stuck at the dipper for like half a lap, which, you know, at that point you're losing like 4 seconds. If you RTG, I think it's a 5-second hold. So you're getting to the point there where if you're stuck in such an awkward place, maybe it is just the way to just jump back and figure yourself out.
Yeah. Because then you've freed yourself, and not just yourself. You've also freed the cars that are coming up towards you. I mean, so because that second, it looked like he turned it there with the dipper, but like even if anywhere in that section, you might be better off just returning to garage.
And it also then gives you 5 minutes to sort of just gather yourself and go again, rather than if you're stuck trying to be like, can I go, can I not, can I go? You're getting more and more stressed. Your teammates are saying, probably shouting in your ear, saying, wait, go, and you got, you know, all this conflict in your head.
Don't go.
Yeah,
of course.
So it probably is just the best way to do it is just, right, jump back to the pits, give myself 5 minutes, reset your brain, reset yourself, and then go again.
And plus, what I was thinking about too is if you do spin it, no matter where it is on the track, you've also got to realise that your tyre temperatures are going to be messed up for the next few corners. So it's also a chance to get new tyres put on the car if you feel like you've done them in.
Looks like we've got a move happening, or at least attempts from Wardelman in the 943. He's very much looking to try and get a move past the 113 BMW of Van Munster, but he's got to realise now that Ollie Anderson back in the car, the Nissan murderer, if I do say so myself. He's right on his tail as well. He served the penalty for that, so you know all is fair in love and war, as they say. I forgive him, just about. He moves on and he continues fighting now for P17. He looks to be the fastest of the three here, but he's currently at the back of the queue, so has a bit of work to do to get past these two.
A very tight section here, so if you look at how fast those walls come up to you, and with the undulation and those small little bumps in the track, I mean, anything can happen. You hit one of those bumpers wrong and it's going to send you straight off into the quote-unquote kitty litter at the top of the 11 through 17 chicanes.
Oh, it's so easy. Like if you try and turn in from a slightly wider angle and you put more steering input, at least I've found in the Nissan as well, the rear steps out just as you go over that little crest into the final left-hander at the top. So yeah, there has been quite a few yellow flags from it up there. For the most part, people have been well behaved, but I think something happened that was then what caused the yellow flag, that caused me to slow down, that caused then the rear ending of my lovely Nissan. So you know, it's been a problematic area for most. I think the trigger points have been the chase, the cutting, the dipper, and the skyline. So those are like your four major yellow flag points around the circuit. I think the final corner's caught out a few cars, just that's just an over eagerness, probably of wanting to put your foot down, or more than anything. But then you also get the incidents where, you know, people get a little bit excited or get a bit too close to each other. I had a ghost hit as well, unfortunately, into the chase with the car ahead, where I didn't touch him. His car reacted like I touched him. And I don't think it didn't really cost them much, thankfully, but I had no damage, and so I was very confused as to what happened then. But I think the server had a slightly different tick rate to what I was seeing, so maybe got it let me off. I don't know, but
Thankfully, there was no real harm done with everyone, at least in that situation. We just kept going.
Well, you sort of have to, don't you? Really? I mean, the event is so long that you do have smaller areas where if you do make an error, or we ran wide there on that turn there. Well, that's a great armor. Look, you can see the focus on his.
The tongue is out. That is the proper gaming tongue there.
No talking. It's on the limit. Ooh. That's a scary corner the dipper is. And see that you can see the oversteer there too when he's trying to get onto the gas and the dip. You can see that massive piece of steer, that lock that oversteer. Counter steering, sorry, is the word I was looking for. That counter steer on the out there. So you know that when that's happening, he's right on the limit of where the grip is on the rear tires. Yeah, so he's really pushing. Yeah, you could see the concentration in his face. That's a nice looking steering wheel there too.
Yeah, he's not been no words said there. So he's clearly just being left to get on with his own devices. Whereas in my team, when I was driving, I was constantly chatting away. I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's I don't like the silence. I find the silence awkward. So I'm sort of
right.
I guess verbal diarrhea could be described in a sense.
Well,
maybe
that's
my
good.
Dreaming days, but
yeah, that's good for us because that's the same for me. Like in a lot of respect, I like somebody on the radio to sort of bounce something off or to keep my mind not necessarily always focused on the race, just to make sure that hey, I'm doing okay, and to give me directions of where things need to be changed or where I'm losing time. And some people respond better just that high level of focus just to be left to do it. As you can see, that more oversteer hitting there through that section of corner.
Yeah, the cutting's a big one for that. If you can hook it up on the inside, then you're in a great situation. It's a shame we don't get pedal cam with these as well, because that would be just perfect, just to see the steering inputs, because there is so much happening over there, and I think the different cars have a slightly different line through it. As you can see, the differences just up ahead between the Aston and Ollie, who we're on board with. Ollie's going a little bit wider over the top of Skyline, then going through down towards the dipper, and he gets a much tighter line there, but I think the exit might actually cost him. It looked like he got a bit too eager on throttle, and you can see that gap just beginning to grow a little bit with him and the Aston.
Yeah, that small snap of oversteer and the narrow the margin for error is, like 1 or 2%, or can be the difference between you hitting a wall or hitting the car in front. If you brake just that little bit later trying to catch them, that's when the errors start coming.
The BMWs do seem to be very strong on the brakes, so it's something I noticed on both sides, in front and behind. They're very, very quick to stop when you put your foot on the brakes, so it's quite hard to get an overtake on them, and you can see just how much he closes up on the Aston ahead of
He does look like he's a bit of a BMW fan, because he does have the flag on the back of the wall plate too.
Yeah,
like,
you
he's
can
a
see
Beamer man. He's a Beamer man. That's good. We like Beamer fans. They're good cars. What a great shot.
Interesting to see the fastest car with the fastest lap currently down in 29th, the 10 of Zimmerman. I can't think, in my head, every time I see that H. Zimmerman, I always think of Hans Zimmerman, the composer, and I was like, yeah, he's probably not. I don't think he'll be driving.
The Batman composer, yeah. That's so funny. It's funny too, because I actually know another football.
Oh, he's going a little bit wide. No, he's kept it on the curve. I thought he might have just been dipping the wheel in, but he's really closing in over the top section now. All three cars just seemingly holding their own. Everyone's struggling to get real inroads. I think, unfortunately for Ollie, the big problem here is the Aston's getting pulled along by Van Munster on the straight, so he's not able to use that straight line of the draft to his advantage. And again, I think he's just a little bit too eager going into forest cutting, so he's just losing a little bit on the exit. It's so vitally important that you set up the Forest Elbow, to get the exit, just to send it down here, because if you don't, you're stuck, and the chase is probably your best overtaking point around the whole circuit. So it's such
looks
a
like he's
vital
going to go
corner
defensive there as well.
because it has such a long straight follow.
Yeah. I like it that it has two big long straights like that, because it does also give the drivers a bit of a chance to breathe, so to speak, like after you've just gone through those big sections. Ooh, big oversteer there. Big oversteer.
Yeah, he's had a little snap.
Definitely getting too eager.
It's worth mentioning here, all three of these guys have just caught up to Rosalind. That is the car that you will see just as we go down the crest, right at the top there, just about to go.
Yes.
Right, that Bentley has been caught quite quickly, I think, with these two. Maybe come out the pits. I wasn't really paying too much attention on his relative to the rest, but
I think he was
this could get very, very feisty. We've still got 4 cars scrapping for position. He gets another big slide on, just misses the camber at the cutting,
and that's him pushing a little bit too hard, because the front end there, almost like it's understeered out towards the end of the corner.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a little bit too much brake and a little bit too late on the brake, so then he's got to apply more steering to try and get it locked up into the camber. The car is trying a bit too hard, so the rear starts to slip and it steps out, and then suddenly you've got to gather it, and it's a very dangerous point to try and do that. It's very awkward as once again we're going back through, but no, that gap to Rosalind has definitely come down quite quickly.
It does look like he's closing.
Suddenly Van Munster's flying down the road. I think Ordelman's having a little bit of trouble over Skyline too. So we're getting...
And Orderman, you could see right there, Orderman was actually trying to break the toe a little bit, so he knows he's there. He knows he's really close. Ooh, look how close he's gotten down there into the chase.
Now, is Ollie thinking he's... Oh no, so Orderman's going into the pits. He's indicated, yeah.
He's
not the best pit entry, I have to say. Rules do dictate you need to cross the checkered lines, not the solid lines, but I don't think there's much issue with that because it didn't seem to cause issue. It depends, but that is one of the main rules in here, is you need to avoid crossing over the solid lines. So just be wary, guys, with that, because that was a very late move to the left, which is why I didn't think he was actually going into the pits, because he moved over so late. I thought he seems to be giving the position up.
Yeah, I thought he saw him indicating to the left, but I thought that he might be going and be defensive into the last corner is what I thought he was going to do, not going to the pits, but he was right there, so that was lucky for him.
Ollie finally gets himself freed up, and suddenly he's found a back marker now in the way instead. So Van Munster getting a little bit of a free go at Rosalind up the top here, but I say a free go. At this point, all you're wanting to do is get as close as possible, but not too close that you put yourself at risk.
There's another battle going on ahead there too. Look, right through the S's.
No, it's just about staying as close as possible. Yeah, so I'm currently keeping tabs on that front one. That is the Bentley and the 113. I think based on the gap and how quickly that's been going down, Van Munster will be wanting to make this move as soon as possible. The McLaren in the middle here should just be lifting and getting out the way at some point, be it before or after the kink. I imagine that'll clean itself up as we actually switch over to a scrap happening between 5th and 6th. Wilmot going up against Royale. I believe that's Matt and Grant. This is Andy's car, who was in with us before. So he's been pushed even further back then, because they've gone, oh, well, you can wait a little bit longer until we get you in the car. So Andy, unfortunately, being pushed a little bit further back in his stint time.
This will be a good tow down the back straight here, I think. This might be worthy enough to have a move on, because he's still pretty close there, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm being over of enthusiastic.
No, he's getting close. I think he waits until after the kink and then suddenly sends it up the inside. That's the plan. That's the action. Can he slow it up and pull it back? He can.
Yes,
no
he can.
issues with going deep or having the car switch back on inside of him. A classic and effective clean move from Grant there as he moves the 99 Ferrari up into 5th.
And that Bentley actually looked like when he was overtaking, it looks like he got a bit swirly on the front there too, because that upset his rhythm, so to speak. And having good rhythm around a track like this is actually really important. But he has dropped back a bit now, I think.
It looks like Rosalind has been overtaken by Van Munster, and now Ollie is right on the back of the other Bentley. So Bentley is currently, as it stands, going backwards, but still in very strong positions overall.
There's also a battle developing there between Rosalind and Anderson. Anderson's only 3/10 behind somebody in the 101 BMW. It's like something we could follow as well. He's now, Royal has dropped now a second back almost. And that is the gap difference there. I think he might have, the gap might have escalated.
The gap's gone.
Yeah, the gap's gone. Yeah, sorry. I just
chat. Who do we want to see? Well, we've got a slight lull. What cars are we supporting in the chat? Who are we after? What's the shout?
Take a look.
Give us a number. Give us a car. Give us a name, and we'll give them a bit of airtime. Show off their liveries. I was having a little look through the liveries yesterday, and most of them are absolutely gorgeous, I have to say.
There are some really nice ones. I actually kind of like Bazzi's. That white BMW with the blue circles on it. That's actually a really nice looking livery, actually. That's well thought out, that one.
We have a 95 could use a cheer.
Yeah,
Where's the
95 could use a cheer. Where's 95? Yeah.
Looks like they're a little lower down. Found Budek for Sim Racing Holland.
That's quite an interesting name.
It's a surname that in the UK, spelt slightly differently, means a very different thing. So it's got to be one that we've got to catch ourselves on as an English speaker. But
he's worse here in America. Yeah. That'll be a fight breaking out if I say something like that to somebody.
Got a nice bit of free air. He's got one car in front of him. It's not too bad.
And looks like he's got a good gap behind him too. He's got an 8.5 second gap behind him, so he'll be trying to push toward the higher regions, up to the top 20.
I think this is around where they started as well, or they may have been a little bit further up. I'm not too sure. I feel like they were quite close to me at the race start. But
there's the blue flags.
Yeah, so blue flags for the car ahead. That Mercedes being a little bit lower down, I assume then. Might be the 37 Potenza. I'm pretty sure there are only 2 Mercedes in this, so yeah, it's not the time to be a Mercedes driver, unfortunately. Seemingly
was there
not time to be
any
an Audi driver because there aren't any.
Well, I was actually going to ask Chris right now to see what manufacturers only have one car representing them. So now there was a Lexus, one of the past three. There was one Lexus, so he's won his manufacturer battle already. You got
the Lexus of Mackenberg currently in 31st. We're the sole Nissan, and then you've got the Honda who's actually just recently overtaken us as the sole Honda as well in 26th. So unfortunately all the single car manufacturers really not proving their strengths at the moment. But the one thing you can say is that they are the best in class. So
exactly, yes. The best for that manufacturer, the fastest car for that manufacturer. I was actually thinking about that. I think it was just last night actually. Like, hey, if there's only one car one car for that manufacturer, they've automatically got to suffer. You know, that's what I was asking my girlfriend the other day. So, yeah.
So a little bit of news on the 95. It's they started in P20, but unfortunately have been cursed by many incidences. And I mean, to be honest, I think that's the story of half the cars on the grid already today. It's
Yeah.
There are so many cars out of position from where people started, so it's just about making the most of what you got now. I mean, you look at the time; there's still 18.5 hours to go.
There's still
plenty.
so much.
Everyone else, you could have everyone else have, you know, similar number of instances. It's just about getting back up, pushing on, trying again. As just a reminder, it's all in the name of charity. We're doing this for the Christie charity. Support where you can. I'm sure Chris will happily throw up the QR code. Well, it was just up on the screen. So if you do have a moment to donate, please do so. It's useful. We're already 52% of the way to our donation goals. And there are many hours left of the race, so let's keep that going. We are currently on track for a great return there. Yeah. So well done, everyone, so far.
I think we could do 10,000 instead. You know, that would be great. 200% of what we said we was going to do. That's what sim racers do. They're always giving absolutely everything.
Oh, we've just had a slight. Oh no, the Mercedes.
Oh, there's an up.
Gone around. I think that's the 204. Yeah, he's gone a little bit deep, and I think he's just tried to keep his foot in through the chase and looped it. Thankfully, it's just him involved, and it's just a spin, nothing more. So it's just a little bit of, I guess, embarrassment, as it was caught by the stream. It's always embarrassing when things like that are caught by the stream.
Yeah, you got to donate if you spin it on stream. That would be a good sort of standard, wouldn't it?
And he's now got three cars looming large on him.
Dollar per spin. Yeah, or pound per spin, whatever.
Oh, so Tom will be joining us very soon to be taking over the streaming. But for now, it does feel like a little bit of a lull. There's not really too many battles going. I think everyone's starting to find the spot. I can see Buzov's quite close. 18. He's the 588 Aston Martin. He's less than a second behind competitors. We're currently watching that lovely pink Mercedes again. Very nice colour. Stands out beautifully.
Yes, you can see.
They have actually got themselves off the bottom of the 40 cars remaining. We did have 45. We have had a few unfortunate dropouts from that number. But as you can see, we've got something happened to the Ferrari, and they are still just sat in the pits. I believe that's the one that RTG'd from the spin at Forest Elbow, so they didn't quite get going after that. Not sure what the reason there was, but yeah, it shows just power of continuing running as the 889 does get themselves off the bottom of the current running leaderboard, and now 6 places up from possibly where they started. I don't know. They were the slowest of the qualifiers. I know that much, but I think there were 4 or 5 cars that didn't actually qualify, so they would have been starting in front of those guys. So they would have had a few places off to begin with, but now on the way up as the Ferrari makes its way through. Nice, just opens the door for them, gives them spotters. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at the dipper. We've got an unfortunate car that's, I think it's RTG, because it looks like it's disappeared now. Not sure who that was.
That's straight away, yeah.
But that's unfortunate for whichever team or driver or car was that.
It looks like the lead is discovered.
Yeah, I will share my screen.
So we're currently just about to switch over to Tom's stream, so the stream may drop slightly for everyone watching. Just quickly refresh and you will find part 2 on the SSRI YouTube channel. So we'll see you right over there.
Yeah, I'm live. Can you check, Chris, when you stop streaming?
Yeah, so I just click on Tom's stream down on watch live. Yeah.